my profound honor and privilege to extend a warm and a resplendent welcome to each one of you to this very anticipated gathering, Ivca Buyouts Summit 2026. And just so that everybody in the room and outside the room knows that we're about to begin, can we all kickstart in comments by putting our hands together? Can we get in some energy, everyone? Well, okay, so I think this energy, this sound and the applause sounds good to me here, but looking at all of you in the audience and their energy, I think you all can still do it much better, right? So once again, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to Ivca Buyouts Summit 2026. Can we have the loudest round of applause to begin with? Thank you so much. Well, I must say that I still see some conversations happening in the room right now. But I love that even though I'm requesting everyone, it is almost hard, almost difficult to break certain conversations, which is actually great, because I think it sorts of mirrors of what is happening outside in the industry. It is the buzz, it is the conversation. So thank you for bringing that buzz to this summit. And I am Priya Shrimankar, your host for today, and I can assure you all that you are seated here to witness a day of similarly incredible conversations. But before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, it's always said that we need to set the tone right to begin with the day. We need your energies today because in turn, you are going to get a big dose of it from all the speakers who will be joining us in. So before we begin the day, it's always said that we should begin the day by greeting each other, right? So for the next 1 minute or 60 seconds, I must say, I would love to see some warm greetings being shared in the room right now. So can we begin this day by doing that? Can we have some light music? Please, can I request everyone to rise up? Come on. Let's bring in some energy. Let's do some handshake, some hug, namaskar, or even a high five would be okay. Come on, let's do that, everyone. People from the left can move to the right and people from right can move to the left. Come on, let's get in some energy. Fantastic. Come on, let's have some handshake. Come on, people, everyone in the room. Some good conversations, some smiles, some handshakes happening right there. Come on, people, you can move this side as well. And let's set the tone right. That seems to be a very, very insightful day today. Fantastic. We're already loving the energy. Last 10 seconds before we settle down. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. You can now take your seats. And once again, let's give a big round of applause to each one of you for setting the tone right and bringing in some energy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the buyout market in India has seen a significant increase in the recent years, driven by private equity firms, multinational corporations, and favorable regulatory changes. Having said that, not just that, but it truly is undergoing a transformative shift as promoters increasingly embrace full exits and investors focus on controlled transactions. And as India's buyout markets advances with greater momentum and in-control transactions, stronger governance practices and a wide range of financing solutions, this is where we bring to you Ivca Buyouts Summit 2026, where we get to explore the expanding universe of buyout investing. Well, like I said, we have a very thoughtful agenda which is curated for all of you, from exploring the expanding universe of buyouts in India to discussing governance frameworks and financing structures. Not just that, but from examining strategies for executing controlled transactions to highlighting value creation across the investment cycle, we have it all for you. So today, let us together shape the next phase of India's private equity landscape. But before we commence, let me also take a moment and thank our partners for their indelible support who make events like these possible. So we'd like to thank our platinum partner, Aurum Equity and Investec India. We'd also like to thank our value creation partner, EY Parthenon. So can we have a round of applause for our partners as well? Like I said, who make events like these possible. Having said that, during the course of the day, we'd love to get you all clicked. So go ahead, click pictures. And we have some live photographs that will be streamed. So do not forget to get yourself clicked. At the end of the day, we'll be having a QR code. You can go ahead, scan the same, and you will have your live photos right there. So do not forget, in between the segments, wherever you find time, go ahead and share pictures, click pictures as well. Having said that, Let me begin by asking you all the most quintessential question in this room. Are we all ready to commence the summit? Okay, I think people right here are very energetic. What about the left side of the hall? Are we all ready to commence? Yes. Alright, so with that, let's begin the Ivca Buyouts Summit 2026. And now to welcome our gracious audience and to set the tone for today, I'd like to invite on stage, please put your hands together for Mr. Amit Jain, Managing Director and Head of India, the Carlyle Group. A very warm welcome.
Tough to beat via your energy. I hope somebody can do that through the day. Certainly not me. Well, good morning, namaste, and thank you again on behalf of Ivca, because I'm also an executive member at the Ivca, so I truly and sincerely thank all the participants, all the partners, and everybody to make this happen. Let's rewind a little bit, and it is a very big privilege, I must say, to start this conference, particularly in the context of time and space we're sitting today. If you step back, we're seeing, in my view, and I won't dwell much because all of you are experts in India, and there are stalwarts like Amit Dalmi and Manish Kejriwal all sitting here. But the reality is, in many ways, I'm a student of physics, and subject I love the most. There's a concept of escape velocity, when an atom moves from one orbit to another, and it requires that critical threshold velocity, and that's called escape velocity. My personal view is, for a variety of factors, from infrastructure, stability of government, the per capita, the digital infrastructure, India is hitting its escape velocity, and so is the private equity market, in the country. So I won't dwell too much on why India has become literally the centerpiece of every conversation globally when you go for a fundraise or a discussion about investing, and particularly so when the investing is anchored on growth as the lever to deliver value. So keeping that as the floor, I think let's talk the topic of the day, which is buyouts. This is one theme across sectors, across regions, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. I think investors have started to appreciate and like is we want to do buyouts. Now the question is why? One of the things I learned from my venture friends is this concept of product market fit. Always these young entrepreneurs are told by my venture friends that don't push the product on the customer. Let the customer really pick it up, or the consumer pick it up, and your company will only be successful if you have the product market fit. Now, if you take private equity as an industry and the Indian business ecosystem as its customer or stakeholders, let's just see why buyout as a product really hit the product market fit, right? And I'll give you my perspective on why that is the case, having done this for nearly 2 decades. And more importantly, I'll also probably share one reflection I've had on why this product, while its name sounds so familiar to the Western vocabulary, is fundamentally and structurally different in this country. And I hope the conference today and the industry participants can shape the success of that product in the context of this country. So those are the 2 topics for today. So let's talk about why it has become what it has become. I think the superficial glance or the first cut of that would tell you that succession planning. A lot of entrepreneurs started businesses in 80s, 90s, they're coming of the age. The next generation doesn't want to do the same business, they want to do more cooler businesses with tech. That's definitely a reason. But that probably is only one reason. In my view, it has created some supply, but that is not at the crux of it. I think the crux of the product market fit is fundamentally on, in my experience, on the following thesis. India is growing, and so is its industries. Forget private equity for a minute. You look at any industry, the operating industries, the fact that they're growing, the profit pools in each of them is increasing. When profit pools increase, theory of capitalism, competition tend to increase. So each of the participants playing into that market is now answering that question, am I fully prepared to make the most out of the opportunity there? That's the fundamental question a founder, a management team, a CEO, a business is asking. Because the rules of the game are very different.
the competitive landscape is extremely high. So from just seeking growth capital, businesses today are asking, how do I become really competitive? Now let me give you some examples so that we can touch and feel. You're a consumer business, traditionally, let's say 40-year-old consumer business selling to mom and pop stores. The business, the founder, the management teams really haven't grappled with this question on what happens if my channel completely change from mom and pop to e-commerce, and then e-commerce to quick commerce. How do you really deal with price conflicts? How do I make sure that a quick commerce player, which is discounting the product to get customers by 20%, is not finding its way back to modern trade or general trade and not creating disruption? That question is not one which businesses in consumer industry have answered for the last 40 years. If you're a manufacturing business, yes, we want to make in India, we want to become the factory to the world, but how do you deal with tariff? Do you go through Mexico? Do you go through Thailand? Do you go through China? How do you, really reorient your supply chain? Let aside, I'll not talk about technology where the only and the central question in every business is AI. And what's happening in Valley is not something sitting in isolation in India, in the Silicon Valley of Bangalore. You can really answer it. So for every business, there are really existential questions which can either let you on the other side, or if answered right, can build a competitive differentiation which can make this business win in the time to come. And that's the partner which the Indian businesses are looking. And that's why you're finding private equities which have the ability, different capability to bring. And therefore, as I said, businesses are not just looking for growth capital, they're looking for enablers to build competitive differentiation. And that to me, in my experience, is the product market fit, which buyouts have cracked. Having said that, it's fundamentally and structurally very different than its vocabulary in the Western markets. And let me just share why, which I think will set the tone hopefully for the next day and for the industry participants to work upon. In the Western market, the concept of buyout starts with LBO. If you go to the 60s and the 70s literature, LBO means leverage buyout. You fundamentally buy a company, put meaningful leverage with very little equity. You tend to repay from the cash flow the leverage and in turn drive the business a little bit and cut cost. And when you cut cost, EBITDA grows, you have an expansion in equity value with very little expansion in the EV. In India, that's not the case. We don't do LBO. Leverage is not the driver of the return. Growth is. It's the EBITDA growth. Yes, the multiple expands because when you grow EBITDA, you also increase the quality of the business and therefore the multiple at exit is higher than the multiple at entry. But the driver of returns for the investor is growth, not leverage. We don't cut cost. In fact, I was with my colleagues in the US and we were talking about a lot of the Western, including Japanese private equity, is about cutting fat. And private equity or buyouts in India are all about building muscle. Digital, governance, M&A, product capability, you talk about it. And I'm sure through the day you will hear it from people like Amit Dalmia and others who are building operating capabilities in these companies, which are fundamentally building a new muscle. They're not cutting the fat. Third, take private. It's a term which is often used in the Western context, in the context of buyouts, where you go pick a sleepy company which is listed, not trading well. In India, actually, take public is the investment thesis. Take private versus take public, the capability set required for the buyouts in India is very different, if not completely different, than in the West. So I'll conclude by saying, the LBO should probably, in the context of India, should be renamed to GBO, leverage to growth, and I would say buyout to build out, because fundamentally private equity in India and the participants of India, by taking control, are trying to build scalable businesses. So I think leverage buyout to growth build outs is where I see this industry going, and hopefully the industry participants can do justice and deliver many sustainable franchises in the process of creating value for their investors. Before I conclude, I must thank a few people. I think firstly Manish, who's been chairing along with Karan the PE Buyout Council at IVCA. I must say, when you operate in isolation, you fully do not appreciate some of the common thematic issues. Sitting at a forum like this, you really know what's troubling the full industry, and you require champions like Manish and Karan to then guide, support, mentor, nudge at times the right stakeholders to get stuff done. So thank you, Manish and Karan, for your stewardship, leadership, and helping IVC achieve what it did. I would also thank the broader PE Council. A lot of support came from each member of the firm when we put together the report with McKinsey, and I think that along with the credibility of the firm itself, IVC and McKinsey, that report has given a very credible, and it's not salesy, that's why I'm using the words very careful. It's a very credible, informative report on what India has to offer for global investors. And I think that has attracted more capital, and hopefully it sets the foundation to attract even more in time to come. And then lastly, I think, Rajat, Akriti, the full PE Council for not just setting this event, but being the oil which keeps this engine going. So thank you so much. I really hope that the next day or so is meaningful. We all learn how to build out in India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amit. Well, buyout to build out. Thank you so much one more time for that thought-provoking address. May I please request you to take the center stage because we'd like to felicitate you with a memento, a token of appreciation. And may I please invite on stage Mr. Rajat Tandon, President at IVCA, to felicitate Mr. Amit Jain with a memento. Come on, let's give a big round of applause one more time. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing those fantastic perspectives. Yes, we have that one. Thank you. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause one more time. Some fantastic perspectives shared right there that will truly anchor the conversations that follow across capital control and long-term value creation. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Rajat. With that, can we set the stage for the conversation? Up next, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that the evolution of buyouts in India reflects a broader shift in promoter mindset and capital maturity. We now bring to you a fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to be joined by our industry stalwarts who will deliberate on the evolution of buyouts in India from minority stakes to control deals that will truly reflect on the shift towards controlled transaction and the market forces reshaping promoter attitudes and buyout structures. Like I said, we have some industry stalwarts who will be joining us for this fireside chat. But of course, we'd also like to encourage you to ask questions after every segment in case we have time. We'd love to incorporate a few questions as well. So do keep your questions ready during our segments. And first up for this fireside chat, please put your hands together. Joining us on stage is Mr. Manish Kejriwal, Managing Partner and Founder at Kedara Capital. Come on, let's put our hands together as he joins us on stage. A very warm welcome, sir. And he'll be in conversation with Mr. Vimal Kedia, Group Chairman and Founder at Manjushri Ventures. Well, sir, this is going to be the first conversation for the day, and we, and of course the audience as well, are truly looking forward to that. Over to you, gentlemen.
Vimalji, welcome. Thanks to Rajat and Akriti and everyone at IVCA for having us, and it's a pleasure to be the start of the events. I think what Amit Jain had to say was actually really important, and I think in this story that you'll hear, and here really the focus is on Vimalji, not on us, on what a phenomenal company not only did he create, but also many of the levers that Amit talked about, concepts like take private. I think this is the first time a private equity firm had taken a company private in India. This was 2015 when Kedara invested, when we invested very proudly with Vimalji. This thing about build out, lack of leverage and build out is also true. We have operating partners. It's a model that we followed from the get-go. We have a partnership with a firm which taught us this, which is Clayton, Dubilly and Rice. Very much a US-focused firm, but their operating partner expertise is second to none. And people like Nitin Paranjpai, who's the current chairman of Unilever, Keki Mistry, who was the deputy MD at HDFC, really are the ones who deserve all the credit at firms like ours. And they work very closely with promoters like Vimalji to do that. And at that time, actually, when in 2015, the operating partner who was most active with Vimalji was a gentleman named Vindi Banga, and he was very involved in supporting our efforts as a firm and with Vimalji. But again, this is less about LBOs and GBOs. If I was to, hopefully you'll give us time today, I want to do this in three parts. The first part is really Vimalji's story, what he would call from a bullock cart in Assam to a bullet train in Bangalore, right? It's a phenomenal story. I really want him to set the context to understand the depth of his thinking, even before we could pretend to add value as private equity. The second part, and we'll keep this somewhat closer, is the actual private equity involvement. It wasn't just us. Just for the facts, we entered Vimalji allowed us to invest in his company in 2015. We put about 240 odd crores was the approximate amount. We helped him take the company private, which itself took more time and effort than anything else we had done. Taking a company private isn't easy, we learned. And we sold it to our stake, along with some of Vimalji's stake, in a two-stage process to Advent about 3 or 4 years later. Our stake was created about a 4x and about a 46% IRR. Advent, with Shweta's leadership, then took it on and recently has sold that entire stake to PAG. They were thinking at some time to go public. So we can talk through why Vimalji thought private equity was useful, why he told us, you're not adding enough value, please get out. I want an international name like Advent. So that we'll talk about that story also. And then the final part, the third part of the talk, actually I think is the most critical one, which is, if I go back, we both have Marwari roots. My father started a textile company and a paper company many, many years ago. I spent the first 4 or 5 years of my career sort of double hatting, both as a McKinsey consultant and going to Nasik, which most people don't know about, on weekends to try to turn around a loss-making enterprise which my father refused to sell. And how that thinking from Marwari pride in not selling any part of even a loss-making industry to someone as visionary, and I'm not blaming Dad at all. It was the right decision for him at the right time, and we did what we could to support him. I think the outcome was phenomenally fantastic, but that's not the story. The story today is of Vimalji, how very early, despite all the value he created, he was visionary to see where he could extract value from private equity to really double his growth, such that his exit, his second exit, was at a much higher price and a much higher valuation. So if you look at the first thing that he sold to us, he did us a favor, of course, by letting us in, but he used us well to grow properly. What Amit was saying, EBITDA grew exponentially, the multiples also grew because the EBITDA grew, and that story we'll hear from him. But first, Vimalji, why don't we go back to the 70s, your schooling in Assam and the move to Bangalore, and give us a context on how you set up Manjushri.
Thank you, Manish, and very good morning to all of you. I started as an entrepreneur in Assam. Assam in 70s was very backward. people didn't even know many places that where did Assam is, because it's the farthest corner of India. I started with a very small amount of rupees 50,000, which ultimately has resulted into 1 billion valuation at which Advent sold to PAG in last 50 years. We are going to celebrate our Golden Jubilee this year. So the story goes like this, that we started with umbrella manufacturing and then immediately switched over to plastic packaging. The first factory which we built in Assam, there were no mini trucks to carry out the goods to the city. It used to be in a horse cart early morning. It used to carry 700 kg, and followed by the hand cart by another fellow humanly towing the cart by another 300 kg. So we have seen that era to today's, you see, ultimately shipping out by road, by sea, by air. So India has come out of those horse cart days today to bullet train, which every one of you is seeing. So we started in a place called Assam, Guwahati, which practically did not have any infrastructure, and even the nut bolts were imported from Calcutta. So when we started the factory, it was a government industrial state, small government industrial state of 5,000 square feet. And to complete the factory, we had to give a loan to the contractor because he was not able to finish the floor. He did not have money. Thereafter, the electricity was not there. So again, we had to support the contractor to put up the poles and bring the electricity. So we started with manufacturing plastics, and then, you see, we have seen the entire phases of business, right from starting with rupees 50,000 to getting a loan from Punjab National Bank after 1.5 to 2 years, rupees 4 lakhs, and then moving on, creating a new factory, moving out to Bangalore with the first ever public issue from Assam in 95. And we have seen immediately the Harshad Mehta episode, and thereafter we came to 2008 as a follow-on public issue. That time Reliance Power came in. So we have seen all the phases, and then of course Manish with his team rescued us in 2015, and that's the whole story. And we built the Manjushri brand, which is known as the first packaging, successful, exit in packaging industry. Packaging industry was not known before that with such a large valuation, and now it's a history. So that's the whole story we came through. If you remember those days, manual application forms were there. We had to stand out and get the forms printed. Those forms were distributed through the brokers and in newspapers, and people used to fill up every day. So those times were very different than what you just push a button today, fill up the form, transfer the money. Those days it was cash which was to be paid out in the banks, or rarely checks were used when we started in 95. So that's the whole story we go through, and experience is very different. Today's world is changed the whole thing.
Thanks, Vimalji. I was remiss, I forgot to mention earlier, not only one, it's Vimalji's anniversary. He's run away from his wife in Bangalore, but his son Ankit, who manages the family office, from all the proceeds they've generated over the years, given it's $1 billion company, is also in the room. So all you PE guys looking for funding, Ankit's the right guy to attack after the show. But on a more serious note, let's get back to Vimalji. Before we get to the PE involvement, you were already a listed company in the 90s and the thousands, as you mentioned, first listed company from Assam. The question often asked, and normally we do this later in the talk, but talk through why did you list your company so early? Then why did you delist it? And how was it running a listed company versus a private company?
We thought of listing in 95 because we wanted to set up a unit in Bangalore, and that time people were making very large money. It was just before Harshad Mehta's time or during that time, and we thought that's an easy way to access money because banks were very reluctant those days.
So almost venture capital like. You treated the IPO market like venture capital, which was, there were no other sources of equity that time.
Yes, there was no other source, and private people won't trust you. Those days were very different. And we somehow, made the issue successful because it was peak time of that incident, and I think most probably ours was the last public issue after the Harshad Mehta episode. The Bombay Stock Exchange was only working. All other regional stock exchanges stopped working, ceased to work. They were not allowed, and we did not have any trading of our stocks after listing for almost 13 years. It was 2008 when we did a follow-on public issue that we got listed in Bombay Stock Exchange.
Do you want to say why did you delist?
We delisted because we didn't want to have those quarterly pressures of results. And a lot of governance was there to be followed, and we wanted to be a bit free rather than getting into everyday reporting. And it was easy to, delist. And again, it was not easy. 2015, we had to get 90% of our stock from the market. It was not easy to buy out and collect 90%. There are still people who invested with us from Guwahati, friends and relatives who are holding 10,000, 20,000 shares, and they have not sold. They said, what did we spend? We only paid 10 rupees those days, and it was maximum 10, 15,000 we spent. Today it is more than 1.5, 2 crores.
Great. So let's then move to the second part of the talk, Vimalji. Circa early 2012, 2013, give us a sense on how the company was performing. Why did you bring in private equity? And tell us both what value did the two private equity players add? One was Kedara from 2015 to circa 2018 or so, and then Advent, and now PNG. Now PNG you're not that involved in anymore, I take it, but at least for the Kedara where you were running the show completely, and in Advent you were still the chairman of the company. How was the experience with private equity? And in each side, when Kedara sold to Advent, to Shweta's Advent, and then Advent sold to PAG, how did you feel? Did you feel like a partner in the process? Did you drive the process? How was that experience?
We never knew what is private equity those days. When Kedara started approaching us for the first time, we refused. No, we don't want any money. Then there was another person from Dubai, Sriram, from Reliance Capital, who used to call, why don't you expand? Why don't you do a JV? He said, we don't need it. We only want to be in Bangalore. No, go to this place, go to X place, and you can expand. I said, no, nothing doing. He kept on chasing us. Then one fine day I asked him, what will be the cost, whatever you do? He says, no cost, only on success. I said, then it's fine. Marwadi doesn't want to pay anything beforehand. So I said, what will be the cost? He said, not more than 3%. I said, okay, let me get the money, then we have to pay. Whether money comes or not is not known. So we joined hands with him. He took us to few international players for a JV which did not succeed. Those days, I think it was 2010 or 11, they wanted to pay peanuts, and that was not even cost of our land value of the factories. So we sat quiet, and the process was set on by him. He got us excited. Then I think Kedara got smell of ours from somewhere that it may be a good option for them. And why did we choose Kedara? You see, when you go to see a girl for marriage, you take all your big people with you and try to lure that, yes, the boy is good and the relatives and all other people are also great. So people like Manish, Sunish, Anand, topped by Vindi Banga, they all, you see, they made us interested. They showed us big dreams, actually, which materialized in no time. And when they came on the board, they brought a lot of value with us, which we never had to, or rather we never had the understanding. Because we were busy in our own self, growing by 25% year on year for many years. And as Kedara came in, we worked together to create value for the company. We acquired a company in North with 4 factories, which was closer to our customers, 2 in Baddi, 2 in Pantnagar. And thereafter we prepared for exit, because both of us had planned that we should exit with a right valuation in the right time. And when Kedara came in, our top line was around 600 crores. Rather, it was less than that, maybe around 450 crores, I don't remember exactly. And when we exited, it was 1200 crores in 3 years. And we had almost every multinational company working with us for their packaging requirement, including Coca-Cola, Pepsi, P&G, Nestle. You name the brand, we worked with them for their packaging throughout the country. And we had huge success in winning contracts. People didn't want to lose us because we were so closer to the manufacturing setup in North, West and South. Logistics played a big role with our packaging product because it's very lightweight. And of course the trust of Manjushri brand was very big, which I think both Advent and now P&G have experienced. That's how the company has grown to 1 billion valuation today.
Thanks for that, Vimalji. I'll just contrast this with the PE lens, just to give you both sides of the coin, and 2 aspects. Entry valuations, which I think was good and competitive in Vimalji's course. The way we looked at it, we remember the context. We had just founded Kedara in 2012. This was out of Fund 1, probably our 4th investment, or 3rd or 4th investment, I'm forgetting now. But for us, we loved, we still do a lot of stuff in financial services and consumer. We were very, very, and again, I didn't want him to hear it that time, very, very price conscious. We loved financial services. Our first few deals were in financial services. I mean, at that time, price to book was something which was, 1s and 2s. Now it's a little different. But the consumer companies, even that time, were ridiculously priced. So for us, packaging was, this is important, a proxy to consumer. And we thought instead of investing at a Hindustan Lever or a P&G at 40 times earnings, every bar of soap they would sell or every bottle of shampoo that they would sell, it would be coming out of Vimalji's factories. So we entered this as so it was the phrase is investing in the shovels and not in the gold mine, because to us, the packaging, whether it was paper packaging or plastic packaging, was the best proxy. And secondly, the acquisition that Vimalji talked about was critical. I think Vimalji was very focused in building a top-class company, but he was very much based in Bangalore, right? And there was a plant The going national came to us because when we saw Vimalji's customer base, and like he said, every global company, the Coca-Colas of the world were there, it was very critical for us to get a national footprint. And hence the acquisitive nature was to gain scale quickly. Again, our friends at E&Y helped us a lot in the acquisition. But it was to gain scale quickly and get a national footprint such that it would be a lot more attractive to the global majors. They would get a national footprint to supply as soon as they came into India. So I just wanted to reflect on that. So Vimalji, if I can then move, I see Rajat is a bit of a bully and he keeps pushing you on. I want to make sure we don't get further delayed. Anything else you wanted to add? Because I wanted to move to the family part then.
You can.
Okay. So I think the big thing here for me to realize, and I grew up in the Marwari environment myself, is, when things are going well, or even when things are going bad, you can't actually sell your business was what you grew up with. From my very first conversations that I can remember 6, 7 years old, we were talking about the family business. Our summer holidays, we were fooled. We spent our summer holidays at a very textile factory in a place called Yavatmal. The only thing we got was fresh oranges. And we believed that is what summer vacations were all about. So to sell that is a massive, which is why buyouts never happened in the 90s or the 2000s. You were one of the first, Vimalji, to think way ahead of your time, especially being in the Marwari community. How did you start thinking that way? And I can think of a minority investment. You went 2 steps ahead when nobody else had, and then finally sold the whole. What were you thinking about? Why did you first sell in partnership a large minority stake? Why did you exit completely? Talk a little bit about your thinking and philosophy.
When we partnered with you, we had no idea of exiting. But when we worked together, we realized one thing, that when the fruit is ripe, you should pluck it. So, 3 years working with Kedara, the result was great. The value creation was very different, and it could not have been a better time to exit together, because any industry which we have seen in our cycle, when it grows beyond 30, 35 years, you start losing the sheen of it because of competition, because of cheaper machineries, because of, you see, huge population in India, 1.4 billion people, everyone wants to be an entrepreneur, and hordes of people come in, your prices reduce, the companies who are your customers, they try to blackmail you that I am getting at X price and you should also come closer to that, take some 2%, 3% extra, and you need to be falling in the line. So those things were being seen by us, and our industry, PET, basically the plastic packaging industry, was quite old. So we came out together due to that reason, that let's encash the valuation at the right time. And we were very satisfied with almost the exit valuation, although the check given by Manish was very small, but it multiplied into 10x. And with their relationship, with their initial working with us before we signed on, we found them very different. We found them a part of the family before we signed up. And that was the, you see, why we came closer and we signed up at whatever valuation they told us. We said, let's have the experience, we will grow together, and definitely they will create value for us. And they did it.
Vimalji, when you ran the company, obviously we also dealt with your brother Surendraji. There were 3 or 4 members in the next generation. Can you give us a sense, after selling the business, what is everyone doing in the family?
You see, another reason of exiting the business was I had two sons and a brother, four of us together, and the second generation also, third generation also coming up, my brother's son and subsequently my grandchildren. So we thought it's time to exit. All of us may not be of the same mindset of the current generation to second and then the subsequent generation. So it's better to let everyone find their own way, what they want to do. And I think that is the way succession should be thought for by everyone. It makes life easier and comfortable and creates value also for everyone.
But Vimal, just if I can, this will be the last question. What are they doing? Talk about the paper cup, the textile factory. What did you all seed with the monies that you received from PNG and Advent?
We invested in a very niche technology of technical textile, wherein we are manufacturing non-woven fabric, which is used for medical as well as hygiene industry. In medical, if you see the blue color surgeon gowns, masks, drapes, bed sheets, everything is made out of that. It's basically an infection control fabric. It can be used for any kind of infection. If you remember, in the COVID, this was extensively used. And in the hygiene industry for diapers and sanitary pads and many more things. And also, it can be converted to any kind of requirement by addition of chemical treatment like fire retardant, anti-static, even in nuclear warfare. But again, it needs a lot of variation, a lot of treatments and a lot of different techniques. So one is that business, which is quite big, and in 3 years now we are multiplying by 100%. Then second business, we acquired another company which is into paper cup manufacturing, which disposable paper cups if you see. And third is the venture capital fund, which is run by my younger son, the technical textile by elder son, and my brother looks after the paper cup business. So we learned the art of acquisition also with Kedara over the years. And before that, getting into the technical textile, which was practical in medical field, we also acquired a local medical company which was distributor for this technical textile. So that's how we moved on.
So I just want to say, from an external perspective, you normally hear of the family selling, creating a family office. We know Harsh Goenka and Uday Kotak's views on that. We'll keep that behind. Here's a very successful example where Vimalji and his family decided to monetize at the top. Very difficult to do that. But more importantly, the proceeds of that wasn't just a family office. It was a very active VC fund, as he mentioned, and selectively using their operating expertise and background to acquire relatively cheap assets, add value, and create many more Manjushris in the years ahead. So it's a very great combination of both taking the operating and investing expertise in their way forward. We've run out of time, but if there are any dying questions, especially for Vimalji, not for me, just would love to have them. Go ahead.
Yes, Assam is one of the finest places in India. If you have not been there, you will not find a single patch of land without greenery. It's a beautiful place, unexplored. And if you go to the tea gardens, it's a different world. So Assam now has grown quite a bit, but living in Bangalore, in an air-conditioned city, 24/7, it's difficult to go anywhere.
Go ahead.
Sir, my question is to both of you.
So introduce yourself for a brief second, just for Vimalji's benefit.
Sir, my name is Arvind Mathur. I used to be a former worker in IVCA.
Being modest, he's the father of the IVC.
No. Rajat is. But my question is to both of you, sir. It's that, when we talk about private equity and buyouts, there's one very important factor, which is value creation. So in terms of value creation, Manish ji, how did you add value? And Vimal ji, what was your attitude towards a private equity fund coming in and saying we want to create value?
See, when we partnered with Kedara, we never felt that there is a private equity looking over us. They were just like family. And they always participated equally in every phase of our journey for 3 years. So it all depends who is your partner in private equity. There are some passive, there are some active. So we found very different world in Kedara, and it cannot be described. We have been recommending them whenever they go and approach someone, and they call in turn to us. And I think most of them were happy partnering with them. And everyone exited with good numbers as of now. Manish will tell you.
No, Arvind, it's really, we can pretend to add as much value. I think as PE, the single most important thing is to understand what you're finally a consigliere, especially in the Indian context, to a family. Right? So we have situations where we have 100% control. We have situations where we have a 10% control. Our level of involvement doesn't vary by our equity ownership. The Western model is very much, as your equity ownership increases, you add that much operating muscle. Completely inappropriate in India, right? So in this situation and others, they may be, depending on the situation, you add the right amount of help to support the family in this very situation. And I would say even in the 100% control, let's give you two consumer company. We have 100% ownership with in Vishal Megamart, and we had only 10% in Manyavar, two other consumer companies. I will tell you, we probably put in more Kedara working hours in Manyavar than we did. The days where there's a model and you come in as private equity and you have a 100-day model and a 1,000-day model and you have deliverables does not work. Please tell us when we're running out of time, because don't be shy. You weren't shy when you introduced it.
So we'll just take one last question.
Okay, sure.
So this side.
Yeah, hi, I'm Pranav Joshi, CEO of Altamount Capital. My question is for Manish. So you did explain, gave us a glimpse of how you add value. My question is a follow-up for that in case where you are now having an operating partner presence, etc. In case of any difference of opinion on a key strategy related to the business, how would you tend to resolve it? And if it's not getting resolved, then who yields?
The key difference being between the operating partner and the investing partner, the difference between the operating partner and the promoter, between the investing partner and the promoter.
Between the fund and the promoter. Let me put it that way.
So, firstly, I'll tell you, to be honest, and I'm not trying to be cute, there are far more differences between the operating partner and the investing partner than there are between the investing company and the operating company. Right? So, and I really believe this obligation to dissent, which is the culture we build up, you really are trained to think differently. So your same person looks very differently by different animals, right? So I would say as the internal differences within a private equity firm, you try to resolve to the best answer. Vis-a-vis the portfolio company, you typically would leave it to their final decision, number one. Number two, if you disagree with them constantly, you probably shouldn't have invested there in the first place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? There was an absolutely stimulating conversation. Well, I believe we have a few more hands coming up, but we're running out of time. But I'm sure our speakers would be more than happy to catch with all of you offline. With that, may I please invite on stage Mr. Ashish Kotech, our partner at Bain Capital, to join us and felicitate both our speakers with a memento, a token of appreciation. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a big round of applause for both our stalwarts on stage. Thank you so very much. A conversation that was truly grounded in real deal experience and long-term market perspective. Thank you. Thank you so much. Would request you to please come together for a group picture. So can we please take the center stage and let's get your clicked together in the same frame. A fantastic chat, a conversation right there on the evolution of buyouts in India from minority stakes to control deals. Thank you one more time. Okay, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, stay glued to your seats as we are about to move forward to our next segment. Well, you will agree with me when I say that India's private equity market has entered a phase of structural maturity, one defined not merely by the quantum of capital deployed, but by the nature of ownership, depth of engagement, and clarity of exit pathways. And this is where EY brings to you Private Equity Buyouts in India, the Trends and Insights report, which will highlight how India's PE market is decisively shifting from minority growth capital to control-oriented value creation-led buyouts. And in the esteemed presence of our dignitaries right here in the audience, we'd like to launch this very anticipated report and to do the honors. I'd like to invite on stage, please put your hands together for Mr. Vivek Soni, partner and private equity leader at EY India. Come on, let's put our hands together for Mr. Vivek Soni joining us on stage. And to launch the report, I'd also like to invite back on stage Mr. Manish Kejriwal, managing partner and founder at Kedara Capital, to join us as well. May I please invite Mr. Manish Kejriwal to join us as well for the report launch. Also inviting Mr. Anurag Gupta, leader at EY Parthenon India, to join us as well. And may I also please invite Mr. Rajat Tandon, President at IVCA, to join us for the launch of this very anticipated report titled India's Private Buyouts in India Trends and Insights Report. Yes, we have the copies here on stage. And just like the launch that we do every time at IVCA, with my countdown and your applauses, we will have this very anticipated moment right here on stage. 3, 2, 1. Can we have the launch? Come on, we need your applauses, ladies and gentlemen. The launch of the very anticipated report that will truly highlight how India's PE market is decisively shifting, like I said, from minority growth capital to control-oriented value creation-led buyouts. Fantastic, and many congratulations to the entire team. And yes, like sir said, Mr. Vivek, this stage is yours now. You can take it ahead.
Second half, we'll come back and go through the highlights of this report. But in the meantime, do download it and hope you find it useful. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Well, like sir mentioned, that we also have a QR code right there on your 10 cards that is placed on the table. So you all can go ahead, scan the QR code, and that's where you get all the insights of the report as well. Well, up next, we have one more report launch, ladies and gentlemen, that will focus and talk about leveraging integrated operational diligence for value creation. And once again, I'd like to first up invite on stage Mr. Anurag Gupta, leader, EY Parthenon India, to join us on stage. Along with that, may I also please invite back Mr. Manish Kejriwal, managing partner and founder, Kedara Capital, to join us as well. And may I please also invite back Mr. Rajat Tandon, President at IVCA, to join us for the report launch. Yes, can we please have the copies on stage? It's time to report the very anticipated report that will talk about and focus on leveraging integrated operational diligence for value creation. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we need to have some applauses. It's time to launch our report titled Leveraging Integrated Operational Diligence for Value Creation. Many, many congratulations. Come on, everyone. Can we have one more copy of the report on stage, please? So we do have that. Come on, everyone. We need to give a big round of applause. Many, many congratulations to the entire team. A very pertinent report right there that will talk and focus about leveraging integrated operational diligence for value creation by India. Many congratulations to the entire team. And yes, as the 10 cards are placed on the table, go ahead, scan the QR code. That's where you get all the insights of the report, and therewith you can find the trends and insights, and of course you all can download those copies as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move forward to our next segment. Let us now set the stage for a panel discussion that will talk about value creation playbook for Indian buyouts. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you would agree with me when I say that value creation in Indian buyouts is increasingly defined by operational depth, execution discipline, and long-term readiness for exit. And we now bring to you the very first panel discussion for the day on value creation playbook for Indian buyouts that will give us some nuanced perspectives from our dignitaries joining us on stage on how private equity firms drive value across the buyout life cycle, from strategy formulation and execution to exit preparation. So I would request everyone, I do see a few of them, people standing at the back end of this hall. You can please join us here. We have a few seats available here. So you all can join us and take your seats. That's where we begin with a very interesting segment, the first panel discussion of the day, titled Value Creation Playbook for Indian Buyouts. And first up, joining us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Amit Dalmia, Senior Managing Director at Blackstone. Come on, let's put our hands together as he joins us for this discussion. A very warm welcome. Also joining us on stage, please put your hands together for Ashish Kotecha, Partner at Bain Capital. A very warm welcome, sir. We're also inviting on stage Parampreet Singh Bhasin, Managing Director and Head, Enhancing Portfolio Value Creation at Chris Capital, to join us as well. I would request you to take your seats as per the pictures on screen. And to spearhead this conversation, joining us on stage is Anurag Gupta, Leader, EY Parthenon India, to join us as well. A very warm welcome, sir. Well, a segment we're truly looking forward to, the first panel discussion for the day. Well, over to Mr. Gupta. You can take it ahead from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's been a great start to the entire IVCA summit with Amit Jain starting off, giving us nuggets on what's really happening in India, how our buyouts being seen as compared to the Western world, the whole product market fit, and so on and so forth. We had some interesting insights from Manish and Vimalji in terms of how the relationship between the family and the investing fund really plays out and value creation happens. With us now, we have, I would say, three real stalwarts. Collective experience of value creation amongst them would be, I think, something that we all look forward to learning from. We have Amit. Amit leads portfolio operations for Blackstone in Asia, Amit. So we'd like to hear from you, your experience, not just in India, and how do you compare that across markets. We have Ashish. Ashish, again, leads a lot of value creation work across Asia with a big focus on India, obviously. And we have Param, who leads portfolio value creation for Chris Capital in India. Thank you so much for this time. Amit, starting off with you, we know the context. We've seen, obviously, the big focus on buyouts and really more than 20% of investments of some of the funds have been in buyouts. What's your take, if I may start off with? What's your belief? How's this evolved for you, based on the experience that you've had across not just India and Asia?
Thanks, Anurag. Good morning, everyone, and it's my pleasure to share the stage with my dear friends Ashish and Param. Let me just give a step back on Blackstone. We started our office in India in 2005. When we started, we dabbled with various strategy. At that time, the private equity industry in India was not mature. But soon we realized that we need to figure out what we are good at. And in 2012 is when we pivoted towards control strategy. And from 2012 till now, so last 14 years, we would have done 40 plus investments in Asia, and all of them are control or control-oriented investments. And that has rewarded us quite well in terms of, if you look at the returns, 20+% dollar IRR, and many of you might have seen Steve quoting publicly in all the forums that India is the best performing geography for Blackstone globally. So that's the evolution which we have seen within Blackstone. And if you think about the industry in India, I would say that there are 3 phases we have seen, which is first phase of, let's say, 1995 till 2010, which is the early stage, global firms coming into the country, dabbling with various strategy, etc. 2010 to 2020 is where I would call stage of consolidation. Firms trying to figure out and consolidate their strategy. Many of the domestic firms like Kedara, etc., coming into the market. Growth and VC investments coming into the country. And from 2020 onwards, what I call as phase of acceleration. So in terms of deployment velocity, Asia funds being raised. Right now we are raising our Asia 3 fund, and it's about $13 billion, twice the previous fund size. And the way we have seen, Amit Jain spoke about the evolution of towards buyout market. And I think the issue, one is we talk about the founder succession, etc. Second is the changing landscape. But in my view, what is another most important thing is the development of the whole ecosystem, which is basically earlier, if the founders were not confident of ceding control to the PE firms, because PE firms were not ready. But now, PE firms have invested in the operating capability, developed the management network. So there's a whole ecosystem which kind of works well with everybody. We have enough and more examples where, founders have sold, let's say, 70-80% stake to firms like us, maintaining 20-30% stake. And the value which that 20-30% has created is significantly more than what the 100% stake would have created. So we have seen that whole ecosystem coming in play, and I think that's what is driving the whole buyout space.
So it's a great collaborative partnership between the founder family and the PE firm. Ashish, coming to you, do you also sort of believe in buyouts as an investment philosophy? What has changed according to you in India over the last few years? I mean, Amit mentioned about the 3 phases since 2020. Is it also about the ecosystem, or is it about more macroeconomic play that India is sort of going through, the confidence of past experiences? How do you see this whole buyouts playing out?
Look, I think I'd build on what Manish said and a little bit of what Amit said as well. Particularly what Manish said. If you think about, the journey of private equity in India, it often did start off with minority stakes. I think the approach some funds like ours have taken is what you do is the same whether you have a minority stake, significant minority stake, or control. It's the how you do it that really shifts. I think that's the basic philosophy with which certain funds, buyout funds from the US have come in, have sort of taken to the Indian market. I think that's been the core of what we've thought about. So if I look at our own journey, we started with significant minorities, we then went on to control, and today we do a blend, but probably more buyouts and more control. What hasn't changed is, today a third of our team in India is what we call the portfolio group or the value creation team. So 1/3 of our 30 plus people team in India is focused purely on working with our companies and driving value creation. If I think about our investment committee, we have a permanent member from the portfolio team on each investment committee. So that right from the beginning, there's a lens on what is it that we're really going to do with these businesses, which I think then sets the foundation for all the value creation that happens. So yes, I agree that the market has definitely shifted towards families having a preference and openness to getting in investors like us for control. But, like Amit was saying, a lot of that foundational enabling stuff has also happened within funds and within the ecosystem to enable that, which has been great.
Understood. Okay. Param, do you exactly see the same way? What really do you bet on when you consider a buyout? Is it, Manish mentioned about capability building, Amit Jain spoke about the whole product market fit. So entrepreneurs are very good at building product market fits through. And then do you see yourself coming in and betting on product capability, or is it professionalization of that business? How do you really create value when you consider a buyout?
No, I think to just adding on to what Amit and Ashish just said, right? So as Chris Capital, our journey has mirrored as one of the oldest private equity firms in the country, right? Our journey has mirrored the industry itself. We started off mainly as a minority investor, to be honest, right? But I think the vision was clear that we wanted to get into buyouts because the market was shifting there. And about almost a decade back, we started building our operating capabilities to what Amit said, right? Which meant also we started bringing this lens of, let's say, what we call as an operating diligence, the report that you've just released. We started doing that almost about 8-9 years back to understand what can we add as operators into the business that we're investing in from that perspective. And I think fundamentally, the perspective or the shift that is needed for us, to Amit's point again, is the fact that in a buyout, you become the primary risk taker in chief, right? So that's where I think for us to kind of also think through some non-conventional levers while, let's say, you're betting in a minority construct to say, let's go ahead, there's good industry, good firm to go in. The question here is what can we add, right? Can we add a new business? Can we add a new geography? Can we add a new product line, etc.? And that pretty much gets defined in the diligence itself, for us at least, to figure out what can we do differently to get outsized return to what Amit's point was initially as well.
Fantastic. So it's very clear. I think we've heard, Amit, Ashish, Param, that there is a great deal of confidence in approaching deals with a buyout mindset. So I think if we move on, the big thing is now how do you really create value? There seems to be consensus that we are all in for buyouts. You mentioned about the depth of the operating teams that are being built. How else do you really sort of create value? Have you really built a playbook over time? Do you think, whether it's the performance incentive structures for management, whether it's a suite of external experts, bringing in professional CEOs, bringing in best practices in governance, how do you really go about creating value? I mean, we did see Manish and Vimalji speaking about it, irrespective of the stake. How do you really connect with that? So Amit, coming back to you, have you, apart from building operating teams, how else have you sort of built capability in your operating teams to create value?
Yeah, so our strategic framework to create superior returns is basically buy right, build right, and sell right. And for building right, we have the entire operating team, and as a global firm, we have almost 100 professionals within Blackstone and 120 senior advisors who work with us. And, I've been with Blackstone now for 16 years, and over this period of time, have seen different industries, different companies, different businesses, different markets. And it's like a playbook now. One could get a sense of that this works well. And typically in any of the company, there are 5 levers which we play on. The first one is revenue acceleration. So we all know that, in this market, growth is what is going to get you the right multiple. And there are enough and more examples of like Emphasis, which is a IT services company owned by us, where when we bought it from HP, revenue was declining by 4% per annum for almost like 12 quarters. Our investment committee gave us tough time that why would you like to invest in a company which has a declining revenue, etc. But you have a own CEO candidate, and you have a story that what you can do in this company. And last 9-10 years, it's been 10+% growth. And I think on revenue acceleration, one thing which I feel great pride of is what we call as power of one Blackstone. So we have 270 plus portfolio companies. We have network of advisors, board members, bankers, people whom we can reach out to, etc. So we develop and nurture this network. How can we help our companies? For instance, our US companies are looking for, there are many SaaS companies we have invested in. They are looking at cost optimization, efficiency improvement. Our Indian companies provide those services. So bringing them together, creating a win-win partnership. So we kind of run this as a proper program. So that's one lever. Second is operational excellence, productivity improvement, cost optimization. The third pillar is tech transformation, where what we've seen is tech not just as a vertical to invest in, but a horizontal capability which cuts across companies, across industries, and how it can fundamentally change the business model. And we have seen companies like Sona Comstar, which was traditional internal combustion engine auto component supplier, and becoming a largest electric vehicle auto component, and we made 15 times return on that investment. IBS software, from a licensed software to a SaaS software. So how can you leverage technology to transform the business model? The fourth pillar is M&A, but I think the fifth one, which is the most important one, which underlies all these initiatives, is basically to have a best-in-class leadership team. At Blackstone office, I can think about all the strategy, etc., but nothing will happen if you don't have strong, capable management team on the ground. And at times, I feel like we run a recruitment firm, hiring some 40 to 60 executives and board members across our companies. But that's a big muscle which we have developed, and that, I think, makes a big difference to the returns which you are able to generate in the firms.
Fantastic. I think so. Ashish, just on this point on leadership, right? There is always a lot of incumbency in many of these portfolio companies when you get in. Obviously, there is strength of that incumbency. They understand the operations. They understand the product and the market better. But at the same time, there'll always be this challenge of change management, of evolving as the portfolio business grows. So these softer aspects of leadership, of management capability, talent in the organization at the senior to the mid levels, how do you really tackle that? I mean, is that something that as you've operated some of these portfolio companies, is that a big challenge that you see?
Look, I think, as Amit said, it's an incredibly important part of how you add value is whether you've got the right people and you've set them up for success and you're managing them well. If you think about an average private equity journey, it's 5 years, 20 quarters. It takes you 3 or 4 quarters to understand the business, understand what's going on. Then you've got, let's say, 12, 13 quarters to do your work because you need another, 7, 8 quarters of stability to exit, right? So you've got a very short window to drive a bunch of change. And therefore, right at the beginning of the investment, being clear on, is this a situation where we're going to back an existing management team, or, as Amit was mentioning, as part of the underwriting, do we need to find and back a new management team, becomes incredibly important. So right up front, during underwriting, we spend a lot of time figuring out which of the two lanes are we, going into. Once we're in there, by the time we get to our final investment committee, you have a pretty clear sense based on a different set of tools we use and structured discussions we have, where you've got a hypothesis on what the go-forward team needs to be. Now, once you're in the first 6 months, we are literally, as a deal and portfolio team, connecting every week and assessing whether we've made the right call on management. Because, if you decide you want to make a CEO change, it'll take you, again, a couple of quarters to find a CEO, notice periods, then it'll take that new CEO another couple of quarters to ramp up. You've lost a year and a half, right? So if you have to make that decision, make it fast. So I'd say there's an incredible focus on getting it right. It is an art and a science, because to be honest, you can't be too scientific with it. You can make both work. You can go in with an existing team. You can find a new team. If you're going in with an existing team, then I think your question is very relevant, which is how do you increase the heart rate of that team? Yeah. Because ultimately, again, time, as cliched as it is, time is money within a private equity context, and how quickly you can drive the change is as important as the magnitude of change you can drive. So again, we've got a way in which we gradually get an existing management team, if that's the path we're going, to start operating at a different level, right? And I think that's where the partnership we have with our value creation team who embeds themselves in the companies, I think that helps. The last thing I would say on this, on this point is often when we're building new management teams, you end up hiring, the best sales and marketing guy, the best ops guy, the best HR person, all coming from best-in-class companies, each which has its own unique culture and its own unique way of doing things, right? So we also spend a lot of time, again, an art and a science, we've developed certain tools on how do you not just have a collection of A players, but an A team. And in the first 6 months of a team's journey, we go through we call them structured journeys with our teams to get them together, to get them, completely behind a shared vision of where they want to go and get them to operate with each other differently. Because until you get that right, the team won't be able to deliver what you need it to deliver.
So just picking on that, Ashish, just what you mentioned, when do you really build a value creation plan in a buyout context? Is it something that you create upfront before the investment and get it approved with the investment committee, as well as get buy-in with, let's say, the founders or the CEO and the management team? Or is it something that you take a couple of quarters to sort of detail out fully? Your investment thesis is clear, but the detailing of the plan and the buy-in happens later. How do you really time the whole thing?
See, I'll give you an honest answer, and it depends on, again, is this a significant minority control? During the diligence phase, you're buying and selling. Example, margin improvement being an example.
Yeah.
There's also a sense you have on what are the foundational building blocks that need to be improved. So for example, IT, tech, you'll have a little bit of a hypothesis saying, it's a yellow, we need to work on it. So final investment committee, you'll have a value creation plan. And based on that, you'll have an investment case that drives your returns and the IC gives you approval. The reality is, when you get into a business, it's like you're dating and now you're married. You discover more about the business. The competitive environment changes, the macro changes, government policy shifts. So over the course of our investment, the value creation plan is a living, breathing document. It's almost, and it's the job of what we call the portfolio team at Bain Capital. We call them quarterbacks or team captains. It's the job of that person to keep that refreshed. So, you're 6 months in and you realize we thought there was a big pricing opportunity. You did the work SKU by SKU and you realize it's 3%, you're underwritten 5%, there's a gap in your value creation bridge, then it's your job to say, what else can we do, right? So you have to think of value creation as a living, breathing sort of document that you keep current. You keep it current at the beginning, you keep it current during the investment phase, and even when you're getting ready to exit, you have to have a value creation plan ready for the next buyer, right? So I think, again, people think of it as a static document. It's not. It's a living, breathing document, and at least in our context, it's the portfolio group's job, working with the deal team, the founders, the management team, to synthesize and have a view on how we're going to make money in this deal, given everything that's happening now.
And do you need to course correct as you go through this?
All the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Or you back the same plan and you believe, no, it's an execution challenge, or do you think, no, we've got to get the strategy revised? How do you course correct?
I'll give you an example. At L&T Finance, when we invested, we had a hypothesis that we should sell the asset. And they had an AMC, a mutual fund business, and we said you have to sell it. So that was our underwriting. We had already spoken to a few bankers. We knew what value could be generated. We had aligned with, the parent. But we got in and, our CEO said, look, I really don't think we should sell this business now. There's another whole wave of value creation we can do, and we can double it, triple it. So we course corrected. We said, okay, let's not. And that was the right answer. We sold the business, a couple of years later. We made 3 times what we thought we would have made with that particular slice. So you have to be dynamic. And at all points in time, you have to be nimble enough to know, what you thought was right and is not. And that's that's also an art and science, right? Because if you thought there's a big pricing opportunity, you're 6 months or a year in, you're not seeing it. Either you can keep at it because maybe you can actually get it, or you be practical and say, not the right idea, let's move on to the next idea. So that's always a challenge.
Interesting. But I'm coming to you. The importance of diligence in a buyout, right? I mean, how do you look at when you do diligence? Obviously, it's many times it's a competitive context. Timelines, like Ashish mentioned, are short. There are hard assets and then there are soft assets. How do you really the importance of diligence, the level of detailing that you go into, whether it's operational or strategic, sectoral, macro, as well as the business, the management team. How do you really approach diligence in a buyout context? Is it very different? You did briefly mention 8-9 years back you started doing, let's say, operational diligences. The softer aspects is extremely important, and you might not have time. You don't know whether you have the right management team. You don't know whether the leadership is right or not, whether the direction. So how do you go about it in a time constraint?
No, so that's actually one of the most important aspects before we invest, right? To Ashish's point, we should have a framework or a sort of a broad value creation plan which we should at least underwrite at the investment committee, and then post that in the first, let's say, couple of quarters, we chalk it down like to the nth level so that we know the how of what we'll get, right? But to be honest, diligence is probably the most important time where we need to assess not just the opportunities but also the risk along with it, right, from that perspective. So over a period of time, we've developed our toolkits like Ashish was mentioning, whether it's on the margin improvement levers, pricing levers, etc. But more importantly, I think, again, I'm just relating to what Amit just said, almost 50% of the time post-deal goes into recruitment for the team, right? And that's the same kind of ratio that we spend pre-deal as well, where whether it's management assessment or even what we firmly believe in just as a philosophy is hiring for the future. So if we are taking this business from X to 4X in about 5 years, there'll be many opportunities where you will have to kind of add new layers or new structures. So we just trying to understand those gaps in the organization as well, right? Because at a smaller scale, it's easier for me to manage this through 3 BUs to, let's say, Ashish's point. But if I really want the AMC business to flourish, I might want to assess and hire the right leader at that point in time, which may not be commensurate to the scale of that business that time. But that's what you're hiring for the future. So assessing the gaps in the org, not just for today, but also for the, let's say, 4X size. Assessing the management, not just for today, but also for the later, does take a lot of time. Apart from, let's say, assessing if there are white spaces in terms of revenue acceleration opportunities, if there's a margin improvement, again, going SKU by SKU, doing the assessment at scale, maybe 2X of your scale, would you get more economies of scale? All of that gets chalked out, but I think the rubber hits the road post-deal when you chalk it out and make it an nth level plan in probably a couple of quarters post-investment.
I'll come to you, Amit. Now we're getting a little candid. What have been the kind of, I know you mentioned 20% plus dollar IRR, fantastic sort of scale up of investments, portfolio companies. I'm sure there'll be failures, some investments which didn't go right. Any examples, any reflections you have in the learnings that came from that, especially in the Indian context?
I think, as Ashish also mentioned, there are enough and more case studies and examples which you come across where what you thought you are underwriting and what you thought is the business turns out to be very different. Maybe because of external factors, maybe because of internal factors, but whichever way. And you have to deal with it. And therefore, what do you do thereafter? And as Ashish rightly mentioned, that strategy planning is like a living, breathing document which you live with. And one of the things which we do in every company is that pre-investment, you have a management case which management has represented. You have an IC, investment case, which investment teams have put together after doing some haircut, etc. But then once you get into the company, you create one document, one strategy document, which is effectively signed off between the management team, investing team, and operating team. And then every year, you look at that strategy, whether the business is on course and requires some course correction or not. I'll give you one example. One of the companies which we invested in, a company called PGP Glass. It's a specialty glass bottle manufacturing company. We bought it from Piramal Group. Yeah. They are obviously astute businessmen, so everybody thought that what are we going to do with the business? But we had our own playbook, our own thesis, what we can do with this business. But immediately after buying this business, COVID hit, supply chain got disrupted, international freight rate, so a container from India to US which used to cost $2,500 became $15,000. And freight cost as a percentage of revenue from 7% became 30%. So effectively, entire EBITDA was getting wiped out. Management team was getting stressed out that, Blackstone has just bought it, and, the EBITDA is getting completely wiped out, what will happen, etc. And we worked with the management team that it's fine. It's an external event which has happened. I still remember that globally we had a list of companies, what we call as red list or watch list. And this company featured in that. So I had to present to John Gray, our COO, saying that what are we doing in this business and how will we bring it back on track. But the fact is, as everybody mentioned, that we come from a position of partnership. It's not the owner-manager culture. It's about partnering with the management team and trying to seek a solution to the problem what you have. So whether you have to take price increase, cost rationalization, whatever you need to do, you put in place all those enablers. And now, obviously, with the geopolitical issues and the tariff coming in, so this company has seen enough and more in the last 4 or 5 years. But the fact is, right now, EBITDA of this business is 2.5 times of what it was when we bought this business. Things have changed. Management team is the same management team which was there when we invested in this company, but working together with a partnership approach, finding the solution, trying to get whoever could help, whether it's a consulting firm, whether it's an advisor, whether in the European and US market to open the door in the new customers, can we get somebody on the board, etc. So find whatever you can to help management achieve the destiny what you think you can get to. So there are enough and more examples where things have not played out as you wanted, but you effectively have been able to correct. There are still some situations where it has not got course corrected yet, but that's our job to get that on track.
Fantastic. Let's move on to the important, I would say, elephant in the room always, which is technology and AI. Right? We are seeing the impact of AI, the enabling powerful capability that it could bring, or the disruption it could bring to value creation plans in a sector. We've seen how Anthropic and Claude have suddenly changed the value of an IT services business and so on. Also, there is a lot that is happening which is driven by AI. Does that change your investment philosophy for any of the sectors? Do you see that as something that you would want to wait and watch out how it plays, or you continue to still go with your plans, saying that we got to build an all-weather portfolio, and we will sort of deal with this as we will leverage it. I'm sure there are winners and losers, and you'll leverage it as you go along. Or are you a bit more cautious about it as you build your value creation plan in your existing portfolio, as well as some of the new assets you might be looking at?
Yes, of course, this is the hot topic, and as a firm, we are investing a lot in what we call as picks and shovels, and not directly investing necessarily in the AI companies. But if I look at the portfolio right now, I would say there are two types of companies what we have. One are the companies where there is an existential issue, where it's about, you have to have AI as your friend, make it embed as part of your business, otherwise the model could get disrupted. IT services, BPO companies, etc., which we have invested in. If you don't do that, you will have a major impact on the business. And then you have set of companies which are, let's say, more industrial companies or financial services, where you can look at processes, optimize with AI. So commonly these days I say to our companies that with AI, either you double the growth rate or you reduce your cost by half. Now you choose which one do you want to go. Obviously these are extreme cases, but that's what we want to drive with the companies. We have a global head of operating team, Rodney. He comes from McKinsey, and he used to head digital and AI there. And every company we are saying there are 5 things on AI. Every company is having AI strategy. But I think there are 5 features which we are saying are important. One is the top-down commitment. So as shareholder, board, CEO, you have to be committed to it, and it's not the CIO, CTO function. Second is business-first approach. It's not a science project. Yeah. So let's not keep investing money and not looking for, so what is that which will move the needle on the business side, and therefore make those projects as something which you want to go after. Third is having a clear ROI. What's the return which we are expecting? Time-bound manner, clear, measurable KPI, etc., which you have to track. The fourth thing is data as an asset. We all in private equity talk about AUM. now there's a new word called DUM, data under management. So, you have a massive scale of data, etc. How do you optimize that data and make this work, right? And finally, path to scale. There are projects and pilots you can keep doing. Eventually, it has to give you tangible, large, replicable business model which you can incorporate across the organization. So those are the 5 parameters across which, based on which we are evaluating AI strategy of each of our companies.
Fantastic. Ashish, you mentioned 12 quarters, right? So technology and AI, are you able to really drive change and value through in a short span of time?
Look, I think there's a lot more emphasis now on this topic. I think there's 2 parts to it. One is just the simple tech backend, because I think in many of the businesses we invest in, particularly in financial services, it becomes quite critical to have a tech stack that works, makes sense, is relevant. Often that entails lots of investment, so making sure you prioritize that investment and get the right bang for buck. So there's a lot of thinking that happens up front there. That is a multi-year journey, and you have tech debt, etc. So I think the question is, how do you get your companies on that journey quickly? Will you see all of that play out? No, but I think it'll allow you in the first 2-3 years to see bulk of it, where you start seeing benefits from it. I think on the AI topic, we take a pretty similar approach to what Amit laid out, which is there's a bunch of industry verticals where the impact is imminent and obvious. IT services being a great example. And, we have a set of lean in, lean out investment themes. We don't, particularly, for example, revenue cycle management is something we've stayed out of because we feel structurally that will be very impacted. So there's a bunch of investment decisions we now make around that. I think there are some obvious functional use cases that are emerging where that if you put in the money, you will get an ROI. If I give you an example, customer service, chatbots, within our software businesses, coding copilots. So there's a bunch of these, what I would call now proven functional use cases where we lean in hard, and you have a sense of that when you're doing your underwriting. Then I think there's a little bit more of piloting approach in industries where we feel either processes can be fundamentally transformed. But I would say there it's a little bit of test and learn. We own a retail business in Japan where if you think about it, every handbag and every shoe has to be modeled, and they're different colors, so you keep taking photos. It takes time to put your catalog up. We were trying to use AI-generated models to quickly move from product to catalog and to online. And what we found was, it kind of worked for bags, but it didn't work for dresses because it didn't fall on your shoulders well. So that sort of R&D experimentation we keep doing, and then we take that across the moment we think we have scale and a use case that works. But that is a little bit more episodic. So that's how we've thought about it.
Very interesting. Param, any experiences on tech and AI?
No, I think, like Ashish mentioned, we've been doing some pilots ourselves across portfolio companies. I think for us, what's critical is, one is obviously the functional lens. So if there's, let's say, something you've done on customer service, how we can take it to the others. But also there's a little bit of a sectoral lens. For example, there are sector-specific use cases which have emerged and have delivered value. Marketing, for example, in consumer is one of them, right? How quickly can you generate your collaterals? How much can you use AI to kind of decide where you want to push them, and so on and so forth. So can we take those sectoral ones also across is the second lever. So we're trying to create what we call as playbooks, which we can then execute and kind of accelerate across the portfolio companies. And it does help to have some of the IT services companies where we've not just taken this thing head on to improve our own operations, but actually created them into a service line. For example, for Zorient, today data and AI is almost a 30% vertical. So that helps because they're doing this with the best-in-class companies in the US. So you can always leverage them saying what are the use cases working in a sector, in a geography, which can we pull in back to our own portfolio companies as well.
Fantastic. So all in all, I think we're running out of time. It clearly seems, and maybe some last comments, when it comes to value creation, it looks like there is great comfort. There is a repeatable playbook that you have, irrespective of sectors. And like you said, you'll continuously evaluate investments into buyouts, into control deals and value creation on the back of that. Is that a fair statement? Do you believe you have a repeatable playbook now?
Look, I think that's a very abused word because everybody uses playbooks. Look, I think playbooks are effectively pattern recognition, right? So if you've done something again and again and again, it makes you faster on identifying issues, solving them. To me, any private equity fund you speak to globally right now will tell you with where public markets are, it's very important to generate alpha. Alpha will come if you do things differently under your ownership, and value creation now will be a big differentiator. So I think you'll hear that, and you'll hear every fund saying we've hired a lot of people. In my mind, I think what will define funds that break out in the next 5 to 10 years, there's the hardware piece, right? The hardware piece is, do you have an operating team? Do you have replicable playbooks, i.e. lessons learned that you can use again and again? Do you have an ecosystem that works? That's the hardware. I think the really important thing is the software, which is how integrated is your value creation team culturally in the investment process, as a team, with the deal team. And how stable is that team? Because ours is a business where you do 3 deals, you build judgment, you figure out how to get things done. So longevity is very important. It's like wine. So I think the software of how funds build out their value creation capabilities, I think will be much, much more important than the hardware.
I don't think I can add anything to what Ashish said, but I think 2 things which to come to my mind is one, and which has worked well in the past and will be important going forward, is alignment, alignment, and alignment. So I know Manish talking about between the operating team and the deal team alignment, operating team and the company alignment, but whichever way, we all need to have one common goal which we are all going towards. It just becomes easier thereafter for everybody to work then accordingly. And second is just given the amount of changes which we are having and we talked about how some of the macro environment has changed and companies are coping up with that. I think building agility in the company in terms of how do you respond to changes quick enough and not get into the bureaucratic long approval process and analyzing the last dollar and the penny and take some of the time gutsy calls and just move forward. That's important. So building agility within private equity firm and the operating company, that will be another thing which will be important.
Probably the only other aspect I'd want to highlight, because I think Ashish and Amit have covered everything that probably has to be said, is the mindset shift, right? To be honest, one of the alignments that we definitely try and do with the management team, internally with the investment committee and operating team, is the level of investments needed. Because now as an owner in a buyout, the mindset has to shift from making it a linear growth curve to willing to take bets which will probably take, let's say, our EBITDA down also if needed for the first year or so, or the second year in terms of investments that you need to build out certain new capabilities and systems in the organization, right? And that's something that we should be ready to do, and that's where the alignment comes in a lot more handy.
It's been a fantastic, insightful conversation. I think since we're just about time or around time, we'll open it to questions for the audience. Yeah, please. Sorry, he had a question earlier also. Please go ahead.
Yes, so we're just getting the mic. Can we quickly pass the mic that side?
Something similar to what Blackstone actually has done. This is just a bit of trivia. So somebody in the US did it very successfully, and Blackstone recently invested in that company in the US, $150 million revenue, $600 million equity. That's the trivia. My question is, we are doing it as a roll-up of our components, and we do SME buyouts, that's why I'm here. In the course of doing so, what we are experiencing is a challenge with the promoter. Because the promoter has a mindset कि भाई गाड़ी चलनी चाहिए, थोड़ा 1900-2100 सब ठीक है. That's what the promoters tell us. But as an investor, as a holdco, we have a pressure. We have a pressure of generating the IRR. As you said some time ago, we have to work in a way that in a certain timeline, we are able to generate certain value. The promoter doesn't look at it that way. He's spent 20 years riding the wave up and down. So we find a bit of a challenge there in terms of having that fitment with the promoter. Since you guys are into buyouts, I wanted to ask you, how do you deal with this? Because you are dealing with somebody who's sustained himself for 20 years without having that pressure of generating returns within a certain timeline. So how do you manage that?
No, I think bringing in the sense of urgency is going to be extremely important, and any company which has not had a private equity experience, they would experience that, because as Ashish said, it's a T20 game, so you can't play a test match. It's a T20, and therefore you have to be at it. And therefore, one of the points which I mentioned is that on the alignment side, that's extremely important, is that you have to align with the founder, with the management team, etc., that what you are gunning for, and therefore what will it take to get there. And to get there, if the speed is not commensurate, you have to obviously give it some time so that the person can still adjust to it. If not, then you have to underpin with the right resources or whatever you need to do to make it happen. And we have seen enough and more examples. In some cases, we can continue with the same founder and the management team and just underpinning the resources, you could get there. In some cases, you have to make the changes, etc. But whichever way, you have to find the solution to it. But that sense of urgency and the need to create the returns in the 20 quarters is not something which the team might have experienced in the past. One of the things which has also worked, I think, in our setup is that the whole management incentive program, where obviously you do the equity returns, etc., linked to your exits, saying that in 5 years when we exit, and if you create so much return, everybody gets rewarded suitably. So that also creates that alignment, which helps. I don't know in this particular case what will help, but there are different ways to tackle things like that.
I think the only other couple of points I can add is that's one reason of doing buyouts versus minority, right? That you're a lot more in control and you can accelerate. But I think the key question, because we've done minority as well, we've faced certain similar situations, right? It's important to understand why the risk-averse nature, right? It could actually be, to Amit's point, right, just lack of bandwidth. And that in a buyout situation, you can easily supplement with external partners, but also could supplement with internal capabilities which are a little out of the ordinary. For example, in some of these situations, we've created a head of transformation role whose job is to do this, or hire like a full vertical for M&As and integration. Right? Those are the capabilities that may not exist, and therefore the success of the previous, let's say, transaction may not have happened, which might have made the person risk averse. So how can you supplement those capabilities? Where is the kind of risk aversion coming from, and address it directly? Might be helpful, right? It could simply be just not having the talent below the promoter, to your point, who gets the comfort to say, I can't do more than one transaction a year, kind of thing. So that's where it could help.
Thank you. I believe we will take one more question here. So we'll get the mic.
Yeah, hi. Amit, you gave the example of PGP Glass, that you had acquired the company, and just after that COVID-19 hit. My question is that how resilient are private equity investors to dealing with black swan events like that? Both private equity as investors and also the investee managements.
I think better than without private equity, I would say. But I think, I have not in my life experienced an event like this. But when you've seen adversities hitting your companies, different way, how did you navigate it? I think it's an experience. Once you have it, you feel much more confident in your ability to deal with it. Like in Australia, we have a company called Nucleus Network, phase 1 clinical trial company. It had its own set of impact where supply chain was getting disrupted. But then, you had to make leadership changes there, etc., bring tech solutions, etc., and that company has done phenomenally well. So different companies, different context, you have experienced those events and been able to deal with it. And the good part is that because you have a whole Blackstone, let's say, global ecosystem, and at some part of world, etc., people might have seen something like this, etc., it just comes to rescue. But from an appetite perspective, there are investments which we have done, let's say, in 2018, where business, because of a variety of reasons, is facing adversity and therefore you can't exit. But the fact is we are backing the company to make sure that we emerge as a winner and create still a multi-bagger return in those deals. So that's the ethos with which we work, and that has worked well for us.
All right, thank you. Well, I believe we do have some more questions coming, but we are running out of time. But we are heading for a networking break, so I'm sure speakers will be more than happy to address all your queries. With that, let's give a big round of applause Ladies and gentlemen, an absolutely phenomenal conversation. Thank you one more time for joining us here. With that, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Parekh, co-founder and senior partner at Paragon Partners, to please join us and felicitate all our speakers with a memento, a token of appreciation. Do we have Mr. Siddharth Parekh in room? Okay, may I please invite Rajat Tandon? Sir. Okay, Mr. Siddharth Parekh is here. Okay, may I please invite Mr. Arvind Mathur if he's in room to please join us and felicitate all our speakers with a memento. Mr. Mathur is in room? He just stepped out. Rajat, you'll have to be here on stage to felicitate our speakers. Come on, let's give a huge round of applause. Some forward-looking perspectives right there on how private equity firms drive value truly through operational improvements, talent, and of course, governance initiatives as well. And how digital transformation that truly supports sustained growth and expansion. Would request all of you to please come together for a group picture. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's give a round of applause. Thank you for joining us for that panel segment that truly focused on some very pertinent points on value creation, playbook for Indian buyouts. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're now heading towards a networking break, but I would request all of you to please join us back sharp in 15 minutes, because that's where we bring to you a very important presentation on buyouts in India and what the market is really saying. We also have a live poll that is going to happen in that segment, 10 minutes of live poll. So make sure that you do not miss out on that in 15 minutes. I see you all back sharp in this room. Also, we have, like I mentioned, some live pictures that are clicked right now. So y'all can go step outside right across this room. We have our team right there. Y'all can get yourself clicked, and we have a live picture that our team will be giving to y'all. So in the next 15 minutes, please have a very good time and see you all sharp at 12:20. Thank you.
someone's notes. I don't know who.
Check. All right, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all our members of the audience outside in the pre-function area to please join us in the main hall as we're about to resume with our next segment. Like I mentioned, it's going to be a very interesting presentation followed by a poll, a live poll as well. So make sure that you do not miss out on that. Please join us in. We're about to begin with a presentation that will talk about and focus on buyouts in India and what the market is really saying. So I would urge everybody to please join us in. We have a gamut of sessions, panel discussions curated during the course of the day. So make sure that you are inside the room with us. Well, right from having a fantastic start to the day and then talking about a fireside chat that focused on the evolution of buyouts in India, to then having a very important presentation that talked about India buyout deals analysis by Ivca. We did also witness a fantastic panel discussion that talked about the value creation playbook for Indian buyouts. But what we look forward to next is a presentation where we switch gears to talking about buyouts in India and what the market is really saying. Well, I would urge once again to each one of you to please join us in and let's get started. With that, as you all know, we're also about to have a very important conclave which is happening next month. That is IVCA Conclave 2026. The flagship event of IVCA, where the conclave continues to serve as the quintessential forum for the most influential stakeholders in the investment ecosystem, where you would be seeing some banners right there that will talk about IVCA Conclave 2026 happening next month. That is on the 10th and the 11th of March 2026, right here at the same venue, St. Regis. Happening next month, IVCA Conclave 2026, our flagship event, where we have one of the most quintessential and one of the most influential leaders who would be joining us for this conclave. So make sure that you all register for this. If you haven't booked your seats yet, please go ahead. We'll be having the registrations that are already started for this event, IVCA Conclave 2026, happening on the 10th and the 11th of March, right here at the same venue. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin in just a minute from now. If you're having your tea and coffee outside, I would request you to please grab your cups inside and let's join on the conversations. The speaker is right here ready to join us in just a minute from now. So let's ensure that we do not miss out on that presentation and some very interesting live poll that's going to happen in this segment. Once again, requesting you all to join us in. We do have enough networking break during the course of the day, so we can continue with our discussions in those networking breaks. But let's ensure we are in the room in just a minute from now to talk about buyouts in India and what the market is really saying. Once again, reminding you here on the screen is the IVCA Conclave 2026 happening next month on the 10th and 11th of March. At the same venue, that is St. Regis, Mumbai. So in case you haven't booked your seats yet, please go ahead, block your calendars. Our flagship event that continues to serve as the quintessential forum for the most influential stakeholders in the investment ecosystem. So make sure you're going to be a part of our IVCA Conclave happening on the 10th and the 11th of March 2026. Go ahead, register yourself and block your dates right away. But we are now about to commence once again our second leg of IVCA Buyouts Summit 2026, where we have a very important segment where understanding India's buyout landscape today requires a close look at how ownership transitions, value creation frameworks and capital structures are evolving together. Well, up next we're about to bring to you a presentation that will give us a deep perspective on the buyouts in India and what the market is really saying. So once again, people are standing at the back end of this room. May I please request you to take your seats and let's get started. Okay, so are we ready to commence, everyone? Well, I think I need some more responses from the audience. Are we all ready to commence? I think we had some good, amazing chai and coffee outside, right? And I think it's enough to lift our spirit and energies, right? Are we all ready to commence? Okay, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation that will talk about buyouts in India, what the market is really saying. We have some limited audience right now. People are just joining us in. But let us have an unlimited round of applause for our speaker joining us on stage. Put your hands together for Mr. Sanjay Bansal, founder and managing partner at Aurum Equity Partners. So may I please invite you. And everyone, can I have your attention towards the stage? Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Sanjay Bansal joining us on stage. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, I need that. Okay, yeah, that's right. Good afternoon, all. Welcome to the Ivca Buyouts Summit. Still request other participants from outside to step in the room. It'll be very nice. Thank you, Rajat. Thank you, IVCA, the P and Buyouts Council, for giving us this opportunity to present at this first IVCA Buyout Summit. I'll put a quick context to this conversation. It'll make it meaningful. The context being that what's really happening in the buyouts market in the world is what we're trying to present. I'll skip all this just by way of disclosure. Our sources of data are PitchBook for global data and VCC Edge for domestic data. We're not trying to replicate reports. We have EY, we have apparently some report from McKinsey, which is quite elaborate. We're not trying to cover certain pieces. I'll just take a quick context. Globally, private equity is $2 trillion. Massive, right? More interestingly, if you look at it, North America leads, but Asia has doubled over the last 10 years. Important. Buyouts are 50% of the global private equity. This is global data, right? So buyouts are critical to the overall context of private equity across the world. The Indian private equity market, somewhere between $40 and $50 billion, right? This is across. We don't count REITs and InvITs in this, so that's excluded. So to that extent, there may be some anomaly with other comparable reports, but it's a sizable market, and we picked up 10-year data for you. There have been blurbs, you know, to notice that COVID was high point. A good sector mix with manufacturing, healthcare, financial services always riding. I'm not going to bore you with sectoral data. All of you see enough reports, but I think you should ignore the sectoral piece. It's really covering virtually all sectors. And we picked up 3 different periods just to put a context with cumulative data. I think that's important. And I loved what Amit said, what Manish Kejriwal said this morning. We think it's a $5 billion market today. And again, if you add some of the InvITs and other data, this number enhances radically. And the important part to note over here is, what do we see buyouts in the future? And I believe, and I think many people in the audience believes, that succession issues, growth thinking, buyouts is going to be definitely in for a big run. This number is 2 trillion globally, right? And we are at 5 billion or plus minus, add a number, right? So there's a massive story over here. If you believe that the way India is changing, the way everything is coming together, consumer, manufacturing, tech, given AI, healthcare, infra, it's actually a perfect storm building up for buyouts and the way the young generation thinks about either growth or alternate careers. With that said, we're going to run a poll now, right, on, it's a live poll. So instead of giving you a survey, we did run an offline survey. We have some data points, but we're going to run an online real-time survey with all of you and seek your feedback. We've actually converted this into specific questions, and all you've got to do is scan this QR code. Can I request all of you to scan this QR code, please? Alternatively, you could go to slido.com and put in this number, 2578907. It'll take less than 30 seconds. Request participation by all, please. Just put in the QR code and we'll go with the first question. The success of this will lie in participation. So it'll be really helpful if all of you can chip in. Tell me when you're ready to start, or I'll take another maybe 30 seconds and start. So when I say what the market is really saying, What I meant was what all of you are really saying. And it makes a difference because I believe that all of you are a representative of large funds and fund companies, stroke situations, which can actually, do justice to the survey. So the very first question is the centrality of buyouts in the strategy of large PE funds in India. Is it moderate, high, low? So I'll in the initial slides, I'll go a little slow, and then I'll gather pace in the interest of time. But the answer we get it's still moderate. This I think is close to 50% of the audience, or the participants rather. Next. So this is average PE buyout deals over the next, the value being created, what is the outlook over the next 5 years. Again, very few, negligible, no negatives. So it reinforces what we're saying, that it's a very, very positive environment. Go on. Next. All of you are, this is your result. So this is what you guys are saying. To what extent is Indian and, okay, I think you guys are faster than me. It's a mixed bag over here. I think it's still moderate, some high, but really moderate overall on minority versus growth investments. Go on. Next. What do LPs look at to allocate capital to GPs for buyouts? Is it track record? Is it DPI? Is it exit with MOIC? So most of you are saying it's track record. Track record is critical for LPs to put money into buyout deals. Go on. How frequently do LP participate through investments in buyouts? Occasional. And I think this is changing. It's an occasional thing, but I think it will change. As more capital comes to India and as people see success stories in exits and buyouts, I feel that a lot of people will come back and participate in this investment. Sometimes even it's good interest of the fund. If there's a belief that the LP likes the deal, then it's much easier to sell the deal within the IC. Go on. Much talked about topic, ESG and sustainability. How important is this for buyouts in India? Okay, it's still nice to have as bulk of the poll. It's okay. Some people are saying it's important but not decisive. There's a change in the poll. It's important but not decisive, and the balanced audience really think it's nice to have. The criticality and the significance is still at a very, very low percentage. What are the key drivers for increasing buyout activity? Is it family business succession, corporate carve-outs, promoter exits, or is it insolvency? Promoter, founder exits, family business succession leads the pack. And I can only reinforce this, having spent 2.5 decades in this M&A market in this country since 92, 93, I can tell you, I can see an absolute changing thinking in the young generation. Either they are at the extreme end of saying we want to run the business and grow it, or the other extreme, want to exit into alternate careers. And therefore, with businesses built, like Amit said, over the last 40, 50 years, right, succession is a very big theme, although not the only theme. Go on. What do you prefer, unlisted or listed? Clear verdict for unlisted. I think there is still a challenge on getting a deal done with listed players, especially buyout deals. Open offer is a challenge. Delisting is a bigger challenge. While it's evolving, regulatory environment, but I think it's still not happened. Go on. Whatever equities do buyout, happens in buyout deals, is it majority, is it super majority, or is it 100%? I think bulk of the people think it's majority. And I think it's probably driven by what some of you said earlier in the day, which is let's partner the incumbents, grow the business. There'll be some rough edges. And in some cases, they are saying we want to partner, but we want to have absolute control to do what we think should be done, which is supermajority. In a very rare case, they would step in and buy out. I've seen that more on the infra side, the InvITs and the REITs where you have full buyouts. We're not including them in the survey. Carry on. How important is promoter in a buyout transaction? Promoter stroke founder, the continuity, the involvement, and I think the verdict is clear, very important. And this goes again with what I think Ashish, I heard him say at Bain that it's a continuously evolving value creation playbook or thesis, and therefore you need to have involvement of the owners to execute that plan. And only once you get comfortable do you actually go and step into the shoes and start running the ship. Two challenges for funds, the biggest one, and you can mention any two. Is it due diligence? Is it valuation? I heard Mr. Kedia mention that Kedara should have put in 10x the money in lighter vein, but it's always a challenge. Management quality, right? Many panelists have said this morning that they sometimes feel they run a semi-HR firm. Obviously, hiring is critical. Due diligence, as mentioned by my friends at EY, governance and compliance, a regulatory process, and financing options. And I think the two things which stand out is management quality and valuation. These seem to be the two big takeaways in terms of the top two challenges. How do you see the overall quality of senior management in buyouts? Good, poor, average, excellent. Let me get a full feedback and then I will respond. So I think it's average to good. There could be outliers, but by and large it's average to good. And I can say one thing which I've learned over many years, that the central theme to any funding private equity is quality of management. It's central, it's not the only thing. And therefore, improvement over here will increase returns, increase buyout activity, etc. The key regulatory challenges in a buyout, any two, is it we have a complex regulatory environment, it's getting better but it's still complex. Is it exchange control and FEMA, SEBI, income tax? We heard about the recent, Tiger story. Is it competition law? Is it SEBI? Is it FDI? Is it labor and local laws? It's evolving. Let's see what people finally say. I'll wait for a second. Oops, so SEBI is doing a great job, it seems like, which is great. The regulations are actually evolving very nicely. Income Tax Act, despite being simple or getting simpler, continues to be a concern. FDI is a concern despite having sectoral limits. And exchange control, taking money out of this country, very important. Otherwise, why will you invest, right? Competition law, SEBI, labor, less of a challenge. You're all aware there's a new labor code which is on the anvil. It's supposed to increase the cost of labor, right? Cost overall. Let's see how it pans out. But so far, it's income tax leading the pack, followed by FDI and exchange control. Are multiple exit options available for buyouts, right? Is it few, many, or none? Okay, so people think it's still few. There are a few exit options available for acquisition financing in a buyout. I don't know whether the new acquisition norms would change some of that. We have a panel later today run by some very interesting panelists. Let's see what they have to say. But I totally echo again Amit's views. India is not an LBO market. We are a growth market and a growth buyout market. Nice word. Well, I kind of asked that. Will the new acquisition regulations catalyze buyouts in India? I think most of you believe yes. Most of you believe this will change the game in the market. Let's see how it pans out. Some are circumspect. Very few think it'll be negative. Go on. Which structures do funds use for buyouts? LBOs buy and build the platform rollouts, buy private and merge, and or co-control with other investors, stroke partners. There are multiple structures. There's no right. We've seen many platforms buy and build in this country across sectors. And obviously that strategy is working well. And building and merging is also working well. Like we said, LBOs is not here really happening in a big way. Co-control with Ps is selective. It depends on your own rapport with the co-partner. But the first two are standing out. Again, ladies and gentlemen, these are your answers. And therefore, you're seeing what all of you are collectively saying. Go on. What is the key value enhancement strategies we spoke about prior to the tea break? Is it executing scalable plans, senior management overhaul, technology, inorganic M&A, governance, or better funding? Okay, this is quite amazing. I would have imagined that the senior management overhaul and executing plans would be key. It seems inorganic M&A seems to be leading the pack. That's a shocker for me, given what I heard Amit and the folks from Bain and the folks from Advent say. I would have imagined it is the initiatives to improve the firm. But interesting. Sorry, it's changed. It's executable, scalable business plans. So, okay, that fits in well. You need to grow the business, like Amit said, I think. You grow the business. Growth is critical. And whatever drives growth will create value. Go on. Okay, any impact of the rupee in terms of DPI and MOIC and buyout deals? We've found a volatility in the rupee, major. Most of the people believe that they're going to lose DPI and MOIC or IRRs as a result of the exchange rate, right? So hopefully US trade tariff deal and many others will come to a rescue. I don't know what will change the game, frankly, because we've had a 5% depreciation rupee dollar over the last 40 years or 30 years. Go on. What are the preferred exit options, exercise and buyouts? Any two? IPO, secondary sale, or strategic M&A? So obviously the market is hot. IPOs have made a ton of money for many funds. We'll discuss it in our panel discussion later today. But IPOs and strategic M&A seems to be there. Although I've seen a fair amount of secondary equity sale also happen over the last couple of years. Many funds have come in. Most secondaries are happening. And there's a new concept which I'm sure you've all come across called continuation funds, where they're stepping in and actually continuing the investment because they think time is not right to exit. Go on. Okay, top two sectors. We're nearly at the end. Top two sectors in terms of buyout activity. Any three. Like I said, we have a near perfect storm in India, right? So I think many things will happen across different sectors. But let's see what the the various participants have to say. So healthcare continues to be the darling. Banking and finance, very much in tune with the growing economy. It is also manifested by, over the last 1 year, a very strong bout of BFSI funding, private equity funding, and technology internet. I would have imagined that industrial and manufacturing would somewhere be bigger than what we are seeing versus technology. The verdict is still open about how AI will roll out in terms of technology, but who am I to decide that? All of you think that healthcare, BFSI, and technology will drive. Although I frankly believe that industrial and manufacturing is super critical for the India growth story, and so is consumer. Have you produced sufficient buyout success stories to attract more money? Well, the audience still believes few. Not enough, still few. Like I said in the beginning, we are $5 plus minus billion buyout market, and the global is 1 trillion. So I think long way to go. But I can tell you, we are in a perfect situation. You will see these numbers over the next 3 to 5 years increase, double, triple, 5 times over in buyouts. Go on. Are we done? Okay, that's good. Okay, so we're done with this survey. We will consolidate it into themes and share with IVC, and then it'll be rolled out to all of you. We just thought it'll be nice to have a participative view on this session rather than present data from our side, which all of you read many times in a day. Well, thank you for your participation, and wish good luck for the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we give one more big round of applause for Mr. Bansal? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us for that key presentation and keeping it so engaging through that active poll. Thank you. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Mr. Sanjay Bansal. That was truly a very active and an engagement session where we get to know some sense on what the market is really saying about buyouts in India. All right, the stage is now getting set for a panel discussion where we have some stalwarts who would be joining us on stage to talk about a limited partner's perspective on Indian buyout transactions and returns. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is getting all set. Well, I know that your thoughts currently are on food, but let us have some food for thought from our next segment. Well, limited partner perspectives are truly central to understanding how Indian buyouts are assessed, priced, and positioned within global portfolios. So roll up your sleeves, because we have a crack team of experts who would be joining us to deliberate on how LPs truly view the Indian buyout opportunity, including talking about allocation strategies, the return expectations, risk assessment as well, and how Indian buyouts truly compare with other emerging and developed markets. So first up, joining us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Rahul Buskute, Chief Investment Officer at Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Do we have Mr. Rahul in room? Okay, he'll be joining us very soon on stage. Also inviting on stage Neha Grover, South Asia Lead Private Equity International Finance Corporation. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Neha joining us on stage. A very warm welcome, ma'am. Next up joining us on stage is Arjun Arikeri, Managing Director, Private Equity CPPIB. I believe they've just stepped out. Is Mr. Arjun in room? Mr. Arjun is in room. Well, he is just about to join, I believe. May I also please invite Abhirup Jayanti, Managing Director, the Carlyle Group, as our moderator for this panel discussion. No, this is definitely a panel that we're about to witness. Our speakers have just stepped out. I believe they're just about to join us. May I please invite Mr. Rahul Buskute to join us. Let's give a round of applause as he's right here joining us on stage, along with Mr. Arjun Arikeri, Managing Director, Private Equity, CPPIB, and to moderate this discussion, inviting Mr. Abhirup Jayanti, Managing Director at Carlyle Group, to join us. Come on, let's give a round of applause as they're right here on stage. A very warm welcome, and I'm sure this is one panel we all are looking forward to. So, over to you.
Hello. We were given to understand we're running 15 minutes late, so that's why we didn't leave you to it. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for doing this. Hopefully, we'll keep the energy up like you've been doing since morning. Thank you for that. I have a great panel. Maybe to set it up, the topic was to understand the LP's perspective on how they see the Indian buyout market. We have I would say a good combination of global LPs as well as an Indian LP who can give you the perspective from different shapes of the world. Maybe to set it up to start with, Neha, maybe I'll start with you. Would love to understand your view on how you see the buyout market in India, how that has evolved, and just given your vantage point, how does that compare to some of the other markets in the world, and how do you compare contrast where India is?
No, thank you. I think if you look at it today, in India, at least buyouts is almost roughly one half of over 50% of the private equity market today. If you look at it in terms of value, it's probably a little bit higher. So I think one key globally, and I was looking at some data, I think in the US is close to 40%. So in terms of numbers, I think the buyout market has increased and grown and is growing as we speak. Almost every large GP that we talk to in India, whether they are homegrown GPs or whether they are global GPs, they are focusing on buyouts. They have at least 1 to 2 buyouts in their portfolio for every fund that they're looking at. So I think one difference is, and we touched upon it in the previous survey, that globally buyouts are leveraged buyouts. And therefore, there is using leverage to buy out, do a dividend recap, and these buyouts are larger, companies are larger, much mature. I think in India, most of these are, as I think Sanjay called it, was growth buyouts. That the growth, it is still driven by growth. There may be a little bit of leverage at the SPV in order to optimize the capital structure. But the intent is not to do a dividend recap and take the money out, but to invest capital, do a management buyout, do a growth buyout, and ensure that you enhance value as you grow. So I think that's one key difference between the developed markets and markets like India, where we are seeing buyouts. A lot of management buyouts have come. I think the first management buyout in India would have happened in the early 2000s. I think it was Viatech Wabag. Emphasis One, yeah, Emphasis One. I was part of my earlier firm which had done that. But yeah, so I think that's the big difference when we talk about buyouts. And a lot of global LPs feel when we talk about buyouts, oh my God, are we going the leverage buyout route? And no, that's not the case. I think as LPs, there is a lot more confidence today on these buyouts, given that we see operating experience also coming in. I think earlier the firms were focused on investing because they were growth firms, growth equity firms, and incremental sort of value addition, value creation in the portfolio companies. Today there are specialized operating partners who've been there, done that, and they are sort of brought in to actually almost run these companies if necessary and enhance value. So that's a big sort of change that we're seeing in the market today, and I see that as a growing trend.
Absolutely. In fact, so being in the industry like 15, 16 years, earlier 10 years was about taking a bet on company on a certain trajectory. In fact, Amit spoke about this in the morning. We think of it as almost a build-out, not even a buyout, of building businesses, in addition to the growth that you spoke about.
You know, one change, I remember when I joined private equity about 20 years ago, there were still control firms. They were taking control stakes, but they were much smaller. And the companies in which control opportunities were available were very small. These were typically $5 to $10 million deals in very small companies, which honestly in the following sort of 8 years or so were very badly hit by GFC. There was no operating expertise with the managers. Promoters sort of lost interest because they didn't have the right stake or the incentive to sort of continue in those businesses. So that model of buyouts actually failed. So for a very long time as IFC, we actually stayed away from buyouts. And we said, okay, small buyouts, not at all. We don't want to do this. But we're revisiting that thesis now and we're saying, okay, it doesn't matter. It's not just mid-market buyout, but also small buyouts, because the private equity funds and the promoters both have the maturity to now say, okay, when do we step back? What expertise do we need to bring in? So that again is coming back.
Absolutely. And maybe Arjun, building upon that, you've had the experience both on the GP side as well as the LP side. How do you see the opportunity for buyouts? Just adding on to what you said, I think the depth of the talent pool that the private equity ecosystem can tap into has also deepened, which allows us to take some of these bets which 15 years back would have been difficult. Over to you.
Yeah, sure. To build on what Neha said, which I agree with, but to just add a few more additional elements, I think if you look at markets across Asia, they're all at different stages of maturity, and most of the markets tend to have episodic reasons why you have transactions coming in. Either they're restructuring, or there are governance-related issues or activist-related issues. India is probably the only market which has a pipeline of issues which are coming from growth and transformation coming from formalization of the economy, as well as succession issues and consolidation that you see. So that's one characteristic of the market. The other thing I would say is if we look at the heat map of GPs versus sectors and look at how it has evolved over a period of time, it has gotten denser and denser. So if you go back 10 years ago, with high confidence, you could say IT services and financial services were probably sectors of repeatable success. Whereas today you have hospitals which are owned by GPs which have delivered repeated success. Healthcare, there are domestic pharma assets which have been owned by GPs in control capacity which have delivered success. So increasingly you're seeing more and more sectors come into fold. Industrials, a sector that Abhirup and I were talking about, is one where people are looking to create a lot of opportunities. And the last point is exits. I think nothing really works without exits, and India has a market where you have different engines of exit working, from IPOs to strategics to sponsor, and that really has a large role to play in the confidence in which GPs are able to build in terms of just acquiring these assets and go down the build-out route, as Abhirup was highlighting.
Awesome. Rahul, I'm curious, you bring a very different perspective. How do you see this part of the world?
So I'll speak purely from, in a sense, a life insurance company perspective. And obviously life insurance companies and private equity funds are natural bedfellows globally, right from the famed Berkshire model to now almost every self-respecting large private equity player has acquired a company, like an insurance company, whether it's Athene or Global Atlantic or what. By the way, I'm not making a pitch to be acquired, so I'm just clearly putting the disclaimer out there. But given the nature of our liabilities, which are easily between 30, 40, 50 years, we are always on the lookout for assets which actually match those liabilities. Largest investment obviously is in government securities, but private equity strategy lend very naturally to our liability profile. Within that, buyouts, I think, is one of the best things that, if delivered well, it's one of the best things that can happen to us, because buyouts, by their very nature, that strategy is more inward-looking. The center of gravity is from value optimization, strategic repositioning, change of management, etc. So, large part of the return delivery hopefully should happen from within, rather than being dependent. In case of growth, depends on, obviously, the exit depends on multiples in the market, etc., which perhaps to some extent even here, that happens. But a large part of, if I look at it, let's say from a public, equities perspective, how do we generate returns is through earnings expansion and multiples expansion. Here I would expect in a buyout strategy, a large part of delivery would happen through the earnings expansion and then through a multiples expansion perhaps. So as a life insurance company, when you are looking at, at investing in a certain strategy, you're looking at not just absolute returns, but also diversification, right? You want uncorrelated asset classes, which then improve your, if we go back to the standard textbooks, improve your Sharpe ratio, right? I think buyout strategy, if delivered well, theoretically, actually should improve Sharpe ratio significantly as compared to growth strategy, right? Most of our other assets, whether it is GSEC, equities, REITs, InvITs, they are all dependent a lot on macro factors, external factors. Growth, I think, would sit very well, buyout, if it is, obviously, it comes with its own challenges, but if it is delivered well, would actually sit very well with us.
Interesting. That's encouraging. I think we'll hopefully see more pocket of capital for buyouts.
That's a different discussion. Yeah.
Maybe just, I wanted to touch upon, conduct this maybe in two parts, which we would, one is, I know, look, the buyout activity in India is still nascent. It's largely a 5-6 year story, so we have to still see some vintage. But based on these last 5-6 years as LPs, what has been, if you look back, what's really worked or surprised you to the positive, and what are one or two areas which you thought were disappointing or less than what you thought would have achieved? Any one of you guys?
So I think we've been very pleasantly surprised, and we've liked the fact that when some of these buyouts are done and execution is done well, the returns that you get are phenomenal, right? Because you're able to sort of add value, buy and build, and sort of therefore, even if you don't have a multiple expansion, your earnings expansion drives the return for the deal. Where we've also been pleasantly surprised is some of these buyout managers have been able to enter into these companies at a reasonably cheaper valuation, because they are able to because they're taking control. And if there is an asset where there is a little bit of an issue, given the operating expertise that they bring in, they're able to actually fix those issues. And then the drivers of return are not just earnings expansion, which you would expect, but also multiple expansion. So that again has been a positive surprise for some of our buyout funds that we've backed, that they're able to enter cheap. In fact, I remember we were doing 1 or 2 co-investments with them, and an IC was super surprised, and they said there has to be something wrong with this deal. How can they get this deal so cheap? And then we explained the issues. We said, yes, there is something wrong with the deal, but this is how the manager is expecting to sort of fix those issues, and therefore they're getting it cheap. And we expect this to sort of deliver returns because of these reasons, and they did sort of manage to deliver returns. So that's, I think, on the positive side. Honestly, where we've been a little disappointed, or we've seen things not working out, more than disappointed, I think things have not worked out, is where some of the macro risks have been underestimated. And that holds true for any deal, right? Even on growth equity, but on buyouts even so, because you are a control investor, you really have no way to run or do anything else, because you may not find because if there is a challenging macro that everybody can see in that either sector or geography that you're sort of working with or selling to, then we see that your ability to exit quickly and get out of the asset is limited, because you're a controlling shareholder. You're not able to give it off to anybody. And if you are in that position of a distressed sort of seller, then it's worse off, because everybody knows you're a distressed seller, and then you're not able to get even reasonable returns. But I think, and honestly speaking, that's one issue that we've seen in the industry over the last 2 decades, right? That a lot of times it's very difficult to estimate what is the right time to sort of cut your losses and exit. And you always feel, no, if we do this, then maybe this will happen, and therefore we'll be able to get better value, so let's stay on for longer. Sometimes that works in your favor, many times it doesn't. So that's one issue that we see, that exits actually become more difficult. But having said that, now with the maturity of the PE market, even mid-market buyout deals which happen at 100, 150 million, there are takers at, assuming a 3x sort of return that you're looking at in a deal, there are people who are willing to buy 350, 400, $500 million assets. So that's the good part, that the market is so deep today that a mid-market company where you enter in at between 60 to 120 million and you look at a 2.5, 3 times return, which is a great asset for at that size, you have takers too, because there are global players, there are strategics, and you're able to actually, or there are consortium of 2 players who will come in and say, okay, we will do this together and then we will exit or roll up to another global player. So we're seeing that happen, and I think that's a very encouraging trend.
Let me first start with things that could have been better. One, of course, buyout by their very nature, buyout strategy needs far more. I mean, the importance of the GP is disproportionate, right? Because GPs need to do all the hard yards. They need to put in all the hard yards before returns can be generated. It's very different to a growth strategy where you are taking a minority stake in a company which has already got some tailwinds behind it, etc. In that context, I would say I think the track record overall has been mixed, though I think in the last few years the signs have been encouraging. I have myself been on the wrong side of a couple of transactions in my earlier role as a leverage finance banker, right? Large PE firm, textiles deal, let's not get into that, but whatever. So I think the track record largely in terms of alternatives, when I speak as a domestic LP, right, has been largely checkered, though there are positive signs clearly there. Within that, buyout by its very nature, as I said, is something which is a very difficult task. I don't think we have very many domestic buyout firms, though obviously globally, the larger firms do play out a buyout strategy in India. And even within those very few domestic buyout firms, I think the track record has not been consistent across vintages and cycles that we have seen. Now, we would love to have a few very strong firms where we become meaningful as domestic LPs or as life insurance company, and they become meaningful to us. But that obviously needs a very consistent track record across cycles. The second thing is, if I just look at the sizes, right? I mean, when I started my career in early 2000s, we were already doing deals of $200 million, right? I think the first bearings deal of Emphasis BFL was already $200 billion. I think Blackstone acquired something, an ITES company called Intelnet, that was already $200 million. Even today, I think we can speak of very few buyout, billion-dollar buyout transactions. So in 25 odd years, I think the deal size has grown by just perhaps 4 times, 3 times, 5 times. When you look at public markets within that period, right? The market capitalization of companies would have grown by, perhaps 10, 15, 20 times, if not more. So I guess while the deal velocity in private equity has been decent, but if I compare that to the public markets in India, I mean, the deal sizes are far more, far lower than where they should be. And even I think in the global context, if you look at it, I mean, if I look at some of the larger buyout transactions that have happened, right, whether you're talking about Electronic Arts, $55 billion, Silver Lake and Jared Kushner. But Walgreens Boots, again, $25 billion, Skechers, $5 billion, if I remember the number well. These are very large transactions, right? I mean, in India, I think we are still, where I see positive tailwinds are one, obviously, in terms of supply, I think there should be, I mean, there's a generational transition, a lot of, promoters, their kids don't want to be in the same businesses. So clearly the supply side should be improving significantly. 2, I think the strong proof of concept came post bankruptcy courts, right? Where large, I mean, in India, there's always this concept of a promoter, right? Who will be able to quote unquote manage the ecosystem, right? And there's always been a question in terms of a professional management being able to deliver that. But I think post bankruptcy courts, and again, I'm getting into the distressed private equity side of things perhaps, or strategic even. But there was a very strong proof of concept that large companies can be managed by professional managements, right? So I guess that's again a very positive thing. now you have an increased supply of professional managers who are willing to help companies and work with private equities. So I would say for buyout especially, that bodes very well.
No, well covered. I don't have much else to add other than the fact that one lens to look at it is that the PE deal volume has doubled in the 5-year window currently versus the previous 5-year window, but in absolute terms it's still small. But the other lens is from an Asia standpoint, India still makes up 20% of the PE market, so it's not that small in relative lens, but it's also probably pointing to what the opportunity set for us is going forward. From a PE landscape from the time to come. I think from the standpoint of what has been positively surprising and what has not been so nice, I would say the investments that GPs have made and investing in operating teams is pleasant. I think across the board, Neha mentioned every fund today has 1 or 2 buyout deals, but even in the mid-market funds, which do largely growth, but some buyouts, you have a lot of operating talent that is there. So they are looking at it as a systemic thing as opposed to more an episodic opportunity where they would do one buyout here and there. Similarly, amongst the large buyout funds, you have teams which have been around for a long period of time and delivered operating outcomes, which is very pleasing to see. I would say from the standpoint of disappointment, as Rahul said, deals in India, well, the top quartile really stand out. The bottom quartile will always perform inferior to the global average. So that dispersion is still wide. And so therefore, India clearly is a complex market, right? And so to embrace this complexity, you need to build a capability that really differentiates you from the average of the pack.
Absolutely. Sorry, maybe switching gears, I'll take that as a cue to ask you, how are you thinking of your own capital allocation? Maybe Arjun, we'll start with you. In terms of, we sit here and we believe India is having a great promise. And being center of it, would love to hear your perspective, how you guys are thinking of allocation to India vis-a-vis Asia or globally.
Sure. Our top of the house speaks fairly regularly in terms of how they decide about capital allocation. So one lens that we do have is an emerging market lens. But beyond that, I think on a day-to-day basis, we don't really take a country lens to allocation. Our lens is more driven towards which GPs and what capabilities are they building. And also on the direct side for us, our lens is driven by the specific deal as opposed to solving for a certain target allocation for a particular fund or a particular country or a particular sector and so on and so forth. That said, when we do our exercise in terms of where we feel India will be in 2030, we do feel that as a share of the overall balance sheet, we only see India growing up because of various macro factors around where the economy is, where the deal volume is, and where the capital dry powder today sits, right? And what our own GPs are seeing as prospective percentages of their fund which will get deployed in India in the current fund vintage cycle.
Neha, let me add one question to that piece as you respond. I think, and when you think of how do you want to allocate to India, how are you thinking of, there are obviously a regional strategy product, there is increasingly local GPs or even global GPs with country-specific products. Like, how are you thinking of your own allocation?
Yeah, so I think for us also, we don't look at it as on the first question on our allocations, we don't have any country sort of targets, etc. We invest across emerging markets. Honestly, Asia is one of the largest emerging market for us, and India is the single largest sort of country exposure for us. Given the opportunity, given what is happening, equity is a large portion of our very large focus area for us for our 2030 equity strategy. And within that, therefore, India is gaining importance, given that amongst the emerging markets, how India is placed. So India is definitely important. Within equity, I think funds, venture capital, and private equity is a large focus area for us. So there again, we are seeing volumes go up. I think 6-7 years ago, we used to do one fund. We used to invest in one fund a year, maybe two in a good year. Today, we're investing in 3 to 5 funds a year, on average, sometimes less, sometimes more, 3 to 5 co-investments a year. So the volume has definitely gone up. Value as well has gone up for us. So significant allocations towards India. I think it's more a factor of the opportunity set, rather than any volumes or anything else. I'm part of the global IC, and when we look at other emerging market funds, the maturity of the industry, the GPs, the track record is so much higher, and therefore the bar is also much higher. And therefore, the same fund, if it was an African fund, would probably pass the bar. But in India, the bar is so much higher. And therefore, we sort of, it's not fair. But there are a lot more funds in India which will probably do better than some of our other global funds or regional funds. But they will not meet the bar. So that's one. On the allocation side, I think we are trying to do more control funds as well, because this was something that we identified about 5 years ago as I think buyouts were about 20% and we were expecting them to grow. And we said, okay, we need to increase buyouts or buyout managers within our fold. Honestly, if you look at, so a big part of our allocation is India dedicated managers, local managers, homegrown managers. But if you look at pure play buyout managers, I can count on my fingers, there are probably a couple, maybe three. On the larger end of the spectrum. Given our experience on the smaller end, we were anyway staying away from very small buyout funds. Now I think we're re-looking at that strategy and we're saying, okay, market is deep enough and mature enough to actually look at some smaller buyout funds as well. So that's on the local side. That's anyways the focus of what we do. But from a strategic lens, we're now looking at some of the larger regional managers as well, saying, can we now do something? Because being a DFI, one of the biggest roles for us is not just commercial capital or commercial returns, but also to develop the ecosystem. And therefore, we're saying, okay, can we get some more global managers to come in and start India dedicated funds? And if that happens, some of the global LPs will also come into these local pools, thereby increasing the flow of LP capital, quality LP capital and GP capital into India. So in the last couple of years, we've actually backed a couple of large global players to start their India dedicated vehicles. We've closed one, we're in the process of closing the second one. So I won't take names, but that's again a big focus area for us given our developmental role, and we feel that's one way of attracting best practices, international best practices to India, both from an LP and GP perspective.
I'm curious, you mentioned you're largely indexed to equity. Is there a thinking beyond, like we have some folks here who are from credit and some of these other asset classes. How does that fit into the jigsaw for you?
So
can we get one more mic if it's possible?
So we are, credit is, so we are very large lenders. 80% of our business globally is lending, but it's more direct lending. And therefore, when we look at credit, the big question always is, can we do this directly? And if we can do this directly, why do it through an intermediary or through someone else? So that's always a question that we have to answer. How does this complement our strategy? Or does it cannibalize our strategy? Are we sort of funding somebody to compete with us, right? So therefore, credit has that lens. But having said that, we've done credit funds in the country. We go slow on credit funds for this reason. We also are sort of, credit funds have to be with a purpose. Like for example, we did a green equity fund recently. We've done performing credit in the country as well through funds. But on a much smaller scale, much lower scale than the equity, which is a big focus area for us. Our bread and butter is growth equity or buyout equity.
Arjun?
Yeah, I think for us, it's really a top of the house decision as to which asset class grows how much, and then there's also a bottoms up build as to what opportunity each asset class offers in each market. Just a data point, I think this one was public. Our AUM in India has doubled in the last 5 years. We've gone from 15 billion CAD to 30 billion CAD as of last year, and that growth has been pretty uniform across credit, infrastructure, real estate, private equity and public markets. Private equity is roughly a quarter of it, and we anticipate that to be the same. As I said, we do expect India as a percentage of the global balance sheet to just go up, just based on the bottoms up build, and within that the share of private equity to broadly remain the same for the market.
Rahul, maybe for you, how are you thinking of allocation, and how do you think of India vis-a-vis outside of India, maybe the reverse for you?
Yeah, so I guess the domestic LP market in India is relatively shallower as compared to the other markets, clearly more developed markets. I mean, as I said, if you look at inherently what lends itself well to an asset class of this nature would be patient capital like endowments, pension funds, life insurance companies, and very mature family offices, right? Family office ecosystem in India is, I think, evolving very rapidly, and that bodes very well for the domestic, LP scene. Life insurance companies, okay, let me come to insurance and pensions later. I don't think banks are big investors. They do invest a little bit of their balance sheet, but they're not big investors in this, and you can see why, because clearly, I mean, committing to something for 10, 12, 15 years, whatever, I mean, 8, 10 years is difficult with their balance sheet composition. Life insurance and PF are, as I said, most natural bedfellows. The allocation, extent of allocation is guided by regulatory norms, right? Across general insurance, 5% of AUM can be invested. Across, in life insurance companies, very counterintuitively, it's 3%. Right? You could say that, actually life insurance, the percentage should have been higher than general insurance, but I'm sure, at some point in time that will be set right. And even within that, then you need to distribute it across 5-6 GPs typically. So per GP check, then becomes, let's say, 0.6% of the AUM at the max. It's a big market, right? I mean, if you look at life insurance business itself, it's 60 lakh crores. If I take LIC out, which is 70%, that's 18 lakh crores of private life insurance companies. 18 lakh would be what, like another 18 lakh would be close to $200 billion. Yeah. And I mean, the investable capital comes to, I did the rough math before this, when it comes to 1 lakh crore, which is 12, 13, whatever, $11 billion, which is not a huge number, but still, against that, the actual utilization would be pittance, right? So clearly, there's a bit of chicken and egg over here. The investment sweep of life insurance companies or even pension funds would feel that, okay, this is just a 3% asset class. I did some back of the envelope math before we started. We are one of the very few life insurance companies that have actually created a team behind this, and we do believe that these asset classes need specialized teams rather than the public equity team or the public debt team in case of private credit too. So we've invested in that team, and we have a much longer vision over here. But I mean, in terms of moving the needle, it's just, if I just consider across the pool a 12-13% return, which is definitely lower than what we would expect to make out of this, including private credit, etc. But that moves the needle by 30 basis points. Now, when the 30 basis points in a Western context is great when you have 0% or 1% yield. When you are getting 7.5%, your book is at 7.5% already. 30 basis point doesn't move the needle as much. The second issue is you would like to juice up these returns through co-investment as you mature across, across your own learning curve as an LP. But again, for life insurance and private equity and pension funds, investment in private limited companies was not allowed, right? And most of the co-investment opportunities by their very nature are private limited companies. I think that's getting changed because I think the Insurance Amendment Act, again, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but perhaps that will change, and then you open up another 15% pool. Again, you need to have your own learning curve, and you need to be able to confidently invest in co-investment opportunities. You can't just spray and pray. But yeah, then that pool becomes larger, 3% plus 15%. That becomes slightly more meaningful. Otherwise, it's always a chicken and egg where the people feel 3% asset class. Do I really need to get into this? And then that becomes a situation as then people say, okay, why do you need higher limits if you're not even utilizing 3%? As against that, our own erstwhile parent AXA had 20 to 30% invested in alternatives. Now, obviously, that was also because for a large period of time, yields were very lower, and the strategic asset allocation therefore had to be created in such a way that alternatives played a disproportionately higher role, which is not the case in India because the yields are still decent. But But yeah, I would expect these limits again to be reviewed, and hopefully more of us create that successful experience both in terms of LPs and GPs, so that others who are sitting on the sidelines can come and start investing.
Awesome. We have a bunch of young GPs sitting in the room, or looking to raise funds and stuff. At least from my own experience, I think one of the learnings we have had as we took more of the control of build-outs is, as GPs, we have to be really ready to get our hands dirty. I think what initially we thought was words on the page needed a lot more to be actually done. You guys spoke about this, getting operating people and stuff. So when you put that lens, when you think of evaluating managers, what are your top 3 things that you're looking for? How has that changed maybe, but today when someone comes and pitches to you, what is it that you're looking for? Maybe Arjun, we can start with you. And then
yeah, sure. We've always been looking for managers who manage the pacing very well. It's very easy in a market which is doing very well to get your deployment ahead of execution capability. That's something we've been very mindful of, to say what is the pace at which this manager is investing, how does it relate versus what they've done in the previous cycle. Is their execution capability really scaling up in line with the capital that they're investing? And sometimes it's that you'll always have pockets of time or periods of time where you will see, sometimes the deployment pacing does move ahead of the execution capability. That's one thing to be really mindful of. The second thing I would say is, as I said, what is the capacity that the team has built, and what is the repeatability of the success that they've delivered. I think that's one thing we evaluate in every deal. Is it something episodic that has come out of an event, or is it something structural that they've done with the asset, which we feel are skill sets that will help them in being able to repeat it again and again. And that's clearly a lens that you have to have, especially in a market like ours, where there could be several factors behind the returns that a particular deal or particular fund is delivering.
I think most critical thing is that we look at is the team, right? It starts with the team and ends with the team, and everything else is around it. So it's not about a person, a single person, one star performer. It's about who is the team who's trying to sort of achieve the goal that you set out for, right? And manage the capital that you're asking for. Around that then is, of course, the strategy that you're building, the track record that you have. Is it in line with what you've done in the past? Is your strategy in line with the track record? Is your track record in line with what your capability set is? What is your experience? Have you sort of done this before? In what capacity? Deal attribution? All of that then becomes part of the diligence. But at the end of the day, team is at the center of who and what is there, and therefore, as an LP who's about to give you capital for 10 years, do you instill confidence? How do you instill that confidence? A lot is to sort of, a lot of times GPs approach us and say, okay, this is our strategy, this is what we want to do. Does it tie in with our sort of priorities for the country? What are we planning to do? What is our plan what are we looking for? Does it tie in with our plan? If not, then maybe you're the best GP out there, but we may not be able to sort of fund you. So that's the other sort of piece. And third, I think, which I generally end up seeing is, because we meet so many GPs across segments, across strategies, a lot of times we don't see differentiation. You may feel when you come to us as a GP that, you know what, I have a very differentiated strategy. But a lot of times it doesn't come through, because I've been a GP and I realize now the fallacy, right? That we used to feel, we've got track record, we've done this with strategy, team, everything's in place, but not able to convince a certain LP. It's because the LPs heard a similar story with some variations from pretty much everybody in that segment, in that strategy. So I think introspection a little bit to understand, okay, what is the true differentiator? How are we really different? Is it our sourcing capability? Is it our value creation capability? Is it our exit capability? Are we truly different, or are we just shades of grey, right? Somebody's lighter, somebody's darker. So my request is, again, when GPs come and say, okay, how do we sort of get your backing? I say, okay, these are some things that we can give you pointers for, but honestly, there is a lot more introspection that needs to be done.
You have a very high bar. How are we doing on time? We have 5 minutes? Okay, so maybe in the interest of time, let me switch to the last one. I did want to get, as you look ahead from each of you, how do you think of, let's say if you were to sit here 3-4 years from now, what would you think buyout market would be? How are you visioning it? And what are the top 3, I would say top 2 things that excite you, and maybe the top 3 things or 2-3 things that worry you sitting today for the audience? Maybe we can go in any order. Maybe we'll start with you, Rahul.
I guess I think I would like to think that buyout is currently in a sweet spot where, as I said earlier, I mean, I think the Indian corporate world is coming of age where what was traditionally a very family-oriented model of my grandfather was there in this business and my son is also going to be in this business, that is changing clearly. Notable banker also mentioned this. People want to manage family offices now, which also means that for funds, there's a bigger supply of deals coming to the market. There's a more varied supply of deals coming to the market in terms of sectors, etc. as well. I would say that bodes very well. 2, I am wearing my public markets hat. Clearly, I think over the last 2-3 years, valuations have moderated, and especially for buyout, I think valuations become very important. It's very different from a growth deal, where again, you are typically riding on a public, side of the market. Valuations typically, okay, this is an unlisted, housing finance company that you hold. This is a public listed company that you hold, that is there in the market, and the multiples therefore on an NAV calculation, for NAV calculations, can just be taken. Here, I think the valuations become important because you want the businesses to be acquired at a very reasonable price, and then obviously the value optimization to happen, and also kind of the multiple expansion to kick in later because of the improvement in the underlying situation. So I would say the valuations being moderated over the last couple of years, I think bodes very well for definitely the buyout strategy for us.
Yeah, from our standpoint, if you were to say what is the wish list of what I would like to see, it's probably deepening of more sectors. When you look at our economy and the composition of our economy and the composition of private equity deals, PE deals tend to be concentrated in 3 or 4 sectors. While I've said it's broadened, it's still not really representative. A lot of sectors like consumer, industrials, manufacturing, still are areas where PEs have not really delivered repeatable success. And I would like some of these sectors come into the fore. There is complexity in these sectors, but private equity has figured out how to handle complexity in various sectors, so would love to see that happen. From the standpoint of one, maybe risk, I would say at the end of the day, when you look at the returns in the past vintage, the multiple expansion has been a cherry on the top, and somewhere there it can also be a burden or a drag on the returns if you run into a negative cycle. And so from that standpoint, by and large, the buyout part of private equity industry has resisted the same sort of volatility that growth has seen and stayed more disciplined on the valuation front, and I would like to see that continue, although there'll always be instances where some or the other company or a GP will see price competition and pricing run up, but that's one thing that one needs to be mindful of when the market is hot.
Yeah, so I think from our standpoint, very similar sort of thoughts, but if you look at the first sort of decade of private equity, so to speak, in the country, majority of the returns were driven by earnings expansion. If you look at the next sort of decade, I think the returns have been mixed. The drivers of returns have been mixed. There has been, especially in the last decade, which is from 2016-17 till today, there's been a lot of returns which are driven by multiple expansion. We're seeing valuations where they are, and that I think is a cause of big concern for us, because we're seeing people deploying under pressure, wanting to show deployment, also doing deals because they have to sort of, do something. They feel, well, and I was discussing this with a couple of people here that, 10% higher valuation, 20% higher valuation doesn't matter. In the long run, it'll all equalize. It'll all sort of become level out. that not necessarily, because things can go wrong, cycles can elongate, and therefore your hold periods might increase, and therefore this 20% may actually make or break your returns entirely. So that, I think that in our own sort of analysis for GPs, we're including these right up front now, where we're saying, okay, can you share with us your entry multiples, your valuation multiples, where are you holding the companies at, how did you exit, what were your drivers of return, right up front, even in our first IC note, so to speak. So our IC wants to know where do these returns come from. It's no longer that, okay, we will do this at diligence. They're saying, no, we want to see this up front. So that's one cause of concern, or so to speak. I think we feel that the market will grow, right? India will grow, long-term structural drivers are there, India will grow, private equity will grow, buyout growth, both these segments are likely to grow, and they will grow. We are seeing more and more companies, the sort of reasons for buyouts that were there, they hold true. We will see more companies coming into the fold, and therefore capability sets are also increasing. We're seeing GPs originate very skillfully, very interestingly, versus earlier, even though the market is intermediated, heavily intermediated, we are still seeing fund managers who can do prop deals, who are still doing prop deals, even when it becomes a competitive process, because they've worked so much with the promoters, with the founders. They already have a preference, and promoters are okay to compromise a little bit on the valuation because they like the partner, and they say, okay, this is a 5-year, 7-year partnership. I'm giving control of my legacy to you, so I'm happy to compromise a little bit and structure returns in a way that I also share the upside, even though I give you control. And so there are sort of good ways of doing that, and I think we continue to see that. So that's what excites us, that GPs, promoters, everybody's become creative in a good way to create win-win partnerships for each other, and valuations, of course, is a big concern.
Awesome. Maybe on that note, that sounds like maturing ecosystem. We're very excited. I know I got my cue, but thank you so much for doing this and being patient with all the questions. Thank you for the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, before we close, just one quick question to the audience in case you all have any queries for our panel members. We have one question coming up, sir. Can we take that? One question? Yes, can we quickly pass the mic here? So can we take one question?
Just to Neha and Arjun, that being a foreign LP, when you look at investment opportunities through an Indian GP, or in particular even investment opportunity that the GP is looking at, what is the impact do you give to societal or environmental impact of that particular buyout decision, apart from the usual tick boxes of profitability, scalability, and valuations?
Thanks for asking that very important point. I would say roll back 10, 15 years ago, this was an area which used to be put up front in terms of diligence as to what is the lens that the GP takes to impact on the society, impact on governance, impact on environment, and so on and so forth. I would say today, though, I feel the GPs by and large have come of age, and they've seen what capital like ours needs. And so to that extent, we see a lot of preparedness, a lot of forethought that is put behind how they appear and how their portfolio companies are doing. So it's definitely one of high importance and something that we measure across the portfolio companies of all our GPs, both retrospectively and prospectively, in terms of what is it that they want to do. So I would say that's probably center place and something that you will see not change.
Sorry, I always start with 20 years ago to now. So 20 years ago, I think the first filter was impact, right? When we used to look at something, look at any opportunity, we used to say, okay, how is this creating an impact? Whether it was private equity, VC, whether it was direct investments or funds, because the markets were so much more nascent, and therefore our first lens was always what impact is this creating? Is this creating a new market? Is this benefiting the economy, benefiting the industry, the ecosystem? That filter still remains, but I think given that this industry has been there for 20 years, and we're talking about, let's say, funds, etc., then we see that they have track record under the belt. So the first filter for us is a commercial filter. Have you made money in the past? If not, why not? If you've not made money for 20 years and you're expecting to make money in the future, I think there has to be a very high bar in terms of what will change, whether it will change. But the impact remains very, very important. So just to give you a quick example, if you come with a strategy which says we're going to do secondaries, we're going to invest in the public market in secondaries, we've made 30% IRR over a 20-year period, we'll still not be able to invest with you all because the impact is not there, because you're not putting in primary capital, you're not creating capacity for the economy, you're not creating jobs, your money is just changing hands as a secondary shareholder. So therefore, impact is very important, but it is not the only filter that we use. Let me put it this way. Having said that, I'm not saying that we don't do secondaries, we will never look at secondaries, because secondaries again has an impact of, we feel that in the larger scheme of things, given where we are in the industry, secondaries also has an importance of unlocking value which is stuck, unlocking capital that is stuck. When that will get unlocked, we will see more capital flow back into the country. So there is an impact that secondaries also create in a different way though.
Thank you, ma'am. And let's give a round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. There is truly an invigorating discussion. With that, may I please invite on stage Mr. Vivek Soni, partner and private equity leader at Ivca India, to join us and felicitate all our speakers with a memento, a token of appreciation. Well, so much food for thought coming right there on how LPs really view the Indian buyout opportunity, including talking about allocation strategies, return expectations, and risk assessment as well. Thank you once again. Requesting all of you to please come together. Let's get your clicked together in the same frame. Let's have a group picture clicked. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now head for a lunch break. Would request all of you to please come together sharp at 2:20, because that's where we will kickstart with our next segment, a panel discussion that will talk about and delve into the journey of a successful buyout, followed by a very crucial presentation and 2 more panel discussions. So I would urge everyone to please join us in. We are running a little late, but request you all to please join us at sharp at 2:20. That's where we will kickstart with a very important discussion. Till then, have a very good time. Also, do not forget to get yourself clicked outside. We have the team sitting right there who will give you all our live pictures of all of you. So do not forget to get yourself clicked right there. Thank you and have a very good time over lunch. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to please join us outside in the pre-function area. We're about to kickstart with our next segment, a discussion that will talk about the journey of a successful buyout, lessons from both sides of the table. So I would request each one of you to please join us and let's get started. We have a few more important segments to go. That will be also followed by a panel discussion that will focus on financing strategies for buyouts in India, to then talking about exit strategies for Indian buyouts. And I'm sure these are some very important segments you all are looking forward to. So I would request each one of you to please join us take your seats, and let's get started with our next segment. Well, once again, requesting everyone outside in the pre-function area to please join us It's about time we get started with our next session that will talk about journey of a successful buyout, where we get to learn lessons from both sides of the table. So I would urge everyone to please join us and take your seats, and let's get started. Well, from one fantastic conversation to another, that is what we are exactly delivering at IVCA Buyouts Summit 2026. Well, we did begin with some fantastic sessions right there that talked about the evolution of buyouts in India, to then focusing on a very important report launch that was followed by two important panel discussions that talked about value creation playbooks for Indian buyouts, to then also our industry stalwarts talking about what the market is really saying about buyouts in India. But what we look forward to next and switch gears is to the journey of a successful buyout, where we get to learn lessons from both sides of the table. So our speakers are right here. They're about to join us in just a few minutes from now. So I would urge everyone to please join us We have a few more segments, but post that we will also be breaking for networking after our event culminates, where we will collaborate and talk over wine and cheese. So that's where we can take our conversations a little later, but now let's begin with our discussion session right here on stage. Well, before we begin, once again, I would like to take this opportunity and thank our partners for their indelible support. IVCA Buyouts Summit 2026 would like to thank our platinum partner, Aurum Equity and Investec India. Also thanking our value creation partner EY Parthenon. Well, like I mentioned, we have our team outside who are clicking pictures and giving you all some live photographs. So in case you all haven't really clicked your pictures, do not miss out on that opportunity as well. And of course, we had two very important report launched today by EY that focused on leveraging integrated operational diligence for value creation, followed by one more important report that talked about India buyout deals analysis by EY. So in case you all have not, we have circulated the physical copies. In case you haven't received your copies, we have the QR code right here on screen. You all can go ahead, scan the QR code. That's where you get to have all the deep insights into our reports by EY. We have the QR code on screen right now of private equity buyouts in India. So you can go ahead, scan the QR code. That's where you get to access the copy of the report as well. Also a very crucial announcement. As you all know that we have our flagship event of IVCA coming up very soon. That is IVCA Conclave 2026 happening next month on the 10th and the 11th of March right here at the same venue at St. Regis, where we have the stalwarts of the industry who would be joining us. So do not miss out on in participating in that event as well. Go ahead, block your dates. The registrations are open for IVCA Conclave 2026 happening right here in Mumbai on the 10th and 11th of March. But right now, let's now commence and resume with IVCA Buyout Summit 2026. A few more segments to go. Would request people who are joining us in, you can take your seats and let's get started with our next segment. I do see a lot of people standing near the hall, near the entrance. May I please request you all to take your seats? May I once again request you all, well, I believe that time is the biggest asset to each one of us, right? So let's ensure that we do not delay on the agenda. We have a few more segments to go and let's kickstart in just a minute from now. In case you're still outside, you all are going to miss out on the very important golden conversations that are going to happen on this stage. So once again, I'm urging everyone to please join us in and we will take those networkings and discussions a little later, please. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to our second half of IVCA Buyouts Summit 2026, where we are now going to talk about a very important, discussion that will talk about the journey of a successful buyout, where we get to learn lessons from both sides of the table. Well, successful buyouts are shaped as much by alignment and trust, by structure and capital. As you all know that the stage is now set to witness a conversation that will give us a deeper perspective, a detailed view of a completed buyout from both perspectives. The founder who exited and the private equity firm that acquired the business. But before I invite our speakers on stage, I believe we are all reset and recharged. Yes, are we all set to commence? Come on everyone, we need some more energy because like I said, it's your energy that our speakers need, right? So your applauses and your response should reverberate like that, okay? So are we all ready to resume? Good. Now that is the energy that we need for the next half as well. With that, let's commence with our discussion, Journey of a Successful Buyout. First up, please put your hands together with all your attention towards the stage. Let's welcome Mr. Shaju, CEO at Best Value Chem Private Limited. Let's put our hands together as he steps forward. A very warm welcome, sir. May I also please invite Mr. Manoj Jaiswal, Partner and Head, Buyout and Industrials at Premji Invest. A very warm welcome, sir. And they'll be in conversation with Mr. Sanjay Bansal, Founder and Managing Partner at Aurum Equity. Let's put our hands together for him as well. A very warm welcome to our... Well, so this is our post-lunch session, the first segment after lunch, and it's all over on you now to take it ahead from here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, everybody. I presume you all geared up for an interesting session. We have yet another conversation with two gentlemen on my right side, Mrs. Saju and Mr. Jaiswal, Manoj and Saju, if I may call you, address you. This is similar to what we did in the morning, where Manish spoke to Mr. Kedia at Manjushri. Just by way of introduction, Manoj runs industrials and buyouts at Premji Invest, which is, a domestic large fund, AUM $15 billion, a lot of philanthropic investments, but a fund which has invested across asset classes and across equity types, and now have a very clear carved out buyout strategy. Welcome, Manoj. And with him we have Saju. Saju is actually Premji Invest and Bestcam's very first buyout transaction, and Saju runs it and has, I must say, done wonders. Saju himself is a qualified chemical engineer and a very pedigreed, may I say, promoter cum management team at Bestcam. Welcome, Saju. Let me start by asking, this deal happened in 2020 when I last read. I think we were in the middle of COVID, right? Let me ask Manoj, what prompted you to do the deal, your first buyout in India, in industrials, at a time when the world was falling apart?
Well, that's an interesting question, Sanjay. Just to give clarity, the deal got signed just before COVID. It got concluded post-COVID. But of course, it was not without dramas. It was a lot of issues that we had to navigate through. Whether it was issues around, whether it was issues around best value chem, whether it was issues around the environment, and a lot of self-questioning after signing the deal, given the environment, right? So we went through a lot of hoops before we could conclude the deal, but we are glad we did, and the journey thereafter has been excellent.
And Saju, what motivated you to do this deal? Was it like, can I be candid? Was it a bailout because of COVID, or you thought that, here's Premji Invest, great investor, world is falling apart? I don't know what the truth is.
No, it is definitely not a bailout, because the deal started in early January, of 2019. So much before the COVID started showing signs in India. But this was very clearly because my other investors and we could really feel that we need to scale up, and it's important to have a right partner. So this was basically looking for a right partner, and it was not a bailout deal actually.
Interesting. Your business was, I think, 400 crores or thereabouts when you did the deal, and today it's 2.5 plus times as per last public data, maybe 3 times by now. You really created value in the business. What drove this thinking in terms of being able to let go of 90% equity at that stage to a fund like Premji Invest? It's a tough call, right? You obviously had conviction in your growth story, right? But yet you took the plunge. Can both Saju and Manoj respectively address this?
So I will, some portion I will answer, then I will give to Manoj to complete it actually. So, the question you ask, how you could give it away 90% of it. Either blessing in disguise or something. We had a set of partners in the organization. It's not that I'm alone was holding 100%. So, I was always a minority stakeholder, because I migrated from Kerala for a job to Mumbai, and these investors, we joined the hands. So I was always close to 10%, then 90% owned by other set of investors. 20 years into the business, we could build the business, precisely close to around 370 crores. And I was finding it difficult to grow further because lack of interest from my other set of investors. And, basically partially because of their age, their, no succession plan for the business. So it was easy for me in a sense to convince them because I have much more life into the business. If you people give an opportunity to grow the business by getting a right partner, it will be a great support for personally, also for my entire team who was with me for the last 20 years. They were kind enough to associate with the Premji Invest because we are all very proud to say we are the first buyout deal for Premji Invest.
That's true.
So this is, I could convince my other set of investors. I was not an only investor, so it was partially a little easy. Manoj will add on that.
No, I think I would say best value was at a perfect spot that one would see as a buyout. It was promoter owned, professionally managed from that lens, right? And the risk of transition was not there, which is one of the biggest risks that one sees in a buyout. So from that point, it was sitting in a good spot. Of course, this is not true for most of the buyouts that we would see in the market. From that lens, at least one issue of so-called transition was kicked off. And just to add Saju's point, I think what's important to see here is where does a private equity adds value? And that's how Saju saw the partnership. He saw the partnership saying, if there's a Premji Invest, there is a capital, there is an opportunity, and the market is big to grow. And that's where he saw the partnership. And we saw the partnership from the fact that there is a continuing management capable and will be able to take the journey forward. And some of those issues that one sees in buyout, and we'll discuss that in forward, was probably little lesser vis-a-vis any other buyout. And to that extent, to do our first buyout in that kind of a, I would say, stage being set in a slightly different than a normal buyout, did help us in terms of we taking the conviction to go ahead with the first buyout.
So can I say it was more management quality than a sector thesis? Which drove you
it was
to
both.
this?
See, I'll tell you, the reason we went into best value came is a sector thesis.
Okay.
We were very categoric that chemical is the place we want to go. It's a platform we want to play and we want to acquire and expand. That was very categoric, right? And at Premji Invest, I must admit that we do not go into saying that this sector I will want to acquire essentially. It's just the sector play we decide. And if an asset comes along, which is an acquisition, of course, then it goes through which is a control situation, then it goes to multiple other filters.
Right.
And it fitted into those filters very well.
But given that you run buyouts and industrials, and you were telling me earlier that that's the focus, is it fair to assume that funds like yourself, when they're looking at buyouts, have their own sector thesis?
Yes.
In specific sectors, which is a bias, may not be the only thing you look at.
No, I'll put it differently. I'm sure most of us here who invest into across sectors, we have a thesis in terms of where we want to play and how we want to play. Core as well as non-core in the way we define it. And, in industrial, there are particular identified sector which is a core sector for us. Chemical being one of them. So it was in the identified thesis, it was in the identified space. And therefore, the decision became easier. Had it been not in the same space, would we have done a buyout? Perhaps no.
One of the questions which intrigues me always is, being a banker, don't know if it's right or wrong to say this, are these deals, as per you and Saju yourself, relationship-led or process-led? Which means, there's a process which is running, you're participating in the deal, you're learning more, or Manoj is getting to know you and Saju vice versa, and there's a comfort you establish with each other, which takes time, and then you decide, okay, we must try and see if we can consummate a deal. What's the truth for the audience?
I'll add in Saju. I think it will be probably more important if Saju says this answer, but for me it started with the process, okay, but it became relationship eventually, because this deal went on for almost 18 months before it got concluded. Of course, a bit of a delay was due to COVID in between, but yes, because the point of choice was given to Saju, and he chose a partner that he thought will contribute to the journey and the growth. I guess despite of being slightly lower on the price. So just to answer both of your question, but I guess Saju will be the better person to say why he chose what he chose.
Sanjay, you asked the question, the deal, at least in the case of Best Value, there were a lot of relationship based actually. As Manoj mentioned, it took almost 18 months. We started 2019 beginning, and then finally, the fund was disbursed, the transaction happened by mid of 2020. So in the process of 18 months, it's very difficult a deal to continue to live actually for such a long a time if you don't have a informal relationship with all the buyers actually. It's wrong from my end. It was only a formal relationship. A lot of informal friendship has been created. I still continue to. Not only that, we were only in touch with the industrial people in Premji Invest. We could communicate to everybody, right from chief investment officer to even those in the other verticals also. We were able to do that. And those relationships, those officially started as an official relationship, today has converted into a personal relationship, and which continues. Which you don't feel stressed when you do a deal taking such a time. There was valuation issues, then COVID came, so that nobody was, eager to take the first step. That was 3 months was lost in that. And this personal relationship, we're able to pick up the phone and call them what is happening, so why the delay is there. From both sides, they used to call up and ask how the business is going on, So, it was easy because of this personal relationship.
And I guess, Saju, it's super important because, if you're letting go 90%, right, of your company, and he's betting on, may I say, yourself, their relationship got to be paramount, right, in such a transaction. And relationship at one level is time tested. So do you think that was the clincher for the deal with Premji Invest?
Yeah, just I mentioned it earlier, I was the contact point actually. It's not the other investors who basically exiting it actually. So this is a personal relationship, and also most of them were my age. We could actually relate a lot of things other than the business, whether it is coming into your personal life, whether you're talking about your children. There were a lot of points. I'm not saying it will happen in all the deals, but in this case of Premji Invest, it's really helped us to build up so I will give a lot of credit for the personal rapport I could make it with the.
And did you feel that across the entire team of Premji Invest, or it is more Saju and Manoj?
No, Manoj, in fact, he was a CFO at that point of time when the deal was happening. So the partner was somebody else actually. But even in the capacity as a CFO, we were able to talk. He at least visited 3 times the plant. We had a multiple round of discussions. The personal level went because to sign the share purchase agreement. I was interacting with in a personal level also. He's not just advising me as a CFO of Premji Invest. So then it became easy. Then Manoj took the role as a partner to manage this portfolio. It became much more easier to continue that.
And Manoj, at your end, if you look beyond financials, right, and if you look at personality or adaptability or openness, when you're buying out 90%, you have your own thesis. Sometimes, right? Sometimes you have alignment, like I think Amit Damia mentioned alignment. And what was the truth in your case? And what are the learnings from that?
I guess while there is a thesis that becomes the point of initial engagement, right? But what takes you through is the alignment, is the common objective and a common vision for the business. So while, as I said, the chemical as a thesis did bring us together at the first point. But the engagement thereafter, the ability to see the vision together, the ability to see what changes are required in the business, and that alignment and that thinking if Saju was to take the ship forward as a captain, his ability to see this in the way we were seeing it was probably the biggest clincher. Because to me, that's the most important aspect of getting into a partnership. Without that, you just can't have a co-pilot flying the plane. It becomes friction, and which is just not worth it. It is value detractor.
And Saju, was it easy to convince Manoj? His sector thesis was right. I mean, first time buyout, chemicals, you're a stalwart in the business. Somebody is coming in 90% and telling you what you should be doing, maybe, right? Or maybe not, right? What did it take to convince him that there's an alignment of thinking strategically?
Initially, it was easy because he was not much aware of the industrial actually. But now, over a period of last 4 years, he knows, well about this industry thesis. So, but he come up with the right questions and we answer it. So it becomes easy for us to interact, because there is an intellectual engagement happens. It's not that, like any, maybe many investors, they say that you have got money, you have to give me the return. No. Here is a fair amount of intellectual engagement. It happens, maybe on a weekly basis or maybe daily basis where he try to learn, I try to learn the finance from him. So there is a mutual admiration for the work. So it cooperate, that coordination and, it get along very well. So things are, becoming much easier because of that.
So going back to the deal stage, how often did the deal break? And what created that situation? I believe that no deal happens until it breaks a few times. Right? This is my stupid thesis of deal making.
You can make a bit of a movie on BBC, but I'll let Saju talk about it because he was the guy who was at the center of it.
This, as I told you, it took a long time, it's almost 19 months, so a lot of, I would say that, there was, informal meetings were happening, and even it is continued to happen even after now also, because Manoj continued to travel to Baroda, I continue to travel to Bangalore. So all these things gives an opportunity to...
Saji, today everything is hunky-dory, right? Talk about the deal time.
I'll give a candid answer.
The deal time.
The deal broke almost 3 to 4 times.
Right.
Okay.
I would imagine.
While in the journey of the 18 months, it did. Just to start with, we were a little cagey about a chemical as a business. Okay. Because it has its own nuances. While there was a thesis as a buyout, of course. Then second issue was there were some issues at the cap table level. Saju will be candid in this room. And we had to resolve them. Then came COVID, of course, and also, in a deal like this, there are a lot of competitive intensity, and as a result, there are a lot of spiral implications.
Right.
So therefore, the deal went through its bumpy ride. It did, and it took time for us to conclude, to resolve some of the issues, some of the environmental issues, and thereafter, we could.
But were you in a, like you mentioned, in a bilateral discussion, or was it like a process and an auction?
It was bilateral. The process just took a back seat after a particular point of time. That's the way the relationship came in. It was a very transparent relationship where we used to exchange wherever there are gaps, and we used to resolve it together. I think that was important to build the trust at both the ends. And I guess the problems came. We navigated through the problems together. To me, that was very critical aspect of seeding the relationship.
And is it fair to say that the best buyout deals happen bilaterally as opposed to a process which is run by bankers?
Eventually, yes. A buyout deal to me is very critical to ensure that the alignment, the strategic thinking in the partnership is aligned. If that is not the case, please understand there is a situation where somebody is ceding control, and you take the driver's seat while the car is in motion. And I'm sure all of us have experience of having to be able to get to the steering with probably another driver at the side, and we see it from a different lens.
Right.
We always have a point of view how it's being driven. Unless that trust is there, it is very, very difficult. And that trust cannot come through process. It has to be engagement. It has to be a partnership. It has to be trust of believing each other. And in a formal environment, it has to be more importantly, not just the trust, it's trust of the future that you see together in some form to the goal as well as the path. There will be turbulence, but so long as you're aligned to the goal and the objective, it would be fine.
Saju, what was some of the toughest deal conditions? Was it valuation, equity stake, certain other requirements of the Premji Invest, which upset you and kind of wobbled the deal?
Sanjay, I must say, there was no condition which was very difficult to accomplish in this particular deal. Actually, I must be very honest in that, actually, because as I told you, my other investors, were always looking for an exit. So valuation, of course, they were not on the highest valuation. But as I told you that, we were looking for a partner, not to just for a capital. We want somebody who has a patience to build an institution, not just business, actually. So we found that Premji Invest, it has got two characteristics. They are a private equity, but they'll also have a perpetual ownership. So many private equities which had a look at best value, we found it because they are purely an private.
But Saju, are you saying there was zero issue? I mean,
no, I'm not saying so.
Frankly, every entrepreneur I meet has valuation expectations or other issues which come up and crop up because they think the business is worth X, or you can't control me so much, etc., etc. Right? I mean, your deal seems like a dream. May I say that?
No, I will be lying if I say there is no issue. Definitely was a challenge, actually, because there were other buyers on the table. They were offering a slightly better valuation, where it was difficult for me to go with them because they one of the things which I must say, I had a personal rapport I could create with the partners in Premji Invest, so where they showed me an opportunity to grow a wealth creation opportunity, because they were saying, you will have an ESOP, you will increase your equity based on your performance, the outcomes. The other buyers was not ready to treat it. They were ready to treat as an employee, which, emotionally you will not be bound to an organization. Financially you may be well off. So there were issues, but I could manage it in these terms of, but nothing I'm telling, it would have been broken this deal, because it was much more closely followed, and that interest for both the parties were common because we wanted to build the business growth together.
You touched on a very interesting point. You said they were not treating you as an employee. You were the owner. You became a partner manager, if I may say that.
Yeah.
Although a very critical one. Was that emotionally upsetting? I mean, it's a change of status sometimes, and you feel that I'm the king and now I'm not the king, but I'm one among the many, and somebody else can decide my fate. How does that help impact you emotionally and otherwise while running the business?
Sanjay, see, of course, I need to admit that, getting somebody and, getting into that, getting in terms of reality that you are going to lose the control of, it's like somebody you are, getting into a powerful co-pilot is getting into cockpit, and which you have built over a period of time. But, I've personally gone through that. The way I have overcome this, instead of thinking that I'm losing a control, I started thinking, I am getting into a structured partnership. Whether this will help me. I never thought that, and of course, some point of time it is that I'm losing the control. Of course, I was not a, majority stakeholder, but I was been right from the first day managing the show. So this I could overcome by changing from losing control, change the mindset to, I'm getting into a structured partnership. So that is one of the way to overcome this.
If we move ahead on post transaction, 12 months, Mona, how did you prioritize this investment in terms of whether it's compliance or systems or cultural integration? What was priority for you? I'm not even talking about financials.
Yeah, 2-3 things. What became important is, one is we brought a lot of professionalism in the organization. It was no longer, it was earlier also somewhat professional because the owners were not necessarily operating the company. But we brought in a lot of professional board. And it was run very professionally. I mean, as a investors, we did not really run it like, it's our company or any of the investor becoming the face of the organization. That was not the case. It was very, very professionally done. As far as compliance and all is concerned, there weren't many issues, to be honest. I guess where we came in, we actually flipped the aspiration of the organization. We went into really getting into, a very deep core work to say, what are the molecules? Where are you operating? Where is the capabilities? How can you move up the value curve? And how can you participate in an area which is far more value accretive? And I think that is where we channelize the energy through the professional interventions. I mean, we have a process where we create value. One is professionalization of the board. We bring in industrial experts, irrespective industry experts, who can guide. This was an organization which was small, had grown in its own ways, but it had an excellent capability with respect to few chemistries and industries. And that's where we wanted to focus and move up the value chain to say, how do you really take this effort or the process or the capability to try and move up, in terms of trying to make it more value creative. And that's where the focus started. And if you see the growth journey, most of the products, while the old product, of course, they continue, what BVC has been able to accomplish over a period of time, they have been able to move into higher value products. They have been able to move up their realization, their profitability from that lens. And also, we were able to, with the power of a large investor at the back end, we were able to unleash their ability to grow without necessarily, relying on just about capital, just about investment. We tried to open multiple other aspects for the growth, which was non-linear to a large extent.
Because Saju was this well-qualified engineer, right, strategy, that really helped.
Of course.
Right in the beginning and later, right? And Saju, did you feel more constrained with a PE partner or more empowered post the deal? And I would say in the last 5 years, you built the business, like I said, from 400 crores to 4 digits. And I was reading about your company and I came across that you serve some of the best customers in the world in the fragrance and flavor segment. So obviously you built something spectacular, right? So, this whole relationship with the private equity, is it more empowering and therefore critical, or is it more restraining? What do you feel?
Sanjay, so I must say that, so before Premji was coming into Best Value, I was behaving like a chief firefighting officer, so I'm there everything and it's an omnipresent. From a chief firefighting officer, I started, I myself started feeling a chief architect of the organization. That's one of the empowerment. So you can say that is a lot of empowerment is happening. And second thing, so what PE wants actually, I learned that very quickly, is that they look at governance, they look at, organization, or the successor in leadership. They are not, the control means it is not, they don't want to a micromanagement of a promoter or a founder. They are basically looking at, how to protect the downside of the business.
So you're saying keep me informed, give me information, have high governance, work on the right strategy, and they'll be great friends. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes. So, they are very clear, so from, as he mentioned, we have become a board-driven organization. We have, we used to have management information, MIS, but it has become more, so we are started developing care and KPI for the employees because there are multiple level of people, as I mentioned, from a chief firefighting officer, we have a CFO, there we have a CTO, we have a CHRO. These are the people is giving a different colors to the organization because they come up with ideas. So you will feel a lot of so basically also because they are building a institution, not just business. How you look at the relationship with the customer. From a just buyer-seller relationship. The strategically how important. Moving from a buyer-seller to preferred to the exclusive supplier and a partnership model. These all the learnings you will learn from such institutions, and it will help you to improve.
So Sajid, translate this learning to the audience and other companies not in the audience. And this question is to both of you. What is one advice you give to founders who are hesitating to seek control. Is there any one advice each of you would give for them to take this call? I know it's a leap of faith, but yet.
As a founder, what I would say that, we should stop worrying about, we need to look at, we don't look at it as that we are losing control, but we should think that we are entering into a structured partnership. That is one of the important things we need to consider. And second thing, because one thing we need to understand that private equities are not a perpetual one in an organization. It's a transitional. So if a founder is looking for a clear, exit-driven, goal-oriented, and if this is aligned very well, this will come out extremely well and make the founder more financially stronger. Reputational wise, it will be better for the.
And does it create wealth for you?
Yes, so far, it has come extremely well for me.
Manoj, what would you say?
No, I would tend to agree. I think the question ceding control has been a difficult conversation for founders. No disconnect on that. I guess if the founders can see the organization beyond individual concerns and the potential of the organization, and therefore looks for a partner who can take it forward to the vision, is where probably the partnership is the best. If one is trying to maximize individual return and not necessarily creating sustainable long-term organization, then it probably becomes a friction. And I think that's to me will be most important aspect of course, control comes due to various situations, sometimes succession, sometimes buying out partners, but the most important consideration that should be there in whether you cede control or you get an investor is, can you create a common vision for the organization which is meaningfully attractive for both the partners involved. Unless that is there, it becomes a challenge. I mean, I have seen other control situation where it does become a friction sometime when we are trying to brush elbows to say whose decision gets who's basically being able to be more effective on the board, right, or something like that. Yeah. So okay, that to me will be very, very critical.
I'm going to throw two rapid fires at you, both of you, right? Make it very brief. So the first one is one word to describe your deal journey in this particular case. The answer should be good, bad, ugly. Saju? I guess you don't have a choice, right?
Yeah, I think it's been very good journey actually so far.
Manoj? You're still not exited, so you've got to be careful.
It is mutual, right? I mean, with the fact that we are sitting here and talking about it, right, with so much of a pride, it is a very good journey.
And one last question over rapid fire. One myth which you like to break about buyouts? It could be a control myth, could be a valuation myth, could be employee to owner to employee mentality. What is the one myth you like to break? This is again for the audience. Manoj?
The belief that you can do everything, and if you have control, you can just move things around. In organization is a lot of people, a lot of process, a lot of capabilities. Just because owner changes does not mean every decision will get executed like a fly and and flywheel and things will happen. Perhaps that is one myth I will try to break.
Interesting. Saju?
One of the myth that I'm losing the control is one of the sleepless nights for many founders and promoters. But I would say from my experience is basically this gives you an opportunity to fly high. In fact, when I go today with the Premji Invest as a backer, so I have realized, the amount of trust your customers are going to get into you. Yes, when you right, say that I am going to invest, I am going to grow, they're taking it more seriously than I used to be in the past. So myth is that, you are not losing control, but in fact you are able to grow your business much more faster.
Well, with that, Saju and Manoj, thank you. That was exciting. Two gentlemen who built a very interesting business. Well, Saju built it, Manoj funded it through Premji Invest. The 5 years in the investment, great relationship, not exited yet. Business has grown 3x in revenue terms. Hopefully it will deliver serious value to the stakeholders. And they're still sitting together and laughing about it. So hopefully it will end up in a very interesting journey. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Let's give a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our dignitaries for keeping it so raw and candid. With that, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Varun Lal, partner at InvestCorp, to join us and felicitate all our speakers with a memento, a token of appreciation. Can we have the felicitations on stage, please? Once again, let's give a round of applause, everyone. It was truly a stimulating conversation, not just a conversation, but I must say a masterclass in itself. So thank you once again for joining us here and giving us some very pertinent insights. I'm sure the audience members have been able to encapsulate some very important points from that discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much. You can come together for a group picture. Come on, everyone. Let's keep the spirits high. Let's congratulate and thank our speakers for joining us for that segment. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, stay with us because we're about to move forward to our next segment, a presentation that we couldn't cover in the first half, but a very crucial presentation that will talk about India buyout deals analysis by Ivca. Can we please clear the stage? It's time for a presentation up next. Well, understanding how buyout activity is evolving requires a clear view of data, trends, and deal structures that are truly shaping the market. And this is where at IVCA Buyouts Summit 2026, we bring to you a presentation that will give us an analysis of the Indian buyout deals by Ivca. And joining us on stage in just 30 seconds from now, well, I see some conversations happening there. May I please request everyone to please take your seats as the speaker is about to join us on stage. Requesting people to take your seats. With that, let's put our hands together. Joining us on stage is Mr. Vivek Soni, partner and private equity leader at Ivca India. Come on, let's put our hands together for Mr. Vivek joining us on stage. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. All right, so in a way, I volunteered for the post-lunch slot. Let me see if I can keep you all awake. I think it was also strategically a well-timed thing. So now I have the benefit of synthesizing a lot of the pearls of wisdom many of the speakers before me sort of shared. Anyways, my name is Vivek, and I'm part of Ivca's investment banking team. I've been a close follower of the private equity industry in India since 2007, 2008. First, when I was with Lehman in their real estate private equity team, and we know how that went. And then I ran a private equity-backed business as the CEO for 6 years. And after that, I have been leading coverage for the private equity sector for Ivca. So quite a few years following the space since 2007, 2008. And it has given me a sort of a vantage point from which I may want to emphasize on some of the things that my prior speakers had covered. Okay. All right. So here we are. Sorry, let me just... Great. So we have some headline numbers here. I won't stress more into this, but let me go on to this chart. Since 2008, you know, the funny thing is, as a sector, if you see the amount of private equity money that has come in, since 2008 till 2021, it's been mind-blowing. But let me give you another trivia point. At Ivca, we started following the private equity sector in 1998, 99. At that time, the total amount of the ecosystem, investments and exits, were only $200 million. In 2021, investments alone were crossing 70 odd million, right? And then exits were another 40 odd. So that went to $117 billion. Almost a 31% CAGR from 1998 till 2021. And after that, it's been a bit of a consolidation phase. To sort of bring back to what Amit Jain said about escape velocity, I think the consolidation's been done, and in many areas, escape velocity is being achieved. More so if you look at the graph below, which talks about pure play PE investments, and the pure play buyouts that we'll cover is a subset of that. That has ramped up very, very significantly, right? And then, if you think about it, why is this happening? Some of the reasons that I can surmise, one of the points that Imran's colleague Gopal says very often, private equity is an alternatives class for large economies. Larger the economy, the faster it grows. As India has become fast growing, from it's fourth largest economy, soon to become third largest, this has grown at a faster pace. Also what's happened, and I think folks haven't covered this, is the way that GPs are raising capital. Most of the capital that's being deployed in India, whether it's in growth or it's in buyout, is by the international GPs, when you look at the total quantum. Now, these GPs are investing out of Asia funds. Till COVID, all Asia funds were raised, including China. And China had a very large allocation. After COVID, with the change in geopolitics, most of the large Western LPs, and most of them are from the western part of the world, preferred to have China risk delinked from the rest of Asia. So now if you see over the last years, since 2021, 22 onwards, most of the Asia funds are raised ex-China. I'm not saying all, I'm saying most. Because China as a risk, LPs prefer to underwrite separately and not co-mingle with it. So when you look at these, and these fund sizes have become larger and larger. Amit Dalmia spoke about how the next fund that they're raising is almost 2x plus over the previous version. So fund sizes are becoming larger, and then by default, the allocation to the other large markets, which is Japan and India, have kept on increasing. Which is why we are seeing a lot of interest from these international GPs who are getting larger amounts of dry powder. India, they want to invest in India also. The other part which folks, I think in India, the industry needs to really pat itself on the back, is that the rise of the Indian fund management talent. You look at so many large international GPs, whether it's a Blackstone or a Warburg or KKR, and so many more, PAG, either the global leadership or the Asia leadership is now comprising of fund managers who have grown up through the ranks from the India teams. Now there is a heightened awareness and understanding of the India risk, which was not there rolling back 5 years, 6 years. That too has made an impact in terms of the confidence they display when they make big investments in India. And all that has really culminated in really growing the pie for us, whether it is growth or buyouts or both. As you would know, most of the large GPs, international GPs, have buyouts as a key part of the strategy, and we'll delve into that later. And obviously there are some of the large Indian GPs like Chris Capital, like Kedara, multiples, who are now increasingly looking at buyouts. This is just something about investments. You see, the $50 million plus deal size is something I'll stress on in greater detail even when we go to buyouts, as most of the money is sort of coming there. And here there's a sort of a split between the various strategies, right? And almost 60 billion has come into India in buyouts across 270 transactions, right? And out of which 2/3 has come in the last 5 years. This is a very interesting chart which sort of looks in at pure play buyouts, right? As to, we are excluding infrastructure and we are sort of excluding real estate. Now in this, there have been 131 large deals which are greater than $100 million. There seems to be a timing lag here. Let me give that up. Yeah. This is a sort of a deal-wise split of the earlier chart, right? And we went into, and these 131 deals have comprised almost cumulative value of $58 billion, which sort of gives you 13 deals, pure play buyout deals per year, greater than 100 million for the last 10 years, which is not a lot. We spoke about the rising depth. This number of 13 large deals can be 2x, 3x in the next 3 to 5 years. It's not about the availability of capital. It's more to do with the availability of opportunity at the right price. And I'll just come to that. In a way, the buoyant Indian capital markets have been the largest compete to pure play buyout deals. The public market multiples have been so high that they've cast their shadow on private market deal multiples. And it's made it very difficult for buyout funds to be able to underwrite all these deals, as a result of which deal closures get elongated, a lot of deals get aborted, and a lot of the families that were exploring buyouts have decided to go and list and then do a phased sellout of their stakes as opposed to doing it in a buyout transaction. So that's the flip side. The equity markets have given great returns on exits to private equity funds. And why blame the families? Even the private equity funds have preferred to go, even in controlling positions, go and list, sell some in the pre-IPO, sell some in the OFS. And because the markets are so much deeper, now you can get rid of large stakes without significant disruption to the listed price, right? And private equities appreciated that, and they also get a much larger exit, better MOICs, better IRRs. So, what the Indian families have also done is also a logical offshoot. Most of the deals, if you see, have happened in technology as far as pure play buyouts is concerned. It's quite stark. If you are a buyout fund which doesn't have a strong technology team, you're really missed out on a large part of the traffic. Going forward, what's going to happen, obviously, with technology facing so many headwinds, so much volatility, you don't know what's hitting you next. It's not surprising that some of the other sectors like industrial products, which weren't really that high up on the totem pole, are acquiring more and more importance. Okay, this is an interesting slide. So we went back and saw each and every buyout above $50 million. Almost 188 deals. And so where were these deals being sourced from, right? Now you will see secondary as a very large part of it. In fact, if you look at the top deals in pure play buyout, they're overwhelmingly secondary deals between sponsors. Now, it's sort of logical. The number of companies where one or more sponsors with the whole startup ecosystem having more than 50% equity in a company, that number of companies has just gone up. And for them, a buyout deal with a larger GP becomes a very elegant solution. So the point is, it's done really well in terms of the total quantum of capital raised, the amount of transactions. Will we see more of this? Yes, I think we'll see an even more contribution by this particular source. The next largest source is obviously Indian founders and families that have gone ahead and looked to sell a controlling stake. Now, what they're trying to solve for varies from case to case. But in general, in the last 5 to 7 years, as some of the earlier speakers said, there's been a sea change in the way Indian families look towards private equity, right? Now, private equity is seen as a very reliable partner, someone that has the ability to help solve some of the challenges families face. There could be succession issues. There could be, need to bring in greater expertise, maybe to sell a non-core business. Amit Dalmia spoke about Pyramid Glass. That was a non-core business for the group. They decided to sell it out, right? To basically either buy out other family members, or in some cases earlier private equity funds who were minority shareholders, but the promoter comes along to form a controlled deal, continues to run the business with the idea that once the buyout fund exits, the promoter family will continue to run it, right? Could be other reasons. Maybe families want to take off some money off the table, had a safety net. So these are some of the reasons why Indian families have looked at buyouts. I think if the Indian equity markets cool down a bit, we'll see a lot more pure play buyouts than we have in the last 2 years, simply because that'll be the next logical conclusion for folks that are looking at an exit. The other reason, if you think about it, the competition from global strategics for buying out family-run businesses hasn't been that high. The reality is that the Indian environment is very different. The multiples are much higher. The global strategics are used to much lower multiples in their home countries. They find it difficult to underwrite this. Then the Indian deal environment is very different. And one can say, by and large, the M&A teams and the local India teams of these global strategics may not be as deal savvy as some of the private equity funds which have teams and boots on ground in India. right? So this sort of, in a way, puts private equity, I think, very well placed to take advantage of the next wave of pure play buyouts when they come. And they will come, I think, in spades if the equity markets cool down a bit. Maybe it's not so good for exits, but for, like, there's a time to sow and there's a time to reap. I think the reaping time has been going on for quite some time, but there will come a time when people will need to sow, and that will happen when the capital markets, if and when the capital markets cool down a bit, right? Some of the top deals, this will be available to folks. We did a top-down analysis of the top 20 deals and try to attribute it by source. Some very quick points on outlook, the way we see it. Look, the reality is that these are unprecedented times. The geopolitical situation is so fluid. Nobody knows what's going to come. And investing, especially investing for the long term, taking control of a business, looking 5, 7, 10 years out, is really difficult. So kudos to all the GPs in the room for doing what you do. The good part is that despite all this uncertainty in the world, this year we have crossed $60 billion in PE/VC investments. I think it's a good sign. And this is notwithstanding the geopolitical uncertainty. This is also notwithstanding the very high valuations because of the public markets. And I think with all this, if we are able to do $60 billion in 2026 and 27, things should definitely improve unless we have some black swan event sort of hitting us. There is a lot of dry powder. There's a lot of expertise. There's a lot of appetite for Indian buyouts. The returns have also been very good. There's another piece of analysis which I may share later, not on this session, is we've looked at all the performance, publicly available information of all buyouts greater than $50 million that have happened in the last 10 years and seen when they exited, what are the kind of returns. The returns are very good, right? And this is across sectors. And, which is why I guess most of the GPs who've been doing buyouts are doubling down on this strategy, and a few more who have been doing significant minority now want to do more and more buyouts. Everybody places a lot of value in being able to control the timing of your exit. When you're in a minority position, whatever you say, it's a contractual obligation of the controlling shareholder to be able to create that space for you to have an exit transaction. But when you're in control, you can control the entire timing. That is something that all GPs place a premium on. And, from where we are, we think the volume and value of pure play buyouts will definitely increase from where we are going. All coming down to three things. One, quantum of companies with sponsors owning more than 50%, a lot more than before. Acceptance of PE as a reliable partner. And thirdly, more importantly, private equity buyouts have displayed the ability to run businesses which are formerly family-owned and family-run. They've shown the ability to attract top-quality talent, professional talent, find alignment, and go ahead with great execution. And a lot of the GPs which were in this room have got really deep benches of operating partners. And we see that as a very welcome sign for things to come going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. May I please request you to take the center stage because we'd like to felicitate you with a memento. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Piyush Gupta, Head of Credit Markets, Investec Capital, to please join us and felicitate Mr. Vivek Soni with a memento, a token of appreciation. Come on, let's give a round of applause one more time. That was truly a pertinent presentation that gave us a clear view of the data, the trends, and of course, the deal structures shaping the market. Thank you. Can we have the felicitation on stage, please? Thank you. You all can come together for a picture. So can you please come together for a picture? Come on, let's give a round of applause one more time, everyone. All right, thank you. So with that, we now move forward to our next segment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two more panel discussions to go for the day. Well, we now switch gears to a very crucial segment, like I said, where buyout financing in India, ladies and gentlemen, has evolved through constrained creativity and growing institutional depth. Well, the stage is now getting set for an elite panel to join us who will give us a thorough perspective into buyout financing in India from limited traditional leverage to private credit, from structured and offshore solutions to how evolving capital markets are enabling larger and more complex buyout transactions and sponsor-led alignment. We have an elite speakers joining us on stage, so I would request each one of you to please stay back with us, stay glued to your seats, because 2 more important segments to go before we connect over wine and cheese, so do not miss out on that segment as well. Well, right from having one fantastic conversation to another, like I mentioned, that is what we're exactly delivering at Ivca Buyouts Summit 2026, where up next, we bring to you a panel discussion that will focus and talk about financing strategies for buyouts in India. So first up, I'd like to invite on stage, please put your hands together. Joining us back is Piyush Gupta, Head of Credit Markets at Investec Capital. Let's put our hands together as he joins us. A very warm welcome, sir. Next up, also joining us is Rahul Chawla, Managing Director, Multiples Alternate Asset Management. A very warm welcome. Also, please put your hands together for Mr. Rahul Shah, Partner at Kotak Alternate Asset Managers. A very warm welcome, Mr. Shah. Also, please put your hands together for Mr. Varun Laul, Partner at InvestCorp, joining us as well. A very warm welcome. And this session will be spearheaded by Sakshi Gera, Managing Director at Kedara Capital. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Sakshi joining us. Come on, where's the spirit and the energy? Let's keep it high. A very warm welcome. Ma'am, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I believe everyone has had a refill of their coffees, so we'll try to make it interesting for you guys. Vivek spoke a lot about the velocity of increased buyouts in the country, and the numbers are staggering. But one of the very important components to structure a successful buyout is financing, and that's what the panel will try to do today. We'll try to provide you a perspective from a sponsor lens, from an investor lens, from a lender lens, on how some of these trends have evolved over time. So maybe I'll just jump into a few themes that have emerged. And Piyush, maybe starting with you. The Indian markets have largely been an offshore heavy financing market. But some of that is changing now. But what are your views on how it has changed, whether it's the quantum, terms, emergence of new structures, unitranche, etc., all of that?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, I think India is a fairly unique LBO market in that, the structure in India has traditionally remained offshore, and the traditional LBO structures we see everywhere globally, where the BidCo typically merges with the OpCo. That is not the case in 9 out of 10 LBOs in India, or probably 10 out of 10. The market has restricted itself to offshore structures historically, and for multiple reasons, I think, which are mainly regulatory. So we have, of course, historically we have had FEMA restrictions in the ease of merging the offshore BidCo with the onshore OpCo. We have had regulatory considerations for sponsors to set up, when they set up onshore BidCos. We have had issues like ECBs, which are only accessible for slum sale, and there again there have been restrictions in terms of minimum tenor, maximum pricing, so on. FPI pools of liquidity again are narrow, restricted, they have withholding tax issues. So for all these reasons, the sponsors, who look at buyout financing not just to fund a new deal, but equally important for them is the considerations in the subsequent years post the investment in terms of ease of refinancing, ease of amend, extend, dividend recaps, etc. Because interest rate spreads move, businesses sometimes do better or worse than what is the original underwriting case, etc. So for all these reasons, the ease to and the flexibility to structure the financing, access the financing, and operate the financing post-investment are equally important considerations. So historically, for all these reasons, sponsors have borrowed offshore, stayed out of most of the regulatory issues that I mentioned earlier. It's been largely historically a bank-dominated first lien type of market. Coming to your question about the trend, so I think we heard in the earlier presentation done by EY how sharp the growth has been, particularly in the last 5 years. So naturally, buyout financing and LBOs are now increasingly larger share of buyouts, which are increasingly a larger share of overall PE investments. So we have seen the activity in terms of LBO market size also now sharply increasing. I think if I compare to 5-6 years back pre-COVID to now, it's almost like 4x at about $5 billion a year, give or take a couple of $100 million. So the market is increasing nicely. It's still obviously much smaller compared to global markets, particularly US, Europe. But having said that, it's come a long way in terms of its depth, width, and a little bit of product sophistication. Overall, while it still remains a bank-heavy market, but the ability to deal with larger deal sizes, I think from a depth point of view, the market has improved quite a bit. I think we have seen $1 billion plus deal sizes now getting done with reasonable amount of ease. Market doesn't break a sweat anymore, half a billion, 600, 700. We have seen multiple deals getting done through the year of that size. So that's one. The depth has definitely increased. In terms of breadth, I would say both in terms of sponsor width as well as breadth in terms of the participants in the syndication market. So in the earlier years, the market was more restricted to the top tier global buyout firms, let's say a dozen of them. Now we have seen Asian firms, we have seen Indian homegrown funds, we have seen infrastructure funds where structural subordination in the past has been a pretty sticky issue. We have seen secondaries funds as well accessing LBO markets. So width of sponsors who can access this market has definitely widened. Similarly, the width of the primary syndication market has also widened, though we still have CLOs are not really there. We have mostly Asian banks which are playing in this market, but definitely it has come a long way since we started back in 2013-14. Secondaries market is showing some green shoots of some trading activity. It's still very limited, but at least some early signs of activity are developing. In terms of products, we are now seeing unitranches, still far and few between for Indian LBOs, and there are multiple reasons for that. But in terms of pools of capital that can provide unitranches or MES or junior tranches or TLBs, I think that is not a constraint anymore. I think the issue is more about the fact that I think, again, in the earlier presentation we saw how good the track record in terms of exits and realized IRRs and growth rates that funds have achieved in India. And because of that, the sponsors, to my mind, don't have to top up leverage as much as in India, as much as they have to probably in more crowded markets like US. So the leverage levels have still been a lot more moderate here, and sponsors therefore can get that done in first lien market at lower prices. But having said that, I think we are seeing private credit funds now getting quite active in pitching unitranches and junior MES, as well. So yeah, I think we have come a long way and overall quite positive on the market growth. It will, of course, as we've been hearing all day, overall, the private equity investment in India is only growing by leaps and bounds. We've heard the numbers, and we've also heard about how much dry powder is waiting to be deployed. Funds are becoming 2x of the earlier sizes and so on and so forth. So with all this crowding out in deployment, naturally, and valuations on the other hand becoming richer, leverage becomes a very integral part of sponsor decision making to remain competitive and at the same time meeting the deployment targets. So, so overall quite positive.
Thanks, Piyush. I think on the draft regulations, which are very talked about and hopefully a step in the right direction, will allow more participation onshore as well as allow banks to participate more. So maybe a question to you, Rahul. How do you think about regulations, views on it? How do you think that will help aid the market expansion?
Yeah, I think RBI has come out with draft guidelines and probably it will get affected since April 1st of this year. It's a proposal to allow Indian banks to provide acquisition financing, and this is probably they have taken a very calibrated approach, but at the same time it's a defining moment because this is the first time you see Indian banking capital opened up for providing acquisitions. Why I say calibrated is because they have come out with a very detailed framework. It's allowed right now in a measured way to only listed companies, and it is very specific that it has to be applied only for strategic acquisitions. So it leaves out a lot of unlisted companies, which forms the bulk of acquisitions which Indian companies have been doing. At the same time, sponsor financing is still not permitted. Another thing is that they have provided various parameters. For example, listed companies can do these financings through banking capital, provided there is a 30% equity contribution by them, which means that obviously there is a measured way in which you can do leverage. At the same time, it is restricted to about 10% of the tier 1 capital available. So it doesn't really open up the floodgates, because tier 1 10% is about $3 billion of capital pool available. But what I would say is that this particularly means that RBI has now not kept a blind eye towards banks providing capital for acquisitions. I think as the banks perform through these financings for acquisitions, they will open up for more and more levers, and which becomes really interesting because the Indian corporates typically, whenever they have been looking for acquisitions, both in India and abroad, I think they have been restrained by the sort of capital which they can infuse into, and they have been obviously, equity becomes the most expensive form of capital. That is why you see, outbound acquisitions being particularly ECBs are the routes which are used for financing, but that pool of capital is only available to very large corporates. This particularly means that domestic acquisitions by Indian corporates is kind of going to proliferate. 2 or 3 things which in the near term which will happen is, you will find that large conglomerates or large corporates which are listed in India, they will find it very easy to do tuck-in acquisitions, and that's where the pace of activity will really increase, because the leverage ratios etc. will not be so difficult for them to meet. The second thing is that a lot of these venture-backed capital for companies where they are looking for strategic exits. Earlier you had in India a lot of, and which is what you see, that most of the buyout funds have veered towards large-sized buyouts, and that's because typically people have seen that it's very difficult to get an exit for a mid-market company in the Indian ecosystem. That's going to change, because you will find that the large listed conglomerates will be more than willing to acquire these companies, given that the cost of capital for acquisition has reduced. One very important thing is that when all these conglomerates are looking for acquisitions, banks are only going to provide capital to the extent it is serviceable by cash flows, and they have a defined period in which they are going to provide capital with regular repayment schedules, etc. So I think there is a healthy mix of private credit and bank financing which will be available in the Indian markets. So it's a very interesting journey going forward. It will take its own course, it will take its own time. I just wish that banks don't make bad investments, and that really doesn't keep RBI in a very difficult evaluation mode. So all the best for the industry for this.
Thank you. Just taking cue from what you said and a question to everyone. We also saw in Vivek's presentation that tech and tech services was the largest sector where buyouts happened. But given what you mentioned, and that sector is obvious because free cash flow generation is high, you can upstream, and B2B clients, hopefully sticky revenue. But have you seen some of that change? Like, have you seen, and even Varun, from your perspective across different sectors, would healthcare see similar activities, industrial see similar activities outside of tech where the FCF generation predictability is very high?
Okay, so no, great question, Sakshi. And since we are at an IVCA event, I'm going to be slightly provocative. And I actually see the RBI measures as glass half full, right? The guys who have the greatest ability to use bank funding to sort of accelerate the buyout market or the institutionalization of businesses, right, have been completely locked out, right? At the end of the day, these services or these regulations, if and when they come into effect, right, they only cater to companies or large conglomerates who in any case had access to funding at fairly attractive prices, right? Look, I mean, I've got some large stalwarts of the industry sitting here. They will tell you that those guys never had a problem of financing acquisitions, right? I mean, which is why, since you mentioned tech services, just last month, we all know of at least one very, very large deal that got done, right? One listed player buying a large private player. I think, to me, the biggest challenge is that the sponsor ecosystem has been kept out. And it doesn't mean, I mean, and it just goes all the way from mid-market to the large end of the segment. So that's, maybe you can say, the first complaint I want to sort of make. And the second one is, look, yes, you should logically see manufacturing, you should see healthcare sort of grow as far as buyouts are concerned. But again, I don't know if too many of the listed players are going to necessarily change their behavior. Second, and maybe there are enough people in this room who have clarity, I'm not sure about the tax deductibility of the interest. That has not been put down, right? So that just tells me that, okay, instead of going to Piyush, I'll be going to a bank, right? Otherwise, getting the, credit from someone was always available. So net, and sorry if this sounds like the counter view, I actually just see the private credit market continuing to grow and innovate. And this almost seems like a bit of an afterthought. We'll see how this plays out. Sorry if this is not the popular view, though.
Maybe I'll add a couple of points here. Look, I think unfortunately in the banking system, credit goes to the people who don't need it, right? And that's kind of how it happens. But my view is that as a regulator, I find it very happy situation that at least they've opened up the doors. And my view is that this is the first safest way which they wanted to test the waters with. A couple of years down the line, I think this will gradually open up. I wouldn't have seen RBI even look at this, ability for banks, given what we saw in ILFS, where the whole, asset liability mismatch was a really big concern for the regulator, to have opened up this avenue of financing for banks. But it's a very good measure. I see that opening up to sponsor financing in a couple of years.
We'll all pray for that.
Yeah. I think, you look at it from a glass half full or a glass half empty, whichever way you want to think about it. But, three things that we should recognize. One, to everything that we are saying, the reason that all of us are sitting here as well and the activity that has picked up, regulator has finally had to come and realize that time has now come for this level playing field to be not against the banking system. Now, whether you think that this has gone to a level where existing players are able to get that financing and therefore they don't need this, that's a point of view. But to me, the other thing that comes out of this is the legitimacy of how innovation will follow from here in terms of some of the things that you've talked about. I don't even know whether the regulations still allow you to have an amortizing structure or non-amort. Can you, what typically happens at LBOs, you have a back-ended, amortization that will come into play or not. But it does move in the right direction, number one. Number two, there are other means in which some of the domestic acquisitions have happened through the capital markets route. Now, India doesn't have, the mutual fund industry has been playing a very active role in some of the domestic, acquisitions that have happened. I think the one fundamental thing that RBI is also seeing, and which to me is the biggest sign of how this industry moves forward, is the fact that not just financial sponsors, but the domestic India, corporate India is now gearing up to a lot of buyouts. Some of the largest deals that have happened in the recent times have been on the domestic end of it. To me, that needed some additional engineering in terms of funding their capital needs. And this provides an opportunity. To the point that Rahul was saying, I also believe that this is complementary to a lot of work that the private credit funds do. Because there is going to be a template at the end of the day, whether it is, driven by leverage, driven by cash flows, driven by, what are the sort of guardrails the banks put because they want to be cautious. You will not solve for the entire cap structure when it comes to acquisition. So that's where, there will be need for additional capital. So to me, that will also help bring about requirements that will sit complementary to this. So if you put all of that together, I think this is just acknowledging that we need to move forward. Now, in times to come, they may not happen over sort of a 1 year period, 2 year period, because we have not even seen a single bank draft the guideline or say that, probably I think SBI is going to take the lead in this and then everybody else follows. Time will tell, but I think it's an acknowledgement of the fact that this is an industry which is here to stay and grow.
No, makes sense, Rahul. And sort of taking cue on that, question to you on how do you think private credit has evolved over time? What are some of the innovative structures that private credit has adopted, and there is more openness to it in the sponsor community in solving certain cap structure needs? So any views on how that has evolved?
I think sponsors, given the activity in the sponsor industry overall, private credit has had to adapt and, solve for some of the requirements. Thankfully, so far, we have not gone, it's moving in that direction. We haven't come very covenant-light structures, though, the global standards are almost reaching there in terms of, where things are. But in terms of innovation, I think there are transactions, and I think Piyush touched upon it, very few where some of the domestic requirements, some of the domestic capital is coming into play in financing, not conducive given the regulatory constraints that sit with it. But, I talked about the mutual fund industry, which in my view is a proxy to some form of private credit funding where, instead of doing pure share back, disclose, you have lockbox structures, or you have, somewhere, again, there was a talk about acquiring entity, BidCo merging with the OpCo. Those structures have also become a bit more innovative. FOCC guidelines restricted that at some point of time. So to me, there are already innovations that are in place within the constraints of what is there. My view is that with this, the second step is going to be to allow a lot more of the so-called regulatory restrictions becoming eased out, is the way I see it.
Yeah, I think private credit is already stepping up in the sponsor space. While, as I mentioned earlier, it's still very senior first lien heavy market, but we're increasingly seeing now occurrences of unitranches or full pick, structures, or junior mezz tranches, TLBs, etc. I think we have seen in US how the bank market went into a seizure back in 21, 22, and private credit took over, and now they're both, banks are back and private credit is still there, and they're both jostling for space. So I think private credit definitely has a role to play, and I think we have very healthy appetite amongst private credit pools of capital. I think when it comes to sponsor, just going back to Varun's point, I think while the acquisition framework is being relaxed, But I think the overarching restrictions on foreign owned and controlled companies to access domestic debt capital for funding acquisitions by way of acquiring shares, I think that would continue. So I think while the relaxation will help the domestic strategics who, I mean, AAA, AA anyway would have accessed the corporate bond market, but maybe that would extend further. But I think when it comes to sponsors who are all, even our domestic, major funds are all having global LPs and domiciled in Mauritius, Singapore, Gift City, etc. So I think they would continue to have this restriction for the time being. But yeah, I mean, ECB framework is also being relaxed, or at least, the draft paper is out, and that actually is, some of those relaxations are pretty transformational, I think, in the longest time that we have seen. So far, every year it's been, policy changes have been more tinkering at the margins, but this time we are seeing some very fundamental changes, and that should help at least where the deals are structured or can be structured in a form of slump sale subject to stamp duty and other tax considerations, etc.
I'll just add a point here. So, look, over the last 6 years or so, we have deployed $3 billion in credit, and of which, I was just doing some math, about 700 million is what we have deployed in acquisition financing. So, my view is that, over the next 5 to 7 years, private credit will still do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of providing bespoke capital for buyouts and acquisition financing, and that primarily is because of the customized, flexible, bespoke solutions which each of these transactions want.
I'm going to take the liberty again to ask a provocative question to the panel. But we've seen a lot of money flow to India, whether it's buyout, minority, and it's become a destination of choice for a lot of global funds, for Indian GPs. Do you think financing, whether it's innovation, whether it's regulation, whether it's lender appetite, has fully kept track of the massive influx of money that has happened? I think we discussed the regulation in detail, but mezzanine as a product still probably doesn't exist or is not fully viable. And of course, there is an angle of maturity of businesses in the country that one has to keep in mind. But has, in your view, with, I think we read 60 billion in the last presentation, that's huge. So what is the view on that of the panel?
Let me become controversial here, and to Varun's point, I actually think innovation in its truest sense of what some of the most efficient structures are, probably you are right, hasn't happened. But part of the reason for that is that we've had every and any lender find ways, because of restrictions, to try and be part of that ecosystem to finance that. And you've had, in some ways, misaligned structures, coming into the sort of COVID era. Pre that, we've seen some, cleanup that happened. So to me, the reason why innovation has not happened in the truest sense is more because you've had, I use this term that in India there is no bank market or a high yield market. You have a continuum. You have a lender who can come at 8% till 20. You will find every half a basis point you will have a lender. Now, in that environment, innovation is already happening, because you have in infra, banks can fund some part of the equity. So structurally, money has been available. It's just that it's not been the right lender to the right borrower requirement, and that's what has prevented. And today, as you talk about private credit, people ask, oh, why should this is mispriced, this is low, this is high, will you get a deal? Which is again coming from that vantage point. So I actually think innovation is happening. I mean, people are deploying money. Everybody has said here that there are lots of deals happening, and India is the favored market for deploying money, because that's where influx is happening and there is growth happening. So I actually don't think the word innovation is not happening in India. It's just not happening in the most efficient form, I would say.
Yeah, I would just add a couple of points to that. So I think we are all aware that India needs to solve for some massive amount of debt capital needs over the coming years. I think infrastructure build out, private investment as and when it properly picks up, And a lot of it will not be solved by domestic capital. So I think clearly access to international capital, across capital structure, bank capital, project finance, debt capital, mezzanine, acquisition financing, all of that. Also debt capital markets. So I think historically regulators have, had proper checks and balances through ECBs, FPIs, all forms of access. We are seeing some of that getting relaxed as we speak. To my mind, there's more that probably needs to be seen over the years, over the coming periods to facilitate more foreign debt capital to come into India. And I think also on the tax side, we saw the concessionary withholding tax not getting extended, both on ECBs and FPI. So some of those things need to be smoothened out. There's enough and plenty of international debt capital, which of course it's subject to always risk-reward equation. So I think when they see relative value in India, and hopefully as US rates come off, they'll see more of it in Indian type of credit. To my mind, there's enough and more capital available to come into India if we have the right access available.
Yeah, just to sort of reiterate what Rahul said, right? I think there is enough and more that happens within the constraints that private credit operates in. I don't think within what they're permitted to do, there is no shortage of innovation or flexibility. I think the challenge is that the structure does not allow for efficiency, which is why, despite us being at the growth rate we are at as an economy, inflation being where it is, you just don't see, leverage or acquisition financing becoming, more efficient. But that's because of the structures that we have, whether it is security packages or, governance and all of those things. But that's topic for another day, I guess.
Yeah, no, hopefully I think it moves in the right
I'll say,
direction.
a word of caution here that, RBI in my mind has opened up these gates only a little bit, but that also is on the back of, if you see, all the corporate industry has significantly delevered itself over the last 4-5 years. So the leverage ratios are under control. And the second is, if you see from the banking system, the NPA levels have also come significantly under control. If we see that those two things again going out of control, maybe we'll see, again closing of the gates over here. So, it's
Not
a fine balance.
Not a very happy prognosis, but sure. Varun, switching on a little bit from a sponsor lens, right? How do you think about leverage when you think about your portfolio, and how do you see that different for a portfolio in India versus what you may have seen, with InvestCorp outside India?
So, Sakshi, great question. Just for reference, globally we only do mid-market buyouts. It's in India that we have a mixture or a combination of mid-market buyouts as well as minority investments, right? Look, when it comes to structuring the financing or, acquiring acquisition leverage, the frameworks are very different. See, I think when you're looking at Western Europe or you're looking at North America, it's a very well-established playbook, right? Look, everyone knows by sector what kind of underwriting is going to happen as far as credit is concerned, right? Where is it going to be asset based? Where is it going to be cash flow based, right? People know how the security package has to be created. People know, how the operating playbook has to be structured. For example, what the lenders are going to ask for, what KPIs, how should the monitoring happen, and all that. So I think it's almost like, our capital markets teams in North America literally are great at running a process, because I think a lot of it is just identified, right? I think when it comes to India, and honestly our experience has been more about, taking an Indian asset and having it acquire something overseas, or at least the acquisition we've done is we've kind of kept the holdco unlevered and put all the leverage on the opco because that was the easier thing to do. At the stage we are at, it's a lot more bespoke. and a lot more case by case, right? Where you have to see, okay, if this is the asset, what can you do? I mean, can you put more debt on the cash flow, or do you leave it unlevered so that when you have to acquire something, you will do that? So unless, I mean, the experience is different, but for us, it's always been every situation, in India presents a unique financing argument, right? So all of those things, whether it is NCDs or you go to the markets or do that, there is something for which hopefully we will be talking soon. But then again, it's it'll be like, let's look at this and please tell us what can you do with this, right? That kind of situation. Honestly, no set answer.
But you're right. I think, that is also one of the challenges for Indian markets to scale up, because every transaction is bespoke. It takes its own time to, consummate, because you have to tweak here and there. You can't scale up with customization on every transaction, which, we need to learn from.
So I've been indicated to move off stage in 5 minutes, so I'm just going to ask one final question. Just what are some of the learnings with respect to financing within the Indian context, largely buyout related, that each of you would like to reflect on, that this is not a trajectory that the country or, in sort of the firm's journey should have been taken? And as you think about outlook for future, what is to be desired? Would love to have everyone's view on it.
So in terms of outlook, I think we have kind of, as mentioned earlier, overall, I think the secular direction looks quite positive. Enough and more pools of capital available both internationally, and we are seeing some easing of regulations onshore as well. There's probably more access, as point I made earlier. I think we need to have a little bit more robust credit derivatives market as well. Our securitization market also is fairly underevolved at this point. So there are a few areas overall, in the broader debt capital markets arena where I think there's more innovation we need to see.
And just to add to that, the broader regulatory environment in terms of taxation, in terms of just treatment of various instruments, and also the whole IBC framework. I know this is not the right forum, but just seeing a unidirectional trend that no reversal happen. I think I just add those 2 points, which really will make this more robust, because you need an environment where you don't have to second guess a structural nuance once you finance something.
See, the way I see it, I think sponsors have tasted early success on buyouts in India, so the market is going to really take up from here. Corporates are very positive given their successes in acquisitions. So there is a lot of activity which is going to happen. From a availability of pools, you have some of the private credit funds in the last 5 years who have really provided exits and healthy returns. So I see foreign pools of capital increasingly deploying capital in India. At the same time, through the AIF structure, you have the domestic pools of HNIs, etc., which are being tapped on by the smaller mid-market credit funds. So, both from the demand and supply, I see a rising traction here.
I disagree wholeheartedly with Rahul for a change. I think, for financial sponsors, buyouts are now becoming increasingly important. It's no longer 10-20% of a strategy. Maybe it's much, much higher, 70-80%. I think with that, need for financing expertise is only going to grow. And I think on the supply side, you are seeing a lot of innovation come through, right? I mean, rarely, and I'm sure, Sakshi, that's your experience at Kedara too, rarely do you have a conversation where you go to one of the large lenders and say, we need to get this done, and they say, oh, this cannot be done, right? I mean, there's always something or the other that comes through. So I think the market's in a great place right now.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for sparing the time, and thanks to the lovely audience.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, can we give a big round of applause to all our panelists on stage? There is truly an invigorating discussion. With that, I'd like to invite Mr. Arvind Mathur, Chairman at Private Equity Pro Partners, to join us and felicitate all our speakers with a memento, a token of appreciation. Thank you to each one of you once again for, can we have the felicitations on stage? Thank you once again for bringing in your best perspectives on the financing strategies for buyouts in India and truly anchoring it in real-world deal structuring and financing realities. Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, I would urge each one of you to please come together for a group picture. Come on. The applauses shouldn't stop. I think there is truly a phenomenal conversation. Some multi-decular learnings right there from that conversation. With that, once again, requesting everyone to please stay with us in this room because we come to the final segment of the day, but truly a very vital and a crucial segment curated for all of you that will talk about exit strategies for Indian buyouts. That will focus on the exit pathways for private equity investments in India, including IPOs, strategic sales, secondary transactions, and partial exits. And we have our panel members joining us on stage. With all your attention towards the stage, first up, let's invite for our panel discussion titled Exit Strategies for Indian Buyouts. Put your hands together. Joining us is Imran Jafar, Managing Partner and Executive Director, Gaja Capital. Come on, let's put our hands together. And requesting once again to each one of you to please take your seats. With that, up next, I'd also like to invite Mr. Pankaj Patwari, Managing Director at Advent International. Let's put our hands together. He's right here joining us. A very warm welcome. Up next, we present to you Pancham Mukim, Head of Private Equity and Senior Managing Director, India at Everstone Capital. A very warm welcome, sir. Also, please put your hands together as I invite Sumit Narang, Founder, Managing Director and Co-CIO at Samara Capital. A very warm welcome, and this panel will be spearheaded by Mr. Sanjay Bansal, Founder and Managing Partner at Aurum Equity Partners. Once again, a very warm welcome, Mr. Bansal. We look forward to this segment, so over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the last session of the day, but one of the most important ones. Whatever we spoke this morning, this afternoon culminates into exits, which is what all the funds live for. I think we have with us a very interesting panel, three gentlemen from domestic established firms and funds who run these funds and these large outfits, and which is Imran, Pancham and Sumit, representing Gaja, Everstone and Samara, and we have Mr. Patwari representing Advent, which is a global fund. All have engaged in a lot of buyout transactions and exits. So welcome, gentlemen. Let me start this conversation in a bit of a fun note. Where we're sitting in Bollywood, and a lot of funds have made good returns in the last few years, thanks to exits. This is my assumption, my presumption. If you had to use one Bollywood personality to actually refer to the performance of exits in India, I give you three choices. What would it be? What would the status be? So your choice is Amitabh Bachchan, which is like an established rock star, Ranveer Singh, a new rock star, or Akshay Khanna, which is a ray of hope maybe after Dhurandhar. So this question is to all of you. Imran, you want to start? It's in a lighter vein, so you can make your...
I was expecting you'll do something like that. I have a soft corner for Amitabh.
Okay.
Maybe I'm revealing my generation, but Amitabh.
Is that the state of affairs of exits in India? It should actually...
Well, that's at least the aspiration. And as we talk some more, I'll tell you the pieces.
Correct.
It varies by where you are playing. I mean, we play in the mid-market, but we'll talk about that.
Okay.
I would say Ranveer Singh, right?
Ranveer Singh?
Because it's been really a story of two halves. I think the last 5-6 years have been good from an exit perspective. So while we are seeing it, you'll want to see the trend continue.
Pancham?
Yeah, I would say Ranveer Singh too, because he's seen some ups and downs, and so has DPI in India. Right now it's on a high. It wasn't so a few years back.
Ranveer Singh as well, and I think epitomizes the recent success and phenomena, which I think even in exit case, domestic liquidity, I think coming through various pockets, including capital markets, has been a key source of driving exits.
Interesting. So I think after a long time, after many years of, may I say, drought, you have a sudden buzz in the market. Sorry, gone off. Hello. You have a sudden buzz in the market vis-a-vis exits, and like the gentleman mentioned. Can you hear me? No. We're not over yet. The exit is the last session. Unless IVC wanted us to shut shop before an exit. That in all the IC exit thesis you come out today, right? Is there a instinctively preferred exit between an IPO or a secondary and M&A? I'll put this question to Imran and Pancham.
See, I mean, the reason I chose Amitabh Bachchan, by the way, is our first management buyout was in 2010. So, given that we've been in business for 20 years, this has been a fairly resilient strategy. But just to quickly answer your question, see, when we make investments, we have 3 exits, and now we have a 4th. So when we invest in assets, we pick assets, we understand companies that can scale and go public. They can be attractive to a strategic, increasingly buyout firms, and now you have continuation vehicles and secondary strategies that can extend the timeline for an IPO, etc. So in our view, when we invest, it's very important to have the optionality, come and go. That recently PE back.
But is there a preference?
Eurokids that we sold to KKR being an example. So, when I say that we don't have a preference, this is almost an underwriting strategy on exit, that we tend to keep all options open.
Pancham, would you echo the same view?
To some extent, yeah. I think exits is a very, very big part of our underwriting. We almost do as much work on writing the exit thesis as much as we do in writing the investment thesis. And we identify a strategic home for every control deal that we do, right? Which strategic would buy this business, right? And this is being done even before the public markets opened up to selling down controlling stakes in them, right? But we not necessarily flip them to strategics because they are generally slower to move. And the most sort of common option by just experience has been flipping to the larger buyout funds. Given that we are a mid-market fund, it's just the fastest exit option where we flip into the larger buyout funds.
businesses. I think any business that could appeal to a large global buyout firm where they can also
exit optionality, and for us to see that ideally the asset is strategic enough so you're able to have 2 or 3 routes of exit.
So we'll discuss as we go along, but one of the questions which crosses the mind of, I guess, all of you is that you're holding 50%, 51% plus equity. And I guess if you go for an IPO route, most often than not, you don't sell the entire equity. The offer for sale is 25%, 30%, 35%, right? And therefore you're holding the equity for a better return or better time, right? Does it become a challenge? I've seen some funds which are sitting on equity post-IPO and exits somewhat unknown unless the block deal market is hot. Any thoughts around that particular thinking, Pankaj?
No, absolutely. Look, I think ability to exit, the market has demonstrated the ability to exit smaller stakes is much higher. For example, we used to own Crompton, where we own 36% stake. We sold it fully through the public markets, right? There have been a few cases where sponsors have done exits of 60, 70, 80% stake in the public market, but there's still, the jury's still out, right? I think there have been a few cases, but in a lot of cases, sponsors have had to look at other routes of exiting even after IPOing the market.
So in those cases, is block deals the only option available for the residual equity?
No, not really. In a few cases, actually, sponsors have done sponsor-to-sponsor trade, right, even after taking the business public, right? I think there are unique ways of taking the business public and yet reducing your holdings, right? So while it's not in the exit event for us, we recently merged in Cora with Coforge, which is still underway regulatory approval, right? But that's an example of sort of a strategic exit, but in the public market, right?
Correct.
Or combining with a strategic. So there are multiple innovative ways one can think about exiting, even in a public market situation.
And also on a big public market exit, I think what we underwrite is one, I think when you're taking a business public for 100% ownership and stake, it has to be a phased exit and you need to have a 3-4 year time horizon.
Right.
Maybe 1/3 at IPO, 1/3 in public market as the business performs over the next 2-3 years. And the last 1/3 then can be a strategic sale through a share swap. So you have a liquid stake as part of some other company and then, monetize. So like in Sapphire Foods case, that was the journey we traveled. But I think at the time of going public, one has to have a 3-4 year horizon of full exit.
One of the things I've noticed, maybe I'm wrong, is that when you come and start exiting a business towards strategic, right, sometimes from the Indian bidders, evaluation is a challenge. Is that something any of you experience? Go ahead.
So I think when we started the business, we thought Indian strategic valuation will be a challenge. Global strategic valuation will not be a challenge. It's exactly the opposite. Because, a global CEO, when they are trading at 12 times EBITDA, for them to go to their board and acquire something at 16, 18, very difficult. But Indian public company trading at 30 times EBITDA, for them to acquire something at 20, very accretive. So I think the reality has turned out to be different than, I would say, almost everyone in the industry thought.
No, I would echo that, right? For us, it's been a healthy mix of sponsor sales, public market, and strategic, right? BSV, which we exited a year and a half back, was to a domestic strategic. Now, when we wrote the investment thesis and I was listening to Pancham, I never imagined that an Indian strategic would do it, right? But times have changed over the last 5-10 years. And the question is, how do you build the asset? And have you left enough value on the table for strategic to come and pay up for it?
And Imran, tough one, but we don't know where the IPO markets will go. Right now, the current thesis for this year seems to be positive. You have optionality in your exits. Do you believe that will actually play out for your investments as an exit option? IPOs, or you think it'll go back to M&A and secondaries?
Yeah, because no one can answer this question, we need optionality. We would like to believe that IPO markets have legs, and you must have seen the relatively recent data around FIIs coming back after a long period of vacating markets. So looks like we now have two engines to keep public markets where they are and thriving. And the reasons to believe that the IPO markets will continue to be good going forward. But can you bet on it? No. I mean, there's 20 years of data. And therefore, optionality, right, is an important part of our underwriting.
And like you gentlemen said, it seems like Sumit mentioned a short while ago, the likelihood of a strategic buyer being Indian is super high. When you exit your investments as opposed to a global guy. Is that...
Yeah, I'll share a perspective that I also kind of learned and came to appreciate. I think what is happening in western part of the world, when a public company is reviewing their international division, I think many geographies for them are not working, be it Africa, Latin America, Turkey, Russia, China confused. So for them, I think a global strategic, international has become a question mark.
Right.
So it's not about India. I think it's like, do we need to allocate more capital to international? Because as a basket, it's not working. Whereas I think for ambitious entrepreneurs in India running public companies, I think they've seen the success last 25 years and they see another 25 years. So they see, I think, M&A as a key driver because the balance sheets are strong, the amount of cash and also the stock they have that they can, dilute or, sell to raise equity, that gives them the ammunition to drive inorganic growth as well as part of their value creation journey.
Pankaj, you did an interesting deal recently with Coforge and one of your investing companies. Do you see a lot more of that happening with the global funds where they have interesting companies in the portfolio, combination with an Indian large player, quasi-exit, plus? Do you see a lot of that happening?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, frankly, whether the combination is an exit event or a path eventually, I think you will see, as even we're talking about, right? Indian strategics really...
Yeah, but that's the Indian part. Yours is the global part, right?
But it's a business listed in India.
Yeah, right? Fair.
The issue with India, global strategics really is, as we were discussing, there's a case of relative multiple, where Indian assets just trade more expensive. And there's a question of relative scale also, right? So when you're trying to go and sell businesses to a global strategic, you often struggle with those two. I mean, we've seen it in a few of our portfolio companies. So I think this whole idea of a combination or even an exit to an Indian strategic, we've seen happening in our portfolio. And we see more of that, yeah.
I'm going to address this question to, again, all of you. We want to walk you through situations which you experienced. I'm going to start with Pancham yourself. Take us through an exit where everything went to plan. And what were the two decisive moves that actually made the exit happen? Take us a real situation which you experienced when everything went to plan. And the two moves which made the exit happen. One move, two move, whatever.
So I think, let me talk about the hospital business we sold more than a couple of years back called Sahyadri Hospitals, right? This was not an asset that, when we bought into the asset and we had close to 90% stake there, right? And when we bought into it, it was not the most attractive asset. It was a rundown, oldish looking facility at the flagship. And a lot of work went into refurbing it. The growth came back. We saw almost 40% EBITDA CAGR in the 3 years that we owned it. And what we did was, we had a few consultants working with us in the project management office, and they started talking about the asset on the private equity deal street, how attractive that asset was. And within 3 years, we started getting a lot of inbounds, right? And we were not ready to sell it, but the velocity of inbounds coming in was humongous. Our thesis going into the city of Pune, where the asset was housed, was that there are no strategic hospital chains playing in Maharashtra. Right? Back then, they were there with one odd hospital because real estate is prohibitive. So buy the largest asset, right. It's going to be easy to sell. Right. We had a lot of scars on our back from delayed exits in the past. So exits used to be the first sort of port of underwriting for us. And as that buzz picked up about the asset, we had one of the sponsors approach us on the asset. But we didn't only want to sort of do a bilateral with them. So we started a process, appointed bankers, and we had pretty much all the strategics, national chains of hospitals bidding for it. The financial sponsors bidding for it. The sponsors moved the fastest, right? And speed and certainty was very critical to us as we were selling it.
So this is like your a dream exit, may I say that?
It just went, in the middle of all of this, Russia invaded Ukraine and the markets tanked. So a lot of strategics, when they see their own multiples collapse, get a little bit of cold feet, right? So it happened, but the asset performance was strong enough and we were playing with the sponsors then.
And let's reverse the example again. The question is to you again, right? Exit failed miserably, right? What was the misjudgment?
I think...
if you can talk about name, it'll be lovely, but I'll leave it to you.
No, I won't take names for sure. That'll be demeaning to the portfolio company. But there was a time when we were selling a business in the middle of... We started a process... that was our only minority deal back then. And we started a process to sell our stake in it. And we had bid for another acquisition bolt-on that we wanted to do. And we had sort of finished our hold horizon on that. And during the exit, it was a hot asset till COVID hit and lockdown started. And the whole process went up for a toss during COVID. So we almost took 3 shots at exiting that business first before COVID, then one during COVID, and then one just immediately after the bounce back that the 21, 22 years saw. We made a good exit out of it eventually, but it took 3 attempts.
So it was a good asset, bad timing, I guess.
Yeah, it was. So talking about exits, that was one of the toughest. Taking 3 shots at exiting something in a span of 18 months takes a toll.
Yeah, it's a lot. Imran, you're doing an exit, you plan an IPO, and you got to course correct midway, right? Walk through a real situation. And talk your experience for the benefit of everybody. It'll
Sure.
be nice.
So I'll take a specific name. So John Distilleries was eventually a great exit for us because we sold our stake. We nearly owned 50% in that business, and we sold our stake to Sazerac, which is one of the largest alcobev companies in the US. And since then, Sazerac is a very happy buyer, and they've done well. But when we first, decided to exit John Distilleries, we hired one of the top investment banks, and we first engaged with a small set of financial sponsors or the buyout private equity firms. And unfortunately, we overestimated the appetite for buyout firms to invest in alcobev, right? So the obvious risks around prohibition and so on. And so we lost nearly a year in that process. And after that, we designed a dual track where we hired bankers and started preparing our DRHP for an IPO. And in parallel ran a strategic process. We were running both of them in parallel because of the optionality and so on. And it was obviously very stressful. Fortunately for us, the strategic option not only had better commercial terms, but also a better fit with the existing founder of the company. And then we just picked the better option. But this is another example where they were kind of 3 shots. So exits are hard work, especially when you own a significant minority or controlling stake in a company.
Yeah. They say investment is all about timing. Sumit, any situation you can share where timing and not business performance were triggered the exit? Market is hard or something.
Yes, so I think timing, one of the core reasons our industry exists is buy businesses when they're out of favor and sell when they are in favor. Nothing fundamentally has changed over a period of time. So I think we bought a controlling position in a business, Spot On Logistics, which was full auction run by a bank, and a private equity firm was selling. I don't think that business had more than one bidder, which is us at that point in time. And I think it was a fabulous business. 40% ROC, fast growing, etc. I think we just kept the trajectory, did few things. And in 3 years, coming out of COVID, as the business continued to perform as it was at the time when we bought, I think the interest and appreciation of what that industry and businesses increased very materially. And we did not do any contribution in making that appreciation increase in the market. It happened automatically by market forces. And at that time, the same business then had very strong buyer interest. And what we thought we would do in 5 years in terms of exit got achieved in 3 years. So I think the timing we stuck to what I would say is our belief. We did not get hassled when the market was not believing in the asset. And when market started believing much earlier than we thought, we capitalized on the timing.
Maybe you were better in the business, but you said timing is great, you're getting your returns, etc., etc. Move on. Is that right?
Yes.
Pankaj, in all your exits, do you run a auction process, or is it bilateral? Given that you're a global fund, is there any push from your global committees to that show the asset around? It must have multiple takers, even though I agree with what Sumit said, that valuations are more attractive in the Indian strategics today, given multiples, etc. But any experience you'd like to share on just the process of bilateral versus auction?
Look, you can launch a process on the back of a strong inbound, but generally our experience is it's better to at least run a process and discover price.
Right.
You can action the process on the back of a strong inbound, right? And as we were just discussing earlier, timing is everything in our business. And at least internally we say when the lights are all green, then you're not supposed to stop at the traffic light. You're supposed to drive your cars. You're supposed to sell and move on, right? And don't get greedy. So for us, it's a function of timing and also a function of do you think you have a reasonable set of buyers before you launch a process.
Got it. So it's not that it's a formal, thinking that we must run a process in most situations to get best value.
In most of the cases you've done that, I think it will be very rarely that you will run a bilateral process, right? Unless there's a very, very strong inbound.
So if I was to ask you, gentlemen, if you were to look at market timing, the growth in the business, and DPI, right? What takes priority for each of you?
No, I mean, ultimately profitable growth is the biggest predictor of DPI. Because if you have a healthy and growing business...
But a business is growing really well and you're saying, why should I exit? But your LPs are saying, you've got your DPI, move on. It's a tough one.
No, but DPI, of course. I mean, that's our ultimate responsibility. What you mean is if there's a healthy and growing company, are you tempted to hold for longer?
Well, either hold for longer or exit. What are the choice between the two and which one do you choose?
That's a hard one. We'd love to. By the way, one of the companies that we sold to KKR, EuroKids, which is now called Lighthouse Learning.
Right.
Every time I meet Prajot, who's now a very close friend, and I hear his EBITDA numbers, I get seller's remorse, right? Because they've done so well after we sold. But, you have to sell and get DPI. That's our primary responsibility. Right. But there are now some tools like CVs, etc., that allow you to extend the timeline.
Isn't that a young phenomena in India, the continuation funds, I guess you're talking about?
Yeah, the continuation funds.
Sumit, any experience you'd like to share?
I think rapidly rising. And I think if you have a situation where there is robustness of growth and you have high conviction because you know the company quite well, then DPI through a continuation fund, I think you solve both the problems. So I think you deliver DPI.
That's best of both the world, right?
Yeah, and I think the US and European market has taken off in a very meaningful way. India has started and will continue to rise. And if you ask 40, 50-year-old experienced private equity professionals who are now, in their late 70s, 80s in US and Europe, their single line learning is keep riding the winner. So I think there are very few great businesses that can compound over a 10, 20-year period. And if you have got one or two of them in your portfolio of 15, 20, which you always discover in hindsight, then I think solving DPI through continuation funds is the best way to monetize 2 or 3 phases of that company.
Pancham, you follow the same philosophy? Or
Yeah.
you are very meticulous about exit?
No, I think we have built this discipline of exits partly because we've seen the 2010, 2011 vintages in the minority ecosystem, right? So we you know, like Imran said, seller's remorse. It comes mostly to deal captains who are working on a particular business. But we don't have any regrets. We book our profits, move on. Our first fiduciary is to our LPs. Deliver the DPI, move on. If you can write it again, we can often take, when you're we've done it in one of the transactions where we've reinvested with the sponsor we sold it to, right? Where we had a call option to invest again and played again with him in partnership. Right. We can do that because in the absence of CVs 3-4 years back, that was the best way to sort of play that, continue playing some of the businesses that you've created and done well with, right? But otherwise, deliver DPI, move on.
And Pankaj, you're part of a global fund, a pool, if I may say that, a global pool, right? Your pressures on exit would be different. They're driven by the global thesis, global exits, global LPs. Share some, throw some light on what you go through on exits versus your domestic counterparts.
No, I don't think it's any different, right, versus domestic counterparts.
Because your LPs over there would say, we need to exit, and therefore there's pressure on you. Is that something true?
The philosophy is very similar, as I heard Pancham, you're right, which is deliver DPI, sell when all the lights are green, right? That's the philosophy which we follow. So the businesses, you'll always have the view that the businesses can keep compounding, but the responsibility is towards the LP. So sell when the timing is good and you'll find another asset, right, to invest the capital back.
Do you gentlemen believe that from a valuation point of view, it's a great time to exit? Individual thoughts? If there was a buyer and everything was right? Or do you think the India story is playing out and like you said, no seller's remorse, let's keep the asset going, let's treble the money?
I meant seller's remorse a little, quite positively. It might have been a negative.
No, but it's a great...
I'm happy KKR's made a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a great thing you built.
I think, India, from a valuation point of view, when you talk to global LPs, they keep asking us this question that, look, India is expensive. So we pay a premium when we get in and we expect a premium when we sell. I don't think you can time it. Like there's no market timing, buy low, sell high kind of thing going on. If you analyze all the exits that we've had, the biggest driver of our MOIC and DPI has been the operating leverage that results in EBITDA. In fact, we describe our business as buying revenue and selling EBITDA. It's really from the operations. It's all unlevered returns. It's operational improvement that is, frankly, the biggest driver of returns, not multiple expansion.
So if you're delivering a 2.5, 3x, let's say, a MOIC, then at one level you tick the box?
We don't uncork the champagne bottles at 2.5, 3x.
Got it. And Pankaj, would you like to take that from a valuation point of view? Do you think it's a good environment to exit at this point in time? Will exits continue the way we're seeing?
Very similar view to Imran, right? I think multiples have always been high, and I've now heard it for 20 years that it's high and it continues going one way only, right? So buy good businesses, and then hopefully when you do good work on the company, you'll get paid for it when you exit. So while multiple expansion is a contributor to your returns, actually operational improvement is a bigger contributor.
But then what is market timing about? Market timing is that valuations are good, your business is doing well, there's a buyer.
Exactly.
Right? So you should exit, right? It's one way to look at life. The other way to look at life, as Sumit is saying, you got a great investment, don't give up, build value, carry on, etc., etc. Isn't the two, is a dichotomy between the two?
Well, look, timing is about saying, hey, I had a starting investment objective when I entered. I've achieved it, the asset has done well, the market is well. So don't get greedy. The asset will keep compounding. You sell and
Right.
you move on, right? That's what timing is about.
And you follow that at Advent.
Yes.
Pancham, you said the same thing. You said you're very disciplined.
Yeah, I mean, we have to follow our investment case, right? The IC case that you underwrite, you hit those numbers, and if there is demand for the asset, get off the ship, right? That's our philosophy, and but the philosophy applies to every month and every quarter of being invested in the asset, right? We track our businesses pretty intensively, right? So, which is why when the time is right to exit, and valuations now, back then, or as Pankaj said, the valuations are always high, right? 10 years back, people thought that diagnostics was expensive. The multiples have expanded 3x since then, right? So, you can say that now about hospitals, right? So valuations will always be high, and partly what Imran said, right, is we underwrite EBITDA expansion. Not multiple expansion as much, right?
So do you disagree with Sumit?
I don't. I mean, you can play that through CVs, but we would be more, it's what your investment philosophy is, right? What you underwrite. If we've underwritten a 4-year, 5-year hold, we'll sell in the 4-year, 5-year hold.
Also, I think my point on CV was maybe it's 1 in 10. 9, right. It's not like you're doing all 10. It's 1 in 10 on exception where you have very high conviction. 9 is regular buy and sell, find another investment.
So, Sumit, let's say you have 1 or 2 bidders for an asset, right? That means and you don't know whether one will go through or both will go through in terms of diligence. And how do you benchmark valuation? What call do you take? Are you good with running one bidder process?
So I think we have customized in our firm very much to the deal partner and CEO, because I think finally they have to drive. Within our firm, I think there'll be one combination saying I want to run a very tight process, and another team in their situation, maybe similar, will prefer, no, I have high conviction in these 1 or 2 buyers, I will engage and I like bilateral. So I think as a firm, we don't have a policy. Our policy is let it be driven by the deal partner and the CEO. Because at the end of the day, they need to deliver with their style, and they know what works for them with their style.
One of the things we discussed in the survey in the afternoon was the whole regulatory environment on exits, and the top negative comment came out on concerns regarding tax, right, in India, among the various regulatory matters. Do you gentlemen face any stock regulatory issues when contemplating exits in the current environment? We can start with you, Sumit. Like, do you think tax is a big issue?
I think with the recent judgment, it has become a process. So there's the insurance process, underwriting is a bit different now by when you do tax indemnity related issues. So I think it was not an issue over the last few years, but with one recent judgment, I think everyone is trying to figure it out, and I don't think there is a perfect answer right now in the ecosystem.
Pancham, any specific?
We've never had any regulatory hurdles, especially from the tax side, and it's also to do with the fact that we've constructed our business in such a fashion where our decision making lies at a place where there's a lot of substance, right? And apart from taxes, also we've not seen any serious regulatory hurdles anywhere.
Pankaj, just a quick one.
Very similar to Sumit, right? I mean, of course, with the recent judgment, it will take some time to settle down. It will become a process. But we've been through these periods even earlier, right? So,
got it.
Yeah.
And Imran?
Pretty smooth so far. Can't think of anything.
So there's no real regulatory issue with. We also have this learning which came out from the afternoon conversation on the dollar-rupee depreciation, nearly 5% per year over many years. It's a big concern. Does that bother you when you're doing your DPI and your MOIC analysis and IRR analysis? Or you factor in the depreciation in your investment thesis as an automatic thing?
Our underwriting is all in rupees, and we educate our LPs, our global LPs, about us not taking the depreciation risk. We also draw their attention to the fact that over the last 30 years, the rupee is depreciated between 3 and 4%. Even today, if the sentiment is that the rupee is depreciated substantially more, the last 3 years has been 3%. So for long-term investors, actually it doesn't matter. It hurts our dollar IRR. There's no running away from that.
But your LPs are
But we
global
don't take
LPs,
that
right?
into our underwriting.
Do you do the same thing, Pankaj and Pancham? I guess your LPs are also, a lot of LPs are global LPs, right?
Yeah, we underwrite dollar returns. We budget a 3 to 4% rupee depreciation and plan our lives accordingly, and then set EBITDA thresholds basis the rupee depreciation that's going to come. And that's why often we generally like buying dollar, a lot of dollar long businesses, dollar revenue businesses. Right. It hedges your dollar short position when you have a dollar revenue business, because your costs are in rupees, your revenues are in dollars. The revenues benefit from the depreciation to some extent, right?
Can I assume that Pankaj and Sumit will have similar answers?
Yeah, very similar.
And Sumit, is that a fair thing to say?
I think currency is a drag. I think definitely, because I think on top of it, I think tax is a drag. A lot of tax-free investors, whether it is endowment, foundation, and many family offices, the way they are structured, when they invest in US and Europe, they don't have any capital gains. I think the TDS capital gains and currency, then I think it becomes like two-stage drag. So it does impact global LPs' decision-making when they're thinking of allocating to India.
Correct. If you look at exits generally in India and your own experiences, any words of wisdom to people in the audience on some of the biggest mistakes on exits which you think are learnings you can share? Just one learning which you can share, if there is any. This question is to all of you.
So I think buy exit-ready businesses. Trying to make a business exit-ready is a very, very real hard work and a long gestation exercise.
We spend the day being told that growth, build out, etc. Right? you're just negating the entire thesis, Sumit. Right? So, Pancham?
Don't be greedy.
Don't be greedy.
Exit when all the lights are green. Don't be greedy.
But in India, people want to jump lights, right, all the time, right? Imran?
Yeah, I'd say keep your options open. Optionality is a very powerful tool in your exit strategy. And the second is, don't be afraid to engage bilaterally with buyers. Buyer love is, and be on the buy side, so we know that from lived experience. Buyer love is rare enough and special enough that you give it the attention it deserves, and don't try and maximize price. Think more about the counterparty and whether it's is the right home for your control asset.
If you look at the optionality on exits, which all of you spoke about, which do you think is the most overrated exit strategy in India? Overrated, right? It may play out that way, any which way. But is there any one thing which mostly you think will happen and never happens?
I mean, we've had cross-border, strategic exits, but I must admit that we always feel like there are far more global buyers than they really are when they show up.
Right. Go ahead, Pankaj.
Cross-border M&A.
Cross-border M&A?
Doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would third that, I think.
Wow. That's a very big common one. Sumit?
Same, I think global strategic, a rare phenomena these days.
Okay, so obviously with that, thank you, gentlemen. Indian exit seems to be hard. Gentlemen are saying we'll continue if lights are green. Indian buyers are paying good valuations, etc., etc. Continuation funds, secondaries, M&A, IPOs, multiple exit options, all are being exercised. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the culmination of this congregation. As we wrap up IVCA Buyout Summit 2026, we're thrilled to reflect on this day, which has been nothing short of extraordinary. We've seen an incredible convergence of thinkers, ideas, and a shared commitment to taking our sector ahead. Once again, we'd like to thank our partners for their indelible support for this edition, to all our attendees and speakers for joining us for this segment. But this is truly not the end, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a curated wine and cheese tasting right outside the hall for all of you, which is curated for all of you, a wine and cheese tasting, which is really meant for some wonderful conversations to be carried ahead. So I would request all of you to join us outside for that segment as well, which is designed to encourage conversation, discovery, and a deeper appreciation of the classic pairings. Once again, reminding all of you to join us for our upcoming event, which is IVCA Conclave 2026, happening on the 10th and the 11th of March right here at St. Regis, Mumbai. We have a standee outside. We have a standee right here as well, which has the QR code. In case you haven't registered, please go ahead, scan the QR code, and do not forget to join us for that event as well, IVCA Conclave 2026. With that, once again, thank you, and a final round of applause one more time. Thank you for making this edition a truly successful one. Please join us outside for some wine and cheese and conversations as well. Thank you.